Hello, everyone, and welcome to another action-packed day from here in Jeju. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, Triton Poker Super High Roller Series coverage. The final little bit, the final stretch of the Pot Limit Omaha portion of the program is upon us. Of course, the Mac Daddy, the main event. Yesterday, we crowned our champ, Randy, and we didn't do it until, what was it, 3 a.m. local time?
They were playing for that title.
Yeah.
Right? Long heads-up match.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, one questions just how much is left in the tank for some of those who are out here playing not just the long deck for 2 weeks, but the Pot Limit Omaha for a few days. And now, believe it or not, we've still got another discipline, short deck. And of course, this means opportunities to complete the Triton Trident. More on that a little bit later. So for those that missed that 100K PLO main, let us flash back as we do normally to how it all shook out last night. The extra large trophy, $2.3 million plus and a Triton Epic X watch was all on the minds of the final 7. And Wang Wenji was among those final 7, incredibly, given that he already won the long deck main event. He also incredibly chose to target the chip leader with 10-8-8-7. This was a theme that would emerge that Sergio dealt with quite well. Unfortunately, the turn was something that Wang Wenji's set of 8s on the flop could not deal with, as the turn would give Sergio the straight. Board would fail to pair, and unexpectedly a $423,000 7th place finish for one of 4 Chinese delegates out of the final 7. Mads Omot of Norway would find himself up against Ace-King 10-8 for his final 635. Ace-Queen 7-4 would turn into a Broadway gut shot in a $1.4 million chip pot. On the turn, he picked up a wheel draw. Cowboys and trays were on his mind, but the 8 of diamonds was on the deck's mind, as the river would send him packing in 6th. Over $500,000, 536 to be exact, would go his way. And then maybe the dirtiest beat of the entire tournament that we can recall. Of course, there was the quads beat that Santosh took versus a royal flush. But aces versus aces, and get a load of what Sergio did. He flopped the joint with the 3-4 dangler, and Tom was on his feet as the board did not pair on the turn to create opportunity. And it was the end of the road for the Dutchman. $686,000 as Martinez continued to claim pelts. Absolutely massive chip lead for him. Ding Biao would square off with his countryman, Jikong Dai. Jacks on an 8-6-4 board. Dai had just $425,000 back, plopped it all out there. With the pair of 6s, wasn't performing particularly well. Turn didn't change that, as he needed one of the cards in hand, and instead found himself a deuce. A little stunned to be out the door in 4th. $854,000, though, to help take the sting out of it, as 3 7-figure payouts now awaited the podium. Sergio would open. Lin Wei, who was lurking with a short stack, found a very pretty one and decided to pot. Gonzalez, however, with jacks would leave Lin Wei in need of some Broadway stuff. Aces, kings, queens, all of it would work. But instead, it was a lowly 4 of hearts, but a not so lowly $1.055 million that would go to him for the bronze medal. Then the heads-up match that we talked about, which carried on forever, befittingly, between Ding Biao, who had really gotten after Sergio at the final table, and Gonzalez, who was in a way, the chip lead swung wildly back and forth in this one. 7-5 deuce, though, and Gonzalez magically found himself a set of 5s and interfered with the set of kings that Ding Biao needed on the flop. The 7 on the turn gave him another path. But in the end, it was the wrong paint on the river, as you saw the mutual respect being shown. $1.61 million went to Ding Biao, but a big smile being worn on the Spaniard's face. $2.34 million for him, taking down the PLO main event. And this guy has results in the biggest of Pot Limit Omaha events, Randy, going to the World Series as well.
Yeah, he did finish runner-up in a 25K PLO World Series event. You know, one of the had so many entries in that one, and to come here and play such a grueling heads-up match, they played for over an hour where it went back and forth, and to win the Triton main event for what, $2.2 million or so, $2.3 million, that's amazing.
He had only $1.8 million in total career earnings coming into this one, and with this single finish, he has more than doubled that, and of course has etched his name in the annals of the largest pot limit Omaha victories around. Certainly no longer able to fly under the radar. Under the radar is not where Ding Biao found himself at this final table, by the way. He really raised eyebrows because you looked at these pay ladders, you looked at how chunky stuff was in terms of the jumps, and you were like, no way someone's going to disrespect the ICM. And Ding Biao crumpled it up and threw it right out of the window, and Sergio really had to make some adjustments and deal with him.
Yeah, he really sure did. You know, like during four-handed play, we're like, okay, so they're supposed to be tight, wait out the short stacks. Ding Biao was comfortable in second, but he was starting the heads-up match early. You know, there were some other spectators at the table. You know, Ding Biao, he's kind of one of those guys that you have to give a lot of respect to his name. He is like the ultimate grinder, you know, high roller. He plays all of the no limit, he plays all the PLO, plays all the short deck. He has tremendous results, and he really wanted to cement himself as one to take down the PLO main event. And he was so close. He had a big chip lead. He just couldn't close it out.
All right, that win taking his Jeju earnings alone north of $3 million as he YOLO'd his way, Leroy Jenkins'd his way into a second-place finish. China, 2, 3, 4, and of course 7 with Huang Wenji, a shot at the coveted double main event win. Not sure we'll ever see it. It is such an incredible thing to even have a shot at, if we're being honest. And he did take his shot, as he too did target Sergio there. They are just a force. I thought it was a long deck kind of country with a little bit of short deck sprinkled in, but the 4-card streets being walked and walked successfully by the Chinese delegation.
Yeah, I was very surprised to see how well they perform in all of the PLO events that's happened so far. You know, you consistently see more than one guy making a deep run. You know, I suppose they can play all variants. It's pretty cool to see for China.
You know, the other thing that's been consistent in the pot limit Omaha, it's been, well, you know, producer James doesn't like when we use this term sometimes. The snipers, the specialists who have hoisted the hardware when it's all said and done. So obviously the cream hath risen when it comes to that. Now, the PLO Turbo Bounty, or Bounty Quattro rather, forgive me, is that which we're going to be bringing you today, as we're not done with 4-card action. Walk us through the numbers in that one as things stand with the resumption of a second day of play.
Yeah, we do have a total of 100 entries, 45 unique players, so most players are in for an average of about more than 2 buy-ins a person. It is a $30,000 buy-in where $20,000 has gone into the prize pool, $10,000 into the bounty portion, and because it's a Quattro, 25% of the field is when the bounties come into play, so
Right.
25 bounties in play, and they already are in the money currently, and each bounty is worth $40,000 a piece, which is about 1.3 buy-ins.
Yeah, you don't have to calculate any expected value of an envelope. It's just right there, $40K a piece flat. We're going to come back to a final 14 players as we jump inside the Triton Poker Plus app for the first time. Blinds will be 25, 50, and 50. Alex Foxon over $3 million at the top. And note who's in second. Another Spaniard who was actually shouted out during the winner's interview by Sergio, mentioning him as perhaps one of the greats out there in Spain. I would say there's no perhaps about it if you're somebody familiar with him. Andras Nemeth, we're familiar with that name. Not so familiar seeing him down with a sub-10 big blind stack. Work to do for him. Foxon so far has been quiet in the PLO portion, by the way, as the chip leader. He finished 6th in the 15K no limit, but it hasn't been the greatest festival, let's say, for Alex. Danny, Wykin, and Ivy, these are important names. Randy, why is that?
Well, they have 14 titles between them, but if they can take down this PLO event, they can finally hold the Triton.
Yep, and that, of course, means a title in long deck, a title in short deck, and the one that they're missing, a title in pot limit Omaha, which we confess hasn't been a part of Triton all that long. Xining Dan, the only member of the Chinese delegation that remains, Ellis Parsonen to be expected, the only Finn out there, unaccustomed to seeing lone wolf operators out there from those flags, but that's where we find ourselves here today. Danny is leading a short stack table as we look at the 3 that are in the field. Not going to be out at our features. Danny has had a bit of a rough festival. I want to take a quick peek in here and you look at how Jeju has been treating him, and it hasn't been particularly great by his own metrics. But, you know, 5 cashes and obviously opportunities to cobble some more together as we get set to send you down to the action. And a first glimpse there at Danny and Company on the outer table, live from the Landing Casino in Jeju Shinhwa World. The 30K pot limit Omaha Bounty Quattro, flat $40,000 stuffed into each of the envelopes. Just north of a couple of dozen remaining as the walk around, brought to you by WPT Global. Doesn't take very long. Just 3 tables left. We will break down to 2 not long from now. Quarter 50-50 as I mentioned, placing the stack depths at 62, 43, and 40 respectively. And Danny is going to be quite pleased to be able to hold a chip lead at his table. Had he drawn the 2 larger stacks than his own to his table, it would have been a different proposition.
I'm going to say he's most pleased about his table because he has the shortest stack of the tournament on his table where he can easily try and collect his bounty worth $40,000.
1.4 million, the average stack right now, 29 bigs. Guerra on the button. Comes with limp. 4-card rundown with clubs. Ivy covering the clubs. Takes the price from the small. There is Shining Dan in the big saying 8743 has not exactly got me excited, so he checks back the big. Ace Jack 5 here. Just a lowly bottom pair for Ivy. Wheel gunner for Don and the spades.
Yeah.
Randy, forgive me.
No, I was going to say he's got probably the most interesting piece of the 3.
Well, he's got the highest equity is what he's got, unbeknownst, of course. But it is Lautaro posing questions of the field, perhaps expecting somebody with an ace would have been heard from pre.
Sounds about right.
Well, unclear how that one's going to play out. This one, however, playing out as an all-in, and nobody's on their feet. Nemeth, the shortest stack in the field.
285.
And it is Gavin Andreanoff on the other end of this exchange, Randy, which is the second shortest stack in the field. So he's happy that he covers Andras, not happy that it's going to be pain once the accounting is complete. As we come back over to the one in progress, where we left off with a Guerra barrel on the flop. Don the only caller, and on the turn, the 6 actually giving him a massive wrap to go with this flush draw. A bet of 400,000 is full pot now.
Okay, yeah.
But if you look at Shining Don's hand, he also kind of has a wrap of spades.
Well, yeah, that's the one that I'm actually focused on, not the one that Guerra has picked up. But you're right, I didn't even really appreciate that the 7-8-9 is also working hard for Lautaro.
Right. The 10 high is currently good, too, which is amazing.
There's nothing more incredible than when, like, the board pairs on the river here, and they're just out of chips, and the guy goes 10 high, you win. And then they look back and say, no, I don't. So a massive call for over half of his remaining stack made by Shining Dan, and he's found himself the nuts. 4-7, and he rips it right in there. I don't think 10 high is going to have any further interest.
Of course not. He's like, seriously? How'd I miss this?
There really are moments, if you play enough pot limit Omaha, where you look at the stub in the dealer's hand and you think to yourself, there might be a small handful of cards in your palm that don't get me there. And somehow they reach right in and find one, and you're left breathless.
Yeah, like those magicians. Somehow they find that ace of spades out of nowhere.
Well, back at it. This time, Andreanoff, the covered stack, shortest in the room. Andras Nemeth trying to finish things off. This looks like 9s and deuces for Andreanoff. Are those... Is that Queen Jack? Looks like the 9s are actually going to be a winner at Showdown here from the running aces.
It seems like they can't take one another's
Somebody's
bounty.
getting fired from chip leader coaching after this hand.
Nacho, come on.
Well, Barbero entertained by the fact that Chance Corneth and Alex Foxen, both part of the chip leader coaching crew, find themselves squaring off in this one. Corneth made it 150.
Yeah.
You're alive.
Well, now it's seeming like Chance may have limp jammed.
No, there's a flop out there, so he
Ah,
got
okay.
it in on the flop.
Didn't
like
even
a
see
Jack, King, Ace.
that we had a flop. There it is, King 6-5. So Corneth has found top pair,
Four
top
space.
kicker for Foxen.
That's a good card.
He's got himself a 5.
Very, very sweaty. Just 2 non-face cards. Probably.
Yeah, Foxen is going bounty hunting.
Queen's a cool card. Very cool.
He's hunting.
Deuces and 5s. As you see, Corneth swiftly flicking his bounty over
Yeah, right there.
to Alex, but he does have plenty of outs. That is not among them.
Cool. Fun day.
Chance taking it in stride with a little bit of gallows humor as he gives his buddy the full clip
Good luck, everybody.
Well played, chances.
and a little bit of VIP treatment. Chance has played enough pot limit Omaha to know the cookie crumbles in this way with great frequency. So he will be the first casualty of the day. $33,000 would go to him.
I folded the winner for sure.
The 3 other players, by the way, that did find the money in this one, Artur Martirosyan in 17th for 32K. Ike Haxton also taking down 32K. And then Boss, Paul Pua, 33,000.
More collisions incoming. Blind versus blind.
Yeah, Wykin, the covering stack with a 4-card rundown and clubs. Shining Dan, who's already picked up a healthy pot, is looking to do more of the same with offsuit aces. 3.4 million by our tally. Queen 3 deuce, and Wykin is underperforming deeply on this particular board. It could get locked up easily. And on that turn, the lockup is complete. As you see, the equity dropped to 0% for Wykin. River of no consequence. And the aces, which can be the demise of so many in pot limit Omaha, especially when they ain't great aces, proving to be profitable there for Shining Dan. Nice spin in progress for him, by the way.
Yeah, and very good for this table because Wykin Young is on vapors after going bounty hunting. Now he's got a micro stack that everyone is going to be targeting.
You know, when you say good for this table, technically Wykin is a part of the table, and I don't think it's very good for him. Forgive the obvious, but his distaste for this outcome.
90?
Difficult to
I apologize,
overstate.
Wykin. I'm sorry, man. Because if you look at the payout structure, right, pay jumps at the moment are like $3,000 to $5,000, but you can just get another bounty. That's $40,000. So you basically should be playing pure chip EV, pure bounty hunting at this point until we get to the deep end of the final table. Like this structure is going to be a different animal than this 100K main yesterday. It could go very quickly, to be honest.
Yeah, there are some feral creatures lurking about beyond just some of what the setup is in terms of this being a bounty versus the main event, which has longer levels and none of that to consider. These guys all have targets on their backs, but the shorter stacks are the ones that have the juiciest targets. Again, we'll sit this one out. Boy, Ivy looks pretty bored there, doesn't he?
Well, he's like, man, I really should get involved because Wykin is so short. But the thing is, Wykin's in a small blind, so it's not like he has to commit every hand, and his hand was pretty bad. Good news for Shining Don is he's on the button. But you see, like, all of their eyes are just looking at Wykin Yang. They don't even look at the rest of the table. Folds that one. This is a good spot for Stevie. He can pretty much call any two here.
I mean, Wykin has dust. Jack 10, 9, 4 rainbow, and he's running to aces again this time. It's Stevie who's looking to do the damages, and these ones will come with a 40K stuffed envelope if Stevie can eliminate Wykin. 460K in chips
No suits.
in the middle.
I don't even flush
For either of us.
Neither player with any flush draw to speak of at any point. King 10, 8. So the two-way straight draw and the pair of tens for Wykin actually putting him into an equity favorite spot. And that turn, however, will wrestle the percentages back in favor of the aces. Wykin needs the 7 queen or 2 pair. Instead, it's a deuce on the end, and Chidwick claims a pelt.
Give me the other one.
Should I bring this there or?
这个你可以换4万。
The second elimination of the day, bringing us down to 12 players.
Look at
Wykin
Stevie. Downey's just falling in his lap.
will be awarded $36,000. I think Ivy just gave Stevie a little bit of an earful over that bounty acquisition there.
Sure did.
So it just fell in his lap with the aces. You're allowed to be a little envious out there. So we're going to redraw down to 2 tables, as Chidwick just pointed out. Glimpse at the 2 features, absent the 3rd table. Being told that there is a little bit of makeup in terms of hands played that we're going to observe. Just 1 hand, it would seem. And then we will break.
This hand's not the greatest. King 6-4-4, single suit, weak flush draw. Yeah, he's just gonna let it go, especially because he is covered by the big blind, who had Broadway.
Yeah, very good one as he described it.
That's pretty good.
So with that hand complete, we can get to the administrative duties of breaking 12 players down to 2 tables of 6 here in the 30K Bounty Quattro. Back at the desk, Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And Randy, not a whole lot to chew on or unpack there, but perhaps glimpses of the impact of Bounty Poker, which is so different than its non-bounty variants. Forgive the obvious.
Yeah, completely different. And you saw the hand when Wykin lost most of his chips against the aces. It was small blind versus big blind. He actually opted to 3-bet the 10-9-8-7 rundown, whereas if it wasn't a bounty format, he probably would just call. And because he had the covering stack, he wanted to go aggressive. He wanted to create the best opportunity for him to pick up that bounty that he covered. Unfortunately, he just didn't get there.
And because some of this prize pool is stuffed into those envelopes, as you explained at the top of the broadcast, these payouts and their ladders are not quite as significant as you might think. So there's still going to be focus upon the envelopes because consider a bounty is worth basically 11th and 10th place money, and the ladder right now is just 5K between 12th and 11th. So you're still very incentivized to get after it out there, which means the chips will be in motion. Our motion is going to be towards a quick break of 3.5 minutes, however, and then we're going to come back and resume coverage here at the top of the day. Still early here in Jeju. Come back and see us in about 3.5.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
And we're back now, Randy, and we've got about 3 minutes before play resumes. A little bit of a delayed process, so I'm just going to turn to you and find out if you did lunch yet here today.
No, I did not.
You didn't?
No. Did you?
You're in luck, Randy, because I did indeed do lunch. I did the beef curry earlier today. Now, I've been ordering this in chicken, guys, and I don't know whether or not. Can we get... It's actually steak cubes here. Now, I've been ordering this thing in chicken. And, you know, respect to the good people over at Shanghai Bun, which is the eatery that we all go to far more often than perhaps we would like. But the chicken curry, you can't really tell the difference between the chicken and the potatoes. And that's when I stopped ordering it. But my good friends from Latvia and Sherhan did advise that the beef is the direction to go. So, Randy, there's the rest of my beef curry. It's for you.
Dude, you ate all of this already. Freaking nasty.
Okay, here. No, look. Randy, you know what these are?
Yeah, those are... How am I going to eat curry with chopsticks? I'm going to pick up the liquid?
What? Well, you can just drink out of it. You know what I mean? Here, Randy, figure it out. You know what I mean? I'm being a nice guy up here.
Can I throw this at you and
You
hurt
can. You absolutely can. We're having, wow, that was fantastic. I got javelined on air. We didn't expect that earlier here today. All right, listen, the darts, the javelins, the arrows, they're all being cast right now in this bounty. Don't do it, Randy. Keep it over there. Let's take a quick peek back inside the Triton Poker Plus app for a quick state of the union right now. Blinds exactly where they were, where we left off. However, 2 players no longer a part of the proceedings. So with 12 left, we have redrawn, and as you look at those 2 featured tables, anything in particular standing out for you, my friend?
Because we're playing a bounty format, you want to know where all of the short stacks are. So the blue table is the better table of the 2. Andreanov is sitting on 11 big blinds, Gang on 18. And she's got a massive amount of chips that covers everyone. He's loving life.
Yeah, 3.4 million in front of him. Just a couple of blinds back of Alex Foxen. And, you know, having the big stack here, forgive the obvious, but it's so much more valuable than having it in a normal tournament. You know what I mean? With these 40K envelopes, as we touched on, you know, if you want to get another glimpse at these payouts, still being so important relative to the money being earned right now when you bust, that's where the eyes are cast. That's where the focus is. And, of course, for everybody in the chat, it would seem, as per usual, their focus is on the guy they call the GOAT, Phil Ivey, who's out there, hasn't really tussled or got involved yet, but, of course, it's not as though this format is lost on him. He's going to be hunting as well. Currently sitting 5th in chips, 1.7 million. The average stack, 33 bigs, and that's right about where Ivey finds himself. So a little north of midfield in that position. Guerra, who Sergio called out yesterday after winning the main of Spain, sitting in 6th. And, man, there is a lot of talent out there and a lot of entertainment potentially as well. I'm looking at Nacho Barbero, who has worked his way into a 3rd place stack. So we're not far removed from getting things back underway here in the 30K PLO Bounty Quattro. 10 seconds before we get it back down into the room. Shout out to all of you who are streaming us live, by the way. Let us know where you're watching from. Maybe we'll do a little bit of a roll call as we get things going once more.
And shout out to the curry.
Yeah, no, you didn't. You showed the curry no love, Randy. You know? Would you sooner starve than eat my leftover beef curry?
Look, I'll just say this. If I actually hated you, I would have threw that curry all over you. So there's some love still.
You know what's crazy? As mad as I would have been if you did just hurl the entire curry onto me at the desk, I would have respected the hell out of that as just comedic gold. And then I would have sent you a dry cleaning bill.
I have one. He has one, and that's it. It's weird. Final 2 tables.
So fast action still in play, guys? Hold.
Hot.
175. Hold.
Raise and take for Don as things get back underway.
Parsonen's looking cozy.
He always is, isn't he? He's got these. It almost looks like I don't know if you've ever seen a water polo match, but when they jump out of the pool, they put on these extra, like, cozy-looking, huge trench coats with, like, the fleece lining.
Did you say water polo? Is that the game where you say Marco?
No, Randy. Much like how you conflated Princess Bride and Runaway Bride yesterday in movie discussion. Water polo is a sport. Marco Polo is a child's game played in a pool.
I've only played one of the 2.
I don't know if you could describe it as playing, but in a former life, on a sports show, I was actually put into a water polo pool against one of the better teams in the country during a practice as goalie. And I took one to the face, and I almost drowned. Top set here is Queen 5-4 deuce is effectively drowning against Daniel. Dusty Gutter, and Ivy's going to ask questions here, given that this one was limp pre. Credit to Daniel for coaxing this bet.
Yeah, Ivy has incentive to semi-bluff because he has the covering stack. Set of tens could potentially play this one fast. Let's go with check call.
Ace on the turn, by the way, is there something about the ace of spades where it has to be 360'd before we put it up there? That's the second time I've seen that. Daniel. Laying rope to Ivy. No bite there from the veteran. Jack on the end is slightly pesky.
Yeah, a couple of straights come in. You know, obviously the 9-7 was already there, but now we got Queen 9 and King Queen to worry about.
That we do.
There still could be some value to be had with the set of tens. There are two pairs you could charge. Slips it over to Ivy, who's playing Queen 5 high, and he checks it back.
So he took one shot at it on the flop. Is that cracked out Cookie Monster with a banana on Daniel's hoodie there? I mean, I don't know how else to describe it, but it looks like Cookie's been burning it at both ends. He may have been at a EDM festival of some sort.
Yeah, he definitely wasn't sneaking late at night, grabbing all the fortune cookies out of the
closet. Well, Gilbert Go in the chat is saying, if Triton is not streaming the short deck, I'm going to resubmit my survey and give all negative comments. Well, guess what, Gilbert? We don't need to worry about you doing that because we are covering the short deck. All of it, by the way. So rest assured that your enthusiasm for the game will not go dissatisfied.
Also, only one survey per person, please.
You know, Randy, hang on a sec. If you want to submit 10 positive surveys, you know, things that contain passages, you know, such as, I love the commentary, or Randy's Chinese is terrific. I'm not going to stop you.
I'm okay with.
And if you're wondering what we're talking about, exclamation point survey in the chat. We'll produce a link that will allow you to give us feedback and help craft this broadcast the way you see fit. Meanwhile, the fit for Parsonen is a double gutter on a King 5-3 board after he defended his big blind. Greenwood the opener with Queen 10, 9, 5.
Thank you very much.
I believe it was limped pre, by the way. Forgive me, I was a bit distracted, but looking at the pot size, clearly that's the case. Greenwood, nothing more than a pair of fives on the flop, did check back. You see Ellis finding a queen high flush draw as well as a 7. Way out in front now, and he's going to grab chips like he knows it.
Here's the 135K bet. Winner.
Well, shout out to Dan in Vancouver, who is suggesting, Randy, that you show my curry some love. Just for the record.
What's up, Dan?
Kiwi Special in Wellington. Good to have you with us. Miles in Argentina says it's 2 a.m. here. I don't need to tell you who he's rooting for. He says, Vamos, Nachito.
Will
Too
this
Fat
box
Matt
work
in
for
Houston.
my cards as well?
Yeah, I think it's up.
Okay. This is easier.
Houston's a good place to be, by the way, if we are,
Thank you.
you know, indeed, as Matt's screen name suggests, quote, fat. Because, you know, everything's bigger in Texas.
Texas
Fit right in.
barbecue.
You would actually look anorexic in Houston. Randy, people would walk up and be like, son, have you eaten?
Just gonna stuff some.
They'd be worried about you. They'd be
burgers
trying to
and
take
hot
it,
dogs
yeah,
in you,
burger,
yeah.
barbecue, something.
Brisket.
brisket.
You sound like Homer Simpson for a second.
Coach Greenwood back in the mix again as a limper. Ivy comes aboard. Parsonen, half price. And Andreanov says, okay. I know you guys are all looking at my 470, you vultures.
They're salivating that he's involved.
Sure. 6 trade deuce and a couple of clubs. Ellis looking back and realizing he does have a gut shot and a king high flush draw.
Yeah, very strong draws. And he has backdoor hearts working.
But look at Ivy. Randy, top set and a gutter of his own.
Yeah, look at Elis. He's leading out mainly because he wants to kind of get Andreanov to kind of stick chips in there with a lead. Now, tables have turned because Ivy is the one that's hunting the bounty of Elis. I'd be surprised if he doesn't raise in the spot. Just calls. Okay. Looking for a safe turn card, and that's not it.
No, a jack of clubs, putting the front door flush on board and putting Elias Parsonen in front.
Definitely possible for Elis to still bet his flush. You tend to bet your strongest flushes, so ace highs and king highs, and you would probably go smallish sizing to put like 2 pairs in a tricky spot or straights, which are drawing very slim or not at all.
Parsonen dialing up another barrel. This time he goes north by 35K versus the flop sizing to 160. I mean, this is a nice price for a set of sixes.
Of course, he's getting the right price to call and try to bink the full house.
Okay, so the ace of spades 360 is definitely a thing here.
It's just edge sorting.
Board failing to pair is obviously deeply disappointing to the set of sixes, which have their concerns and will be facing presumably another barrel as we see Parsonen in the foreground reaching down for a time bank for the time being. Not going to be expecting Ivy to be trapping with the nuts here, so all in is announced.
Yeah, this sixes isn't looking too great now, but then there's also the prospect is, what if my opponent's bluffing and I can pick up a bounty here?
I mean, how often would you expect that Parsonen would be willing to take this line without having a set of sixes beat? I mean, what? Ivy unblocks clubs entirely, Randy. It just...
Yeah, I would say it's unlikely. Because there's more incentive for Ivy to call down because of the bounty aspect. Plus, Elis didn't leave a chip back, which a lot of players like to do. I don't know if that means anything. But if Elis hasn't been consistent with that, you know, I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to entice Ivy to call a bit more by putting his whole stack in there. It's a very small thing. You definitely want a club blocker if you're Ivy to consider calling here.
Still giving it a think. Obviously, the prospects of the $40,000 plus the 1.42 together make it slightly more appealing, but in terms of just the hand, this would be an ambitious bluff catch.
Yeah, and PLO is just so much more likely your opponent can hit flushes and in no limit hold them.
I mean, maybe aces up with the dry ace of clubs comes to mind as a possibility. As you see Ivy with the old school veteran move there, moving his chips around, trying to get some sort of reaction out of Parsonen.
Let's check one more stack.
He's so good at this, by the way. And to be fair, Parsonen pretty good at not giving off anything. He knows his hand is good. Although it would be one of the most savage things in the history of Pot Limit Omaha if Ivy tank called with an ace-high flush. You would have to really have a personal beef with someone to go through multiple time banks in an all-in and then say call and show them the nuts.
You're laughing a little bit too hard at this hypothetical scenario.
The
It would
mischief.
never happen.
It would be insane.
It just would never happen at
You
Triton.
might mess around and just get punched. It's just like a response to that, by the way. Not here at Triton, but, you know, your local card room. Are you surprised, by the way, that Ivy is given this to think that he is?
I am, and I believe it's because of the bounty aspect. Otherwise, if there was no bounty on the line that he could collect, he probably would have pitched it already. He's trying to convince himself to call, but his gut knows it's likely a fold. Sometimes the brain and the gut, they conflict. This has got to be one of the deepest tanks I've seen Ivy do at a Triton stop.
Yeah, I confess I don't really know. It almost feels like I'm missing something. You know, clearly Ivy is not burning these time banks for no reason.
And on the flop, Elis's lead was with 4 players still in the pot.
That's a great point. He bet 125 flop, 160 on the turn when the flush completed, and then 600 the entire clip on the end. Folding sets in long deck. This is tough to do, but in Pot Limit Omaha, slightly more standard in such situations. This is extraordinary. I mean, you could fit a blue whale into this tank.
He's not done thinking about it.
I mean, listen, we know Parsonen is capable, but would this be a line in a situation where he would produce something other than the clubs? The only thing, like I talked about, is the aces up with the dry ace of clubs, maybe, but I just don't know.
It just doesn't seem like it would make sense for him to lead some of those kind of combos on the flop into so many players. I just think he always has it in this spot.
Well, the thing is, Ivy is removing 4-5 from the range, right? Mm-hmm. So if we know he didn't flop the straight against us, we're really just placing him into the does he have clubs or not category, and strictly that.
You need to think about a hand that's willing to lead into multiple players as a bluff that somehow is able to bet turn and river. Like a naked ace of clubs, I don't think it's just leading the flop here without some other reasons to bet, which usually would be kind of a made hand. Maybe it's like 2 pair or something. I don't know. Just story doesn't really add up to kind of want to see a bluff in Elis's shoes.
Oh,
He
my
makes a
goodness.
call. Gonna get shown the flush.
He always knew it was either clubs or nothing at all, I think, in terms of where Parsonen was going to be. I'm speechless, Randy. You know, I'm having a little bit of trouble. You know, it's one of the most absurd things that you could ever feel as though you're doing from here in a commentary booth, which is questioning anything about a Phil Ivey play. The guy is a GOAT.
Yeah,
and it isn't from the critical standpoint that I'm doing it. It's almost from like the intellectually curious. Like, I want to understand what exactly was going on in his mind. Like I said, it feels as though we were missing something about what was being taken into consideration there.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I suppose Ivy just kind of, he just made a mistake. I mean, even the best, right? They get it wrong sometimes.
I mean, listen, trying to bat 1,000 out there in these streets is an absurd pursuit. But I confess, calling Parsonen on the river didn't feel like it was going to be a promising outcome.
I think the biggest data point in that hand that Ivy might have overlooked was the lead into multiple players from Parsonen. That really should have defined that it was very unlikely he was being bluffed in that spot.
Well, you know what we overlooked, by the way, and that Miles in the YouTube chat has pointed out to us, Randy?
Go ahead.
Nacho Barbero, he won this event last year and famously had some words with Jan-Peter Jachmann, who was at the final table of that one. It's the moment that brought us the infamous Nick Schulman Nacho Barbero impression at the desk. So Nachito, in terms of storylines, the opportunity to go back-to-back in this Bounty Quattro here in Jeju. Ivy on the back end of that one, bruised. Limping Queen Jack 9-7 offsuit from the cutoff. Double suited ace in the big for Don. Chooses to check.
Just briefly, just for 20.
King 10-4. One heart. Don checks. Wrap for Ivy. Barrel's 60, and I think case closed.
Case definitely closed.
Well, chips flowing in the correct direction once more for Phil Ivey. Breakfast flowing in the direction of Bad Leech out in Germany, who's soaking up the stream over the first meal of the day. Good to have you with us. Incredible out in Bangladesh, a regular presence. Marky saying hello to you, Satoshi Nanonoko.
Oh, you found me, guys.
Brent, by the way, pointing out, you know, earlier, Daniel's hoodie. We're trying to figure out what was going on there. That's the Andy Warhol banana. You know, as much as I like to think that we're cultured up here, and by we I mean me, Randy, just given that you've been raised in a cave by wolves, I confess I slept on that one. And by the way, that one, you know I love you, buddy. But Runaway Bride and Princess Bride was one of the most epic mix-ups in the history of our pop culture discrepancies up here at the booth. It's I confess I go down these paths and come up what some might think is disappointed. Nothing disappointed for Shining Don, by the way. Ace, Ace, Queen 5 here. Mostly because it's so incredibly endearing to learn these little things about you, Randy, each and every festival.
I think you've learned enough this festival.
No, come on. We still got a few more days.
No, you wait for Montenegro, all right? You're on my hit list.
You mean like greatest hits?
Greatest hits.
Andrianov. One of those with a target on his back. Alongside Ivy. Two shortest stacks at this table. You really do have to be disciplined about the hands you're willing to enter pots with once
Sam,
you get down
He has 2 black chips here.
Yeah.
into that huntable
Thank you.
stack depth, Randy, just because you expect that a lot of heat is going to come your way or a lot of players are going to get involved.
Yeah, definitely need to be very aware of the stack sizes at the table.
Yeah, tighten up your ranges a little bit too. 9-5 trade deuce for Greenwood, blind versus blind. Neither party thrilled with this board. King 4 with Daniels playing.
Could potentially bet this flop if he expects a 10x to attack him quite a bit, especially because Daniel is covered by Greenwood, so a 10x would want to start a pot to set up 3 streets. Nice clearance from the 4.
Tidy little pickup for Daniel Ging. Looking at his Triton resume, has only ever joined us in Jeju. This is his first career cash in his 6th ever Triton event. He played 3 times, all PLO last year here. And this is his 3rd, pardon me, effort this year.
Yeah,
As we mentioned, his first cash, but just how juicy will that cash be? TBD.
Is that stack of blues 19? Yeah.
That one is, I think.
Okay, so I think we have. Okay, we have the exact same amount of blue chips.
1.00 exactly. Well,
Yeah.
Gavin Andrianov, he's super
that
short.
number is very, very
Got
accurate.
Suited king.
Yep.
Kings. Yeah, here we go. Ulysses.
Ripping it in there
Loving
over
this.
the top of Parsonen's Open.
you
And of
just
course, as you mentioned, Randy,
The
Ellis is
action every hand, so long as
durable
we-
enough to give him a
that's
spin.
right,
His
so-
clubs will be blockers.
Now
Call
you,
it.
you cover me.
And we're off to the races.
All in the call.
Kings. No. What do you have? Don't joke.
He chose ace first.
PLO players are just different, man.
The best of hearts and clubs. I don't know.
Ellis reaching over to help himself to
No.
a squeeze of Andrianov's hand, which was just turned up as a single king.
And
then he turned up the single ace. A million in the middle. Gavin's back up against the wall. Jack 8-4 board. Still plays the kings, and those kings still lead.
6 of hearts.
But you see the inside straight draw, ace or a 5 rather. The problems that could present themselves now add 7s,
I don't mind. You can have that one.
add 6s, add 3s. Can Andrianov hold?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, he can.
How much?
That pre-flop reveal was pretty funny. Reminds me of those Chinese poker games we played. It's like, oh, do you got 2 pair? Oh, full house, slow roll.
You know, for those that might be wondering what Randy's referring to, when he and I, along with the rest of our Triton crew, including Henry Kilbana Manjaro and producer James Dempsey, went over to handle commentary duties as a package for the World Series of Poker Europe in Rosvadov, I thought that bonding experience would be after each day's commentary was done at our team hotel. We could engage in some low-stakes Chinese poker. I added somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 to 70 points to my blood pressure on a nightly basis, courtesy of Randy never being able to score his own hand, always finding the jokers, and always slow rolling you. No matter what you had, he had one better. It really was, honestly, like the 8th wonder of the world, Randy, you in those Chinese poker streets. And yes, I know, I owe all of you money. I have it all down on the sheets. We're going to have to play another session.
That's my favorite. I've got 2 pair. Queens and queens.
It's a true story. Randy was dirty like that. By the way, in a double joker Chinese game, to produce 2 pair on the bottom, which I did on multiple occasions, is pretty tough. Randy's bottom of range was straight flush, generally. Ace, king, king, 4. Toward the top of the range is Andreanoff, and now working with a more durable stack. Doubling through Parsonen. He starts this one with 17 bigs, let's call it. Ivy down to sub 10. Looks like Ellis is ready for round 2. Sharing the king and the 4. Not great for him. And the spade coverage for Gavin, who's performing incredibly well pre-flop. Jack 4 deuce, though. Parsonen has found top 2 for the lead.
Cool. All in cool.
This is amazing for Parsonen. He has the covering stack.
What's the last card?
So I believe that Parsonen checked, and Andreanoff was the one that actually declared the all-in. Parsonen would obviously make the call. Okay, I'm being told it was 510,000 from Gavin, and then the all-in from Ellis. So regardless of the way we got here, here we are in a 2.2 million chip pot.
Good card.
Queen of spades on the turn, and things are getting a little interesting. Can Andreanoff down the jacks and 4s? You see all the cards that'll do it right there on your screen. Aces, kings, queens, 10s, and of course, deuces to counterfeit the jacks up. And Gavin is going to double once again through Parsonen, who is reeling down the leaderboard.
So, Elis, let me pass this big target on my back onto you.
Mm-hmm.
Because Elis is down to 325,000 in chips, good for 5 bigs. Andreanoff, very healthy now, up to 2.2 million. Flip it over.
What have we here? Limp pot in progress. Nacho, the party starter, under the gun. Foxen clicked accept on the Evite.
There's a Nacho limp up front. Foxen over limp on the button. Chidwick,
Ellis lost a fish one
double suited ace in the small.
to Gavin.
See, they're all looking at Andres Nemes micro stack in the big, and Chidwick's like, all right, I'm going to raise this up.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, because obviously if Chidwick doesn't raise it, we are perhaps thinking it's more likely that Nemeth will get in there and provide that bounty overlay. But he does shut Andras out of the pot with this raise to 200,000 from the small blind.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Raised from
Chip
Chidwick.
leader coaching is in.
Jack 6-5, as both Nacho and Foxen would make the call. Chidwick has himself top pair and a gut shot. A couple of backdoor flush draws. Barbero's queens. Technically in front, but as you can see, the equity lies with Chidwick. Foxen with a dusty gut shot. Pair of 5s and backdoor flushes of his own. Stevie.
Fucking jack
Just
of
dump
diamonds.
720
Not
out
like
there.
this.
Clears Nacho
I had
and
queen-
Alex.
I had queen, queen, king with diamonds. What a scam.
You folded queens.
Yes.
Wow.
I folded queens. Wow, what a fall.
Wow. Stevie just has like ace, king, jack, 9. Right? Tell them about it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm on the middle, bro. I cannot do anything. I had king, queen, deuce, one suit. Nice hand, Stevie. My mom, she's texting me right now. How proud she is.
What?
You know, me playing
Nacho going to the greatest hits.
Of me too.
Foxen sizing up the state of affairs behind him.
It's mainly looking at Andres'
Yep.
stack.
Red one. So just do your thing first.
Definitely a lot of reason to just raise to try to make sure Chidwick doesn't come along and hope that Andres does have a hand that he can push in the macro stack. That is what he does go for, 3x. Chidwick on double suited with position. Guess he's probably going to overcall. No, it's going to lay it down.
Boy, look at Nemeth. Do you broaden the ranges of your opposition as he does lay down the ace-queen 4-3? Or do you narrow them when they open in such situations where they know that you're possibly going to hop in?
It depends on the chip stack of the opener. The deeper they are, then the more widen.
Different hands than king 9-3 deuce or something.
Well, there is a tipping point at which the bounties become less the focal point.
Anybody on this festival. I was with 5 lines all the time, 10, 5.
We're not there yet. We are at the other feature now. Gorgeous one for Daniel.
Little Limpsky.
Trying to set the trap ski. Parson and no bite. King, queen, queen, 8. Gavin happy to check back. $240 in the middle, 3 amigos. 9-7-6. Daniel with the overpair and the club draw. 2 checks in front of him.
Daniel has the best piece, although it's not like something he would be doing backflips with.
No, especially versus both blinds. Even when they do check, they could still be all over this one. Boy, you love seeing that when you put the 80K forward as Daniel. And I've been calling him Daniel largely, Randy, because I've been struggling to come up with a comfortable pronunciation of the surname. But producer James has stepped in, outsourcing culpability for this to Google to advise Jing would be the...
Jing.
That kind of checks out. It seems like maybe a spelling we're not accustomed to, but definitely a surname we are.
I like it.
I like the scarf too, by the way. Now, just before you guys all think that we're blasting AC down onto this feature table and freezing everybody, the scarves, or as Mario Mosbach likes to use, the hoodies, things that kind of wrap up the neck have become very en vogue in the super high roller streets. Just in an effort to abscond one's pulse.
Let's fight. Dreamy scenario for Gavin.
Yeah.
Short stack is opening. Gets a repop with aces for clearance. And obviously aces is doing much better than ace, king, king 3.
690. Where's the 690?
Nothing you can do with the 9-6-5 deuce badoogie. Wrong game.
Push some chips forward.
Wrong timing, by the way, for Ellis once it gets back around to him. Last 55 in there, and he's thinking, what do I got to do to win a pot against this guy? Kings versus aces, I ain't doing great. You see the incredulity on Parsonen's face.
This is the third time these two have been all
Yeah.
in.
And Gavin's just mangled him on the prior 2 occasions. Parsonen on his feet. Can't blame him. He does have clubs cooking. Maybe he pops a wheelie with the ace tray. And Trayanov's 5, interfering with that. Queen, Jack 4. Parsonen, Broadway draw. 10 or the king, the only cards that work. Six outer doesn't come in on the turn. Will the river offer relief? Will the fin fight on? No.
Safe travel.
That's it. Realist. This festival is done.
You know, I've been in that spot there as Ivy, where you handed that guy that big pot, and then you watch him give all your chips to someone else so you can't get them back from him. Not that Ivy's thinking, oh, I've got this fish pumped up, so like I want the chips to stay there so I can win them back from him. But, you know, the transitive nature of one stack as you track it is a thing. Or maybe it's just a thing for me, because I'm a nutbag. Meanwhile, nothing nuts about choosing to open up a WPT Global account. Download their app, use the promo code Jeju, get yourself a $1,500 deposit match. Why do we direct you in this direction? Well, of course, because you can win passport dollars and then use them to buy into not just our next 25K WPT Global Slam, but all future Triton events. Don't hesitate. Make your move to WPT Global, the online home of the World Poker Tour. Under the gun limp from Foxen.
They keep trying to set up Nemeth like, come on, just get in there. It's so cheap, just one big blind.
This is a lot of here kitty kitty, isn't it?
A little 7-5-4-4 double for Nemeth.
Is it enough?
He's rubbing the hands.
Blinds are eating him alive. 150 in orbit. He just has 285 back, and he's asking himself whether or not I'm going to find something that's going to perform better than this in the handful of free hands that remain.
I mean, he would have to win this against multiple opponents. He is going to go for it.
Yeah.
And he's probably hoping Foxen repops it to push out Stevie.
So this 285 has a $40,000 cut of meat tethered to it. And let's see what these jackals
285.
are thinking. Of course, Danny with the ace king jack tray and the nut clubs
Do I get this force for asking that question or no?
is a candidate.
Yeah, he's thinking about re-isolating this to get potential bounty heads up. It would be very expensive for Foxen and Chidwick to continue for a million plus pre-flop. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, this is nice as a find from Danny because he wants privacy. He doesn't want to allow these other two cheeky limps to take a swing for cheap at the bounty. And that is very well executed from Danny.
And it's an amazing spot for Nemeth because he's on a coin flip and he got a couple extra big blinds into the pot.
Yep.
Because he opted to go for pot pre.
Now, on one hand, the presence of other stacks in there does create an added proposition for Nemeth in terms of quadrupling potentially. But you're fighting against 8 more cards in aggregate in that spot. Whereas here, he's just squaring off with, believe it or not, 52% equity against Danny's hand. 8-7 tray, and that figure grows to 63%. Just a 3 dangler and backdoor clubs.
6, what do you have? You have a straight. No,
for
no
Danny.
6. No 6. Ace. Ace of heart. No
I
one
knew it
folds
too.
ace
I
of
was
heart,
gonna
right?
limp. I was gonna limp. I knew it. This was
Don't have me dead on the turn. It'd be very uninteresting. Okay.
That's the lead.
Now do whatever you want. It's fair.
Far from death. How about life? Nemeth demoralized by the arrival of the king that puts him behind and in need of a 4, 6, or 7 to keep his seat. Here in the bounty Quattro.
GG, man.
Deuce of hearts ain't gonna cut it. So the Hungarian, always rated to be among the first out the door, did find some mini ladders
Take it myself.
after being the shortest stack in the room. For Nemeth, you'll have to settle for an 11th place finish. A 5K ladder over the top of the $36,000 acquired by Parsonen, who was out in 12th.
It's a nice payday for Danny Tang.
Yeah, 40K picked up along with the pelt. By the way, not to be slept on, Andreanov picked up 40K when he showered Parsonen.
True.
Okay, now I'm even for this one.
10
A
remaining.
little bit. But I've still got 600K to make back from. Yeah.
from the main.
From 4 in the main, 4 in the 50K. Messed up. I had to win this and win a couple of bounties to get even from PLO.
Wow.
You had a
Danny
piece of Punat?
I was
had
up
his
maybe
ledger
It's an open ledger. It's on the
400K from
blockchain.
Poland.
deeply sullied
Did he well in
in the main and the 50K. You heard him
Both.
confess it was a 4-bullet
I cashed
affair
the two. Well, I cashed both 150, 125, 1 bullet.
in both the 100K PLO main and then the 50K PLO for a total of $600,000 in investment with no ROI. But I think you mentioned he's slightly in the black for the festival
You have 265.
as of that bounty collection.
It's a little off for me.
Chidwick, by the way, Queen 997 double has activated his stack.
You have less or more?
Slightly less.
Okay, you cover me those though.
2.7. I cover.
So this table no
Trying to do it,
longer
so-
has short stacks. Shortest stack is 25 big blinds. So it's going to be
They
a
always do one
bit more
more,
normal.
okay.
in terms
Yeah.
of ranges.
The bounty hunting is going to be put on pause. And I don't think that Chidwick's affinity for this holding is going to be put on pause. He's got the club redraw with the king high straight. Bang up board for him. Top pair, nothing further for Foxen. Has checked it over. I don't know if you caught the dialogue there between the two of them, but very, very concerned they were with who has who covered, because, of course, that's one of the most important things to keep an eye on in this bounty format.
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference. It could, change how you size accordingly. That hand uneventful.
I just had a stack too high.
Barbero wants to get in the mix. That's not going to cut it. Well, Guerra is Spanish for war. And Latado is ready for a scrum. With ace-jack 8-8, Chidwick, however, has a sharpened spear in the big.
Yeah, I'm going to expect him to repot, given it's double
Where's the
suited
next
kings.
series?
Covering stack, and it is the shortest stack
maybe
at
go
this
to
table. By
poker go, but
repotting it, it
don't
allows
think
him
so.
to
Probably just
get
one.
after that bounty.
You? APT?
Yeah, there's a couple of choices. There's like a Korean poker tour here, which is new, but then during the series, there's like really good cash games. So
Here?
yeah,
Like what?
it's like a new brand. So
Like what?
the,
What is
the
it?
owner of the casino is like owns it. So
3-bet to 660.
it's like that basically, and then people come support him because we all know him pretty well. He plays cash
Guerra
games. And then
digging
What he
in with
plays?
this one.
hold 'em,
Oh,
hold 'em or squid.
His is the covered stack.
big.
Big.
Are you surprised that Latado would hang in for this
100K
price? I mean, it's a pretty significant
Oh,
But squid is like
chunk of his
big.
stack.
So
massive.
then,
Yeah,
you're
pair
like
suited
1.5 a
ace.
day.
There's the ace.
Yeah,
then
and it's
there's
not the
APT
card that
Taiwan,
we really wanted to see for Chidwick.
Taiwan.
We can see
Oh,
worlds
this
in
one?
which somebody that's willing to
Yeah,
open and then
but
call
You should
the
consider if
3-bet
you're going to Taiwan. It's pretty good.
is going to have an
Never
ace
been
in
to that.
hand, which
Yeah.
presents
I might
problems
say
to
an
these
ace
two
and go.
kings. Gut shot Broadway draw for Stevie.
Why? What do you think is a good option for me?
Well, it depends on your commitments, isn't it? If you have no commitments,
Oh, but it's not at the same kind of time of Monaco.
Monaco, no. Monaco's like
Chidwick
right
with the
before
bet, full pot.
Montenegro, right? So no.
And Guerra makes the call.
King.
So Stevie's bounty hunting effort right now not going so hot. As you can see, up against a man with 69% of the equity.
Ace, jack, 8-8.
For Guerra, the call is a little bit dicey. Far from a given that his hand is going to be good when they're face up. But it's good right now and looking to avoid kings and queens on the turn. In an over 3 million chip pot.
Wow.
8 on the turn, and he upgrades to a set. But note that it actually downgrades.
Like a good one for him, but it's terrible.
Yeah, in terms of the number of outs that it gives Chidwick, who has picked up the club draw. But he does not find the puppy foot king or queen on the
How you
end.
feeling?
Black
So
card.
Latado
8:30.
enters the arena and comes out victorious.
The thing about staying in Asia is like you don't have a girlfriend, right?
No.
So the problem with that is like you might feel like you're by yourself. I don't know.
Why?
You have team. You have you have the media team with you, right?
No.
I was thinking about going to Bali. Yeah, I don't know. Where you go? Oh, you don't know yet.
I haven't decided. I mean, I'll go back to Malaysia for sure. Then there's a chance I come back here or I go to Taiwan. Either one or two. I need to go back and play some pickleball first. Lose some weight.
Ooh, Danny in the pickleball streets. I confess I've recently caught the bug
It's fun.
back in Vegas. It is fun. You played it too, Randy?
Yeah, I played quite a bit, yeah.
You know they have tennis courts. You play paddle as well?
That's a little bit too much athleticism for me.
Randy and I kind of cap out at table tennis and pickleball. It's because, we're committed to sitting on our behinds and calling the action for all of you out there. So blame yourselves if you're upset at how out of shape we are. Meanwhile, Andreanov to be blamed for this pot costing 210,000. We can see why, as he would point the finger at ace, king, 9. Ivy points himself toward top pair here, just 235 back, and he's going to stuff it in there. Gavin's going to go bounty hunting, already claimed Parsonen's pelt.
This one's a coin flip. We've got pair draw, 2-pair draw, gut shot. Backdoor hearts not working for Ivy.
Turn presents the double gut shot now. 5s, 9s. Those are paths he can travel. 10, 7, 6, or 4 would do the trick as well. A lot of ways for Ivy to keep his seat here in an almost million chip pot. The Jack of Diamonds, however, is not among them. As he wraps the felt with fervor. But the flame is extinguished. And
More money for you,
Andreanov,
Gavin.
Yeah, another $40,000 pickup there. Well, the chat definitely had a big, long chew in terms of debate and discussion about what was the more impactful pot played. Granted, that one there, given it was the official demise of Ivy, can't be overlooked, but it was not the biggest one that he played. That was the call against Parsonen with the set of 6s. So GG's, Philip, Jerome, Ivy. $41,000 going his way. Rest of the field, by the way, even though they didn't get to snack on the envelope, they are going to snack on a 9K pay ladder there.
Do you really have me covered by 5?
Top 9, guaranteed 50K. Blinds go up to 40, 80, and 80.
6, 1, yeah, 1025.
Oh, I think I have the same, no?
Yeah, maybe you do the same too. They might just not.
Yes.
No.
Got him.
I mean, it's fine. These two should just like sit out a hand and let us flip for each other.
Yeah.
Collect the 40, get, you know.
Super plus EV.
Yeah.
If it falls to our blind, we should just blind all. What?
480.
Oh no, because I'll be the
Yeah. Yeah, please blind
Battle
all,
cry
yeah.
from Shinhwa.
Button stage, right?
No battlers.
Why won't they play with me?
Maybe because he's the overall chip leader. Randy? That's the bounty that's unavailable to anybody in the room right now. Andreanov, by the way, moves to second in chips overall after getting rid of Ivy. Guerra, who we saw make the big double through Chidwick, third in chips. And it is Daniel Jing who is the leanest stack in the room. Coach Greenwood not far in front of him. In fact, by our count, 1,025,000 in front of each of those two. And then Chidwick and Barbero in turn run 7th and 6th with the average currently 2.2 million, 28 bigs, 30K PLO bounty action from here at the Landing Casino in Jeju, South Korea. Final day of 4-card.
So with that elimination of Ivy, that means that Gavin has won his last 4 all-ins.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't all come with envelopes.
No.
But he spun it up to a point where the back half of them did.
Say it's a good day for Gavin.
Sure. Eventual champion this one, by the way, is going to pick up a cool $500,000 and change. 340,000 for second. Ali Najad, Randy Liu, bringing you this coverage. Down to a champ today, and then we will turn our attention to the first of the short deck events, as just a few days remain here in Jeju.
Man, it's going to be fun as we thin the deck later today.
You know, I confess, not since the last time you and I talked short deck, I believe here in Jeju, have I polished up on the game. So, you know, we might have a little bit of rust.
There's going to be some rest for me. I didn't get to commentate on that short deck last time, and it's been a while. But it'll be fun. We got a new variant kind of twinkled in. We'll touch on that later when short deck does show up.
Well, Gavin showing up yet again in the small blind. And when he's willing to open into the boss stack, you know he's supposed to mean business. Ace, king, and a couple of threes. No suits for Don. Double suited king 10, 6, 4.
Double suited properties is nice. Very loosely connected, though, in terms of straights abilities. He does have the covering snack and position is very important in a game like Omaha.
Can we ever go ham as the boss stack here and just repot it, expecting that Gavin would have to be so respectful?
Probably not, because Gavin shouldn't be open raising with such a healthy stack into the chip leader with dust. So you're just inflating for no reason.
Queen Jack 7, an open ender for Don.
Yeah, the nice thing about this open ender, it's drawing to the nuts. So he could potentially bet. He will check.
So the boys treading lightly here. Gavin does have the Broadway gutty. Oh, and he finds a set of threes in very sneaky fashion on the turn. Backdoor spade draw
Those are your
on the board. Non-issue, of course.
They're not mine.
They're not yours?
Shinhwa Don actually picks up
I
a
know
gut
these
shot
are mine.
as well. Very disguised 5. Could do the job. Big bet.
560,000.
So with the addition of that little gutter for Don, one wonders what his sentiments are going to be about this 560K bet.
Yeah, it's interesting. It kind of feels like if he hits the Broadway straight, it might be hard to get paid off. Some outs aren't clean as they bring in another spade. He's going to try to hit it.
Now it's getting a little bit serious. 1.7 in the middle, and Drayanov well ahead. And he stays there as Don is able to come up with nothing more than a lowly pair of sixes when it's all said and done.
Yeah, this is quite a good river card for Andreanov. Only 5-4 gets there. You can still value bet against like 2 pairs. It's just whether he thinks he'll get more EV from betting himself or checking in deuce from like a busted straight and spade type of hand. He is going to do the betting. Just hope his opponent's got a piece, but Shinhwa Don's got nothing.
Yeah, this one's all done.
Is he going to bleed into a time bank with this hand? I'm surprised. Is he going to do a miracle and turn his 4 blocker into a bluff?
I was just going to say,
4?
it's the only thing that could be sort of going through his mind here. How much momentum is the hamster on the wheel going to come up with? Multiple time banks now being used. The problem is for me, Randy, I don't get the vibe of this being a man who is contemplating whether or not to jam from Gavin's perspective, which would require him to have the 4-5, really. I mean, that's what the statement would be in the line taken.
I mean, is he reading into Gavin's bet sizing as weakness potentially? 1 million into 1.68?
He can never just call, though. Let's just get this out here.
Of course. No, he's not. If he's calling, that would be insane. I think this is just jam or fold from his point of view.
I'm going to spontaneously combust if this man were to click call.
That's a...
No, this is folding posture for sure. Yeah. So maybe he was thinking about it. We've all been there, though, Randy. You know, we have this moment where we realize perhaps something glorious is available, but the deeper you get into the tank as you try to muster up the courage, the less promising you feel like the decision is going to be because you've compromised your credibility.
Exactly.
So Sonny on hand to explain that
Play the same number of hands as them, or what?
It's one round.
nine-handed
Number of random hands. In order to
with
don't
5 and 4 players. They will be moving a player back and forth to ensure equal opportunities at the bounties and at 5-handed play versus 4-handed play, where the blinds do gobble you up a little bit faster.
A-K-J-T.
What are we learning our alphabet? Randy?
I'm not very close, am I?
Didn't you say you had to do a DUI test one time? And they asked you
Not a
the
DUI.
alphabet?
No.
What was it?
Oh, I don't drive under the influence. bro.
No, but still you could end up being asked to conduct a field sobriety test, Randy.
Well, it wasn't me.
No, that wasn't you? Sure it wasn't you?
Pretty sure I can.
They asked me to do the alphabet backwards one time, and I don't even drink.
Isn't that impossible?
No, I did it.
Z.
Don't
done.
do it.
I'm just done. It's like Y or X next. I have no idea.
TJKA.
Cover, yes.
Ace, queen, queen, 5.
I see what you
Kings,
did.
240. Feels like it's available for the calling here, but note that Greenwood has just 865 back. The ace is not suited. There is still the $500,000 up top to consider, so cautious procedures are the order of the day. Sam clicks call. 600K in the middle, and coach is going to flop middle set, but just get a look at what's working for Daniel. The Broadway wrap, top pair, the dry ace of spades.
This is worthy of a pot from Daniel.
Agreed.
Broadway wrap, top pair, top kicker, and of course Greenwood with mid set. It's going to come along.
Oh, for sure.
And they have similar stacks.
Okay, so pot declared. Verification here from coach, and he says all in.
I don't have
Let's
spades, I have a
spin.
jack
Okay, that's good.
Only not call.
Nervy. Set of queens here as coach plays for $2 million.
好一点点，一个大嘛，那就很有优势嘛。
This is a classic PLO collision here, Randy. The set
For real? Yeah.
versus the wrap.
Okay, no 8, no 8.
41% equity for Jing.
我也有 king。也有 king。
He wants that 40K bounty. The turn's not going to give it to him. Tension-filled river. Inbound. Can the set hold on? Yes, it can. So a beautiful double there for Coach Greenwood.
Coach Greenwood, you're hired.
Blowing the whistle on the wrap. I think Sam would actually make a hilarious coach. You know, like if you had him out on the football pitch on Sunday, you know, X's and O's on the whiteboard for the kids. All right, Joey, you're going to go to the orange slices, and you're going to bring us all back some. Jill, you're going to go to the Kool-Aid stand, and you're going to bring back a jug.
Oh, I thought we were talking about, like, real sports when we referred to him as Coach Greenwood. Didn't realize he was doing the summer program.
Have you just lobbed a salvo against a Sunday football pitch with the children? Are you alleging that that's not real sports,
No, Andy,
Randy?
so there's not a whole lot to fight for this hand.
We were talking about Kool-Aid
You too,
and
cool.
Tang.
That's as real as it gets, my man. You know what's a scam?
What?
In, quote, real sports, professional sports as you're regarding them. Those big Gatorade jugs, a lot of time they just have water in them.
Oh, that's a real scam.
It's a scam.
That's a scam.
For sure. Because you're out there thinking that, oh, I need the nectar of the gods in order to perform. And really, it's just the nectar of water.
Interesting spot here because Daniel Jing is forced all in the big blind.
Yeah, everyone drooling over potential $40,000 worth of bounty nectar.
Yeah, even Shining Don's in there with 9983.
Okay, now Greenwood has spun it up to $2 million here, Randy. King Jack Jack 10. He would love to have a private room as he attempts to strip Daniel of this 80,000
You know what the
and a
thing
40K bounty.
If he was to pot here,
Pot.
I was going to say, I don't really feel like he can rely on the limpers to fold that often. Yeah, you can see Andreanov snap calling the King 988.
And it's the flypaper effect where, you know, it isn't as though Shining Don's hand is worthwhile here, but the $40,000 plus the ability to close the action, take this one in position with the side pot brewing. These are the considerations. It's not pride in 9983 single that would motivate.
His hand is pretty bad.
Well, especially given that there's a 9 busy along with 2 8s in Gavin's hand.
Yeah, he's basically trying to rely on hitting a set if he comes along. His flush draw potential is very weak.
5, 6, 7 would be the dream.
All right, gamble.
Yeah. So as you suspected, Greenwood's pot unable to dispatch the opposition. So Jing with a very tasty shot at quadrupling in the main. Ace King 7-4 for him, not
Holy.
turning into much, but look at Coach. He's got the nutter butters. Set of 9s for Shining Don, though, as he found the case Nina.
Wow. What a dream spot for Greenwood. He inflated it pre-flop, flops the nutter butters, multiple opponents, potential bounty opportunity. You just bet and hope your opponent's got something that can pay off.
What you're really hoping is that, as we've come to learn, dreams can turn into nightmares pretty quickly in these PLO streets.
I don't really see how Shining Don can get away from his set of 9s because he actually covers Greenwood and Jing, so he has a potential for a double bounty with a set which has good equity no matter what.
That's actually an excellent point, not to be overlooked.
25.
A second envelope is the proposition for Don, and for that matter for Andreanov, but of course he can't really fight here with a bad gut shot and bottom pair, plus Shining Don still to act behind him as the side pot grows to 1.285.
Yeah, plus Gavin would have to beat the all-in player for the bounty. So there's a lot of things happening where this seems a bit too weak to continue with King 988. His gut shot's not even clean. Like, imagine a jack rolls off. Your opponent has ace king. Should be a fold from Gavin. Also sandwiched between China's Shining Don and Greenwood. Sometimes you gotta let the bounties go. It's a trap. Don't fall for it.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's so hard to say goodbye. Oh, look at Shining Don fanning the hand away from the stack. He has to respect that Greenwood has now barreled again into this side, or does he just go for it here with the perception that maybe there's some fold equity?
There might be. You know, if Greenwood's on like 2 pair, I don't know. Are they loving it? Yeah, he pots it, so here we go. Big, big pot. Biggest pot of the tournament.
Massive collision. This
I need that jack.
would send an absolute shockwave through the leaderboard. Can Coach Greenwood, who just found the double through Daniel, which has placed Jing's back up against the wall in this one for the main, hold on with the nuts, or will chip-leading Xining Dan claim 2 envelopes and break hearts? 2 to come. Nacho wants a front row seat. Can't blame him. Total of $4.5 million up for grabs between Coach and Dan. Modest but important participation in the main, and that is an important turn card. Little fist bump could be premature, but it's a lot better than hunting nothing more than a jack. For Jing, of course, you can see Greenwood has 3 heart blockers. Done. Looking for any pair on the board to fill up. What will it be? A black ace on the end. Greenwood holds on. He'll claim the bounty of Daniel, who will get showered in 9th for 50K. And he will take a big bite out of Xining Dan's stack.
Well, we have a new chip leader, Coach Greenwood. One step away from the final table with 8 remaining.
You know, Don had actually slipped 4th in chips. Going into that one, Randy, I was a bit shocked. I hadn't clocked it. But Andranov was chip leading. Guerra was in 2nd. Foxen was in 3rd. And Greenwood leapfrogs them all to reign supreme with $4.5 million in front of him. As Daniel finds the end of the road here in the 30K PLO Bounty Quattro.
And Xining Dan is continuing to slip down the mountain, down to the bottom.
The erosion leaving him sub 600K. That'll be 7 bigs. Well, there's a look at what's cooking in Coach's camp. My goodness. Circle that one as being pivotal. If Greenwood ultimately hoists the hardware. There he is. All Georged up at the blue table. Pleased, by the way, to have that 7 big blind stack available to him.
True.
And for that matter, the 16 bigs of Chidwick are going to be catching some attention. Barbero, 18 bigs. Can't win any bounties. And that's one of the things when you're on the short stack too. You're looking to spin up because you want to get the heat off you, but you also want to find somebody that's at the table with less chips than you, so you've got a bounty available.
Yes, so the strategy shift for the short stacks is play stronger ranges, knowing there's a huge target on your back, to allow you to chip up and try to cover someone eventually. But of these 2 tables, Greenwood definitely has the best of it. Big chip lead, covers everyone, has the micro stack out there, sub 10 bigs. It's a dream spot, to be honest.
That it is. Power shift here in the Bounty Quattro. As powerless was Daniel Jing to do anything about it.
You know, the Triton hunt's still available for Danny Tang.
Yeah, 24 bigs. Ivy, no longer a part of the proceedings. Wykin out of there as well. Those were the only two players who had long deck and short deck titles besides Danny. Looking to complete the coveted Triton. The only two players ever to achieve it in Triton history. Do you know, Randy?
Jason Kuhn.
Okay, great. Obviously 10 title winner. That's an excellent guess. And the only other?
The other
like the jack
is...
I leave the bounty, but
What are you Googling? What is that? I know what that is. I'm looking over at your iPad.
I knew this. Mike Watson.
You looked it up. What a scoundrel.
What?
No, that's, you know.
It slipped my mind.
I'm giving you half credit.
Okay.
Slipped my mind. Didn't slip your keystrokes. Sir Watts and Jason Kuhn, indeed, the only two ever to win titles in all three Triton disciplines.
Call.
Chip leader limps the button here. Looking potentially for opportunities against Chidwick, but not ready to raise it up. Stevie checks back. Fans on the 10-8-5 board. Top pair for Greenwood.
Yeah, limping on a button is so much more effective in Polyam Omaha because they can't just put you in pre. So you can limp call a lot of your range, and because of that...
I said fan. Stevie does have a 5, but this is not what we're thinking about in PLO until, of course, another 5 rolls off, which gives him trips after the check back from Greenwood, who has picked up the spade draw.
Value should be sought from Chidwick. He wants to get some curious draws to pay off. That's very likely given Greenwood's got the covering stack, so he's going to chase more marginal spots a bit more. His kicker is very good. The king. In position, top pair, flush draw available for Greenwood. A min bet. Looks like a slam dunk call spot. Pot up to 400,000. There's the 9. Trip 5, still good.
Unclear how clean Stevie feels that that 9 is. It does fill in quite a few straights.
Yeah, 6-7, Jack 7, Queen Jack gets there. He'd be more comfortable betting if he was holding the Jack. A check through.
10-6. Oh shit.
Yeah, you lost the hand, coach.
No,
You thought you had a straight?
No, like as I was playing hand, I knew the 5 field giving you trips, but when you showed down, I thought you had
Bottom pair.
bottom field for some reason. Because at first I thought you said king high.
Oh.
And you said king 5, and then I was like, and then I realized you said king 5, and I'm like, hey, still be king 5, and then damn, now you know one of the hands I limp on the button in this video.
Is coach drinking on the job?
He wouldn't be the first coach. I can tell you that. High stress line of work. Although I think we could argue that being a Triton super high roller is
biased, man.
at times even more
You
stressful.
probably think like Mascherano is like the greatest centre back in the world ever or something. You know?
Get a limping. is the boss stack.
I'll check.
Barbaro sliding in there.
What do we
Playing
got?
small. Danny's check back, bringing us to the flop. Jack 10-4. Pretty one for Barbaro. Top pair. Two-way straight draw. Tang open-ended with a set of fours, however. His is the real beauty. Note that Guetta open-ended with a pair of tens. He checks back now. The king rolls off, giving Guetta the king high straight. It's kings and jacks top two for Nacho. For Danny, the open-ender and the set of fours, neither of them betting, Randy.
Yeah, Danny needs to be careful with his set because there are made straights out there. So that's why you see him checking over to Guetta, who now bets the king high straight. Very confident, given two checks from his opponents. Needs to charge two pairs in sets. Needs to charge diamond draws. Barbaro comes along with two pair. I mean, Danny can't really fold this. He's got a set. So draw to a full house. He's got an open-ended straight draw to Broadway. And this pot is still three ways with a bet on the turn.
215K out of the second nuts. Plenty of threats lurking here. And the board pairing 10 is the means by which Danny is able to make a full house without losing to Nacho. Note that Guetta has a 10 in his hand. But Danny is a winner here.
Yeah, Danny Tang has like one of the, he has the worst full house possible. So he's not really excited to get chips in there against two opponents. Without a 10 blocker or two bigger full houses. I like the check from Danny.
Check.
I win.
I win. I win.
Round of knuckles. And quite quickly, Danny says, I win. Disciplined check back there from Guetta, I think, given that he had a 10 in his hand. But recognizing that maybe with both players having called him on the turn, the ace-queen could have been just hanging around. It would have been the nuts. Maybe we expect to hear from it. But of more concern, of course, was a boat, which is exactly what Danny produced as the blinds go to 50. 100.
I would be able to spot it in a million years. You know, like, I don't know what...
Coach
I don't know
coloring up.
what I could do outside of, like...
Sloppy. You playing Jenga over there, Chidwick?
Not well.
You just lost.
And they get to participate in the chip race.
You got some Jenga
It's supposed to
game,
be me
Randy?
that does that. It's supposed to be me that does that.
I saw an
practicing
Instagram
how
video of a
many
lady
chips
playing
I
Jenga
tried
with
to
her
settle.
Australian Shepherd.
The dog?
The dog was playing Jenga. Bro, and it was playing it pretty well, if I'm being honest. It like pulled out 3 or 4 blocks without toppling everything.
Want to beat me?
Wait, really? You punt that early in Jenga? What's wrong with you?
I always go for the interesting pieces just to see if I can get it through, you know?
The interesting pieces.
Like, you know
he
how, like,
says.
there's 3 pieces, right?
Mhm.
I'll clear the right piece, and then you're supposed to clear the left one, right? Now I'll go for the middle one next to see if it can hold. It never does.
I thought I was the lunatic between the two of us.
The 8-7 pocket deuces for Greenwood. Goes for a limp because Shinning Don's at the table with 6 big blinds.
Goes for the limp, Randy, because limping is pimping. When you're the big stack in a bounty tournament, you just want to get involved, as every time you do, every other party in the pot could potentially be worth $40,000. Gavin accepting the invitation. He too sits deep. Don, though, the player that they have on their mind, who flops himself a pair of jacks. You see Andranov with 8s And the two-way straight draw. He checks over. Don happy to check. Here's Greenwood with eights of his own and spades.
Gotta be hard to believe that the 8-7 deuce deuce has the lion's share of the equity three ways. There is a chance he bets to open the door to get in chips with the short stack. He wouldn't mind a little gamble against Shining Don. Andranov calls, hoping Shining Don continues. He spoils the fun.
Yeah, this is so disappointing for these two guys, by the way. They're like, no, hang around. There's the spades, and note that it's the queen of spades giving Andranov Broadway. He does quickly check it over to Greenwood. Let's see if Sam's got more on his mind after the 200K bet on the flop.
Definitely reasonable to check back the small flushes to still retain some flushes in your range going into the river. And it's hard to get paid off by worse. If you do bet here, you bet kind of small to charge two pairs, but check is pretty standard. Flush and set for Greenwood versus the straight.
Yeah, the ducks. Unnecessary. And Andranov. Now, wondering how often Greenwood would have checked back spades. Looks like he's going to consider a value bet, and now he's going to deliver it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a block bet.
Yeah,
Doesn't
250 into 800.
He doesn't want to be put to the test by some spade blocker, and Greenwood snap calls with the flush. Nicely done.
Like how Coach said, end a set. Just for good measure. Well, in a weird way, it's somewhat mission accomplished, Randy. As you pointed out, the sizing was block from Gavin.
Powerhouse.
Had he checked, maybe Greenwood asks him for more.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Plus, he can actually get called by worse occasionally. When he bets so small, got like a curious set. Color up completed.
Telegraph to fold on the bottom. So.
You know I hate this.
Color up.
Yeah.
Telegraph to
I've
fold
gone
on
on
the
record.
bottom, so I had to lump it.
Color downs. That's what we need more of.
So you're going to just tell the floor, like, no, I don't want to color up?
They don't listen to me. But, yeah, if they came around with the racks and they're like, oh, players were going to call, I'd be like, hey, listen, do you mind if I just actually color down? I'd really like to feel like I have heaps.
Whatever makes you feel better about yourself, Ollie.
Thank you, Randy. You want my beef curry?
I don't want beef curry. I don't want it in any
It's
form.
a lot colder than it was when I last offered it to you.
Just throw it away, buddy.
That's wasteful. Cut it out. Andranov off his pace a touch.
Double suited in the small blind for Shining Don. Looks like he's almost in. And Sam Greenwood, King 8-5 deuce. He's going to call pretty much any four, given that Shining Don is in with 45K back. He's getting the right price regardless of his holdings. So three-way to a flop.
1.15 in there. Andranov, the party starter. Looks up at 987. Don first to act with a pair. And the open ender. Greenwood gut shot and eights of his own with a better kicker. And Don says this is enough.
Yeah, I'm going to guess Greenwood's going to overcall rather than ISO. It's not like his hand can feel comfortable against even a Don.
But it doesn't
45K
take
jam.
having tons of hand for Greenwood to decide he wants to deny Andreanov. It's just that 8-5 is so lean.
Right, and if Adrianov has a hand that's never folding, then you're just giving away chips for no reason. So just call and react accordingly.
Can Gavin ever read into this flat as being weak enough for him to then reopen the action with a raise into a dry side and send Coach packing?
I know what you're saying, but it just seems a bit ambitious on a 3-2 straight flop. So what is the fate of Shining Dawn?
Only the deck knows. 1.3 million, main pot complete, ace of spades on the turn. No flush draws coming to life. Now Andreanov with aces and sevens. Way the best of it.
Still could be a lot of defense from Andreanov. It's a weakish 2-pair. It's kind of a weak open-ended straight draw with the 7-6. Check seems pretty good in the spot. Shining Dawn's actually drawing dead, but he could potentially tie it.
Not with the deuce of hearts. Greenwood note has made eights and deuces here. Unclear how much pride he's going to take in that particular hand after the check back on the turn from Andreanov. But the fact that this side is dry, obviously playing a part.
2-pair.
And 2-pair is announced. Of course, we love to hear it if we're Andreanov, who's got the second nut 2-pair with ace, third nut rather, with the ace-7. And that is going to do it for Shining Dawn, as guess who has just collected yet another bounty? The upswinging Andreanov for Don. It's showers. Eighth will be worth $67,000. The whole field picking up a 22K pay jump. Triton, first timer, notching his second career Triton cash after finishing second in the 25K PLO. Unable to make the final table of this one, however, is Shining Dawn. As you get a look at the fortunate few, the 7 that remain after we got things underway. Ali Nejad, Randy Liu back with you here at the desk. So with Don's departure, Randy, the entire field is now guaranteed, drum roll please, $89,000 as we approach six-figure territory. There you see Don, 7th, 89K. The hop up to 6th place will be $27,000, and of course the $500,000 plus up top. That's still on the minds of all parties. Sam Greenwood fighting on, still the chip leader, Andreanov closing the gap after that one with Nacho Barbero, shortest stack in the room, looking to defend his title from last year here in Jeju in this one. That particular frame, by the way, did give us some opportunities yet again to observe the distinctions, some of the wrinkles that are thrown in once the bounties, especially in this Quattro format, are activated.
Yeah, you basically always want to put yourself in an opportunity to collect the bounties from the shortest stacks. We saw Greenwood and Andreanov do this relentlessly, and Andreanov actually did pick up a lot of bounties, after being the shortest stack. Now he's the one that's gunning for all the bounties.
All right, so I'm going to step aside. Henry Kilbane is going to hop into the cockpit and continue this flight as 7 remain here. Final table of the 30K PLO Bounty Quattro comes your way in about 10.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Queen 3 deuce, and Wykin is underperforming deeply on this particular board. It could get locked up easily. And on that turn, the lockup is complete. As you see, the equity dropped to 0% for Wykin. River of no consequence. And the aces, which can be the demise of so many in Pot Limit Omaha, especially when they ain't great aces, proving to be profitable there. Again, I will sit this one out. Boy, Ivy looks pretty bored there, doesn't he?
Well, he's like, man, I really should get involved because Wykin is so short. But the thing is, Wykin's in a small blind, so it's not like he has to commit every hand, and his hand was pretty bad. Good news for Shining Don is he's on the button. But you see, like, all of their eyes are just looking at Wykin Yong. They don't even look at the rest of the table. Folds that one. This is a good spot for Stevie. He can pretty much call any 2 here.
I mean, Wykin has dust. Jack 10, 9, 4 rainbow, and he's running to aces again this time. It's Stevie who's looking to do the damages, and these ones will come with a 40K stuffed envelope if Stevie can eliminate Wykin. 460K in chips.
No suits.
In the middle.
Yeah. I don't need a flush
For either of us.
Neither player with any flush draw to speak of at any point. King 10, 8. So the 2-way straight draw and the pair of 10s for Wykin actually putting him into an equity favorite spot. And that turn, however, will wrestle the percentages back in favor of the aces. Wykin needs the 7 queen or 2 pair. Instead, it's a deuce on the end, and Chidwick claims a pelt.
Give me the other one.
Should I bring this there or?
The second elimination of the day. Be like, son, have you eaten?
Just gonna stuff something.
They'd be worried about you.
Burgers
They'd be trying to
and
take
hot
it.
dogs
Yeah,
in,
burger,
yeah.
barbecue, something.
Brisket.
Brisket.
You sound like Homer Simpson for a second.
Coach Greenwood back in the mix again as a limper. Ivy comes aboard. Parsonen, half price, and Andreanov says, okay. I know you guys are all looking at my 470, you vultures.
They're salivating that he's involved.
Sure. 6 trade deuce and a couple of clubs. Elias looking back and realizing he does have a gut shot and a king high flush draw.
Yeah, very strong draws. And he has backdoor hearts working.
But look at Ivy. Randy, top set and a gutter of his own.
Yeah, look at Elis. He's leading out mainly because he wants to kind of get Andreanov to kind of stick chips in there with a lead. Now, tables have turned because Ivy is the one that's hunting the bounty of Elis. I'd be surprised if he doesn't raise in the spot. Just calls. Okay. Looking for a safe turn card, and that's not it.
No, a jack of clubs, putting the front door flush on board and putting Elias Parsonen in front.
Definitely possible for Elis to still bet his flush. You tend to bet your strongest flushes, so ace highs and king highs, and you would probably go smallish sizing to put like 2 pairs in a tricky spot or straights, which are drawing very slim or not at all.
Parsonen dialing up another barrel this time. He goes north by 35K versus the flop sizing to 160. I mean, this is a nice price for a set of sixes.
Of course, he's getting the right price to call and try to bink the full house.
Okay, so the ace of spades 360 is definitely a thing here.
It's just edge sorting.
Board failing to pair is obviously deeply disappointing to the set of sixes, which have their concerns and will be facing presumably another barrel as we see Parsonen in the foreground reaching down for a time bank for the time being. Not going to be expecting Ivy to be trapping with the nuts here, so all in is announced.
Yeah, this sixes isn't looking too great now. But then there's also the prospect is, what if my opponent's bluffing and I can pick up a bounty here?
I mean, how often would you expect that Parsonen would be willing to take this line without having a set of sixes beat? I mean, what? Ivy unblocks clubs entirely, Randy. It just...
Yeah, I would say it's unlikely. Because there's more incentive for Ivy to call down because of the bounty aspect. Plus, Elis didn't leave a chip back, which a lot of players like to do. I don't know if that means anything. But if Elis hasn't been consistent with that, I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to entice Ivy to call a bit more by putting his whole stack in there. It's a very small thing. You definitely want a club blocker if you're Ivy to consider calling here.
Still giving it a think. Obviously, the prospects of the $40,000 plus the 1.42 together make it slightly more appealing, but in terms of just the hand, this would be an ambitious bluff catch.
Yeah, in PLO, there's just so much more likely your opponent can hit flushes than in no limit hold'em.
I mean, maybe aces up with the dry ace of clubs comes to mind as a possibility. As you see Ivy with the old school veteran move there, moving his chips around, trying to get some sort of reaction out of Parsonen.
Let's check one more stack.
He's so good at this, by the way. And to be fair, Parsonen.
You know, Randy, I feel like these final tables towards the tail end of the series is always like, it feels bittersweet because we know that the end is near. It's the final PLO final table of this series. And of course, we're excited about the short deck, but we're almost at the end, my man, and we've got a star-studded FT.
We still have a few days, right? But it is the end for a PLO, and starts at a FT, like you mentioned, in a unique format because we do have the bounty Quattro. So every elimination is going to award each player additional $40,000. So it's definitely worth fighting for with 7 remaining because it should be more than the pay jump at the moment. Yes, it is from 7 to 6.
Let's just look at the Triton Poker Plus up straight away at this final table. Sam Greenwood, Gavin Andrianoff, Alex Foxen, Lautaro Guerra, Danny Tang, Stephen Chidwick, Nacho Barbero. To me, the obvious story here is Danny Tang looking for his 6th Triton title if he can close this one out.
A Trident. You know what the Trident is? It's when he wins a short deck, a no limit main, and a PLO main.
Wow. Okay, so he doesn't have a PLO title?
He does not have a PLO title.
Damn, Danny. Okay, he's going for the Trident. I mean,
Yes.
dude, if he does it, that would be absolutely incredible. He's got 20 big blinds, average stack of 23. Now, as Randy already mentioned, the pay jumps in the form of bounties are currently worth more than the actual ladders in the tournament itself. 89K guaranteed. Last of the 5-figure payouts, once we get down to 6, everyone will be guaranteed 116,000. But of course, everyone looking at that top prize of 503,000, a mini trip saver, not quite a trip saver,
Enough.
but if you've been firing the Hold'em, a bit of a trip saver, and only 2 what we would deem PLO specialists in Gavin Andrianoff and Lautaro Guerra. Love to see the Hold'em guys here in the mix for this final table as they all get ready to take their seats in this 30K final table. Down to Luca.
The 30K PLO Bounty Quattro drew 100 entries. We're down to a final table of 7. They're going to compete for 2 million in the prize pool, 1 million in bounties to be awarded. It's my pleasure to introduce you to your final table. In seat number 1 from Argentina, with 1 million, please welcome Nacho Barbero.
The year of the Nachito, coming in as one of the short stacks, but he is more than capable of spinning this up.
Seat 2 from the UK with 3.8 million. Please put your hand together for Gavin Andrianoff.
Already has a PLO Triton title to his name. This PLO expert from the UK looking for his 2nd here in Jeju.
Seat 3 with 1.4 million from the UK. Please welcome Stephen Chidwick.
The most decorated player of all time from the UK. 24.5 million in Triton earnings. Chidwick looking for his 3rd title with a win here today.
Seat number 5 from the US with 3.4 million. Please put your hand together for Alex Foxen.
This man has been on an absolute tear since Monte Carlo, winning almost $10 million in Triton earnings during the last 2 stops.
EC6 with 3.1 million from Spain. Please welcome Lautaro Guerra.
PLO specialist. All eyes are going to be on Lautaro to follow his fellow countryman from last night and take down another PLO event.
In seat number 7 with 2.5 million from Hong Kong. Please welcome Danny Tang.
Pikachu and DT looking for title number 6. And Danny looking for that elusive Triton Trident winner event in both Hold'em, PLO, and short deck.
And last but not least, we have our chip leader in seat number 8 from Canada with 4.8 million. Please welcome Sam Greenwood.
Sam Greenwood has been around the block for as long as I can recall. One of the toughest no-limit hold'em players, has shown us that he knows how to get it done in PLO as well.
The button has been drawn to Nacho in seat number 1. We still have 14 minutes remaining of 50,000, 100,000, 100,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Juanma, shuffle up and deal, please.
You heard the man. Shuffle up and deal. So that's how things stand. Blinds 50K, 100K. With 14 minutes left on the clock. Average stack of 29 big blinds. This one could be over in the blink of an eye. So don't go too far. Greenwood continues to separate himself from the top of the pack. He's just gonna really be able to lean into the rest of the field. All eyes, of course, going to be on Nacho Barbero with his 10 big blinds. People will be looking to see whether he can spin or not.
There's actually even wider gap for first and second because you do collect your opponent's bounty and your own. So 503,000 actually has 80,000 on top.
Or I have to use this one.
You can choose.
What?
You can choose for you.
I think this one.
There's a broken card. Yeah, we're gonna need a new deck.
Broken?
A broken card?
Pass.
Not the description you usually hear.
Second card.
Okay, thank you.
That'll be sorted.
Pass. Great, 200,000. Pass.
Table captain. Bounty Hunter Greenwood, a King 865. Then raising into one of the shorter stacks, Stephen Chidwick. Not the greatest hand, but then again, it's just a min raise. We've been seeing a lot of pot size raises pre-flop. This does invite Chidwick to come along, which is good for Greenwood.
$550 out there. Greenwood really just looking to lean. Gut shot, backdoor spades. Has that all-important King of Hearts.
225,000. Pass.
There you see it. The C-bet just going to take it down.
Yeah, that's a really nice takedown. Put that hand on that board.
I want to get sponsored by Octopi Poker.
We'll give you a deal.
How much you guys pay me a year?
That's fantastic. Nacho asking Chidwick for a sponsorship deal. I mean, I want to know how much Nacho's expecting. What do we reckon?
Is he already sponsored?
I
elsewhere?
reckon unlimited McDonald's and 30K a year.
Why are we adding unlimited McDonald's on top of 30K?
I don't know, man. Free food.
Okay.
I mean, you could, but I just don't think you need to.
At the end of the session, it would be really fun. Imagine the things I could say.
People who do a lot of streaming, streaming like, you know, like 10 hours a day every day. So like,
Note the fold
you
by
know,
the
you
tarot,
can't,
by
you
the
can't
way.
be drinking every day.
Okay, Barbaro's in the tank. King 993, double suited.
Feels like a non-decision to me personally.
He's playing a 10 big blind stack. Big target on his back. He's the shortest stack of the table of the tournament.
Yeah, I think he's going to have better spots than this. That 3 really killing him.
He's in. I would guess someone's definitely defending here to try to collect that bounty.
It's Foxen who's third in
Oh,
chips.
yeah.
I mean, this is just going in the middle. We're not even defending. We're happy to play for it all pre-flop.
Yeah, force all the money in from Nacho.
Cards on their backs.
That's a big
It's a
hand.
big hand. You're ahead though.
Am I?
You're in front. How's that?
He's in the lead.
Am I?
He is. Look at the
You have
equities.
hearts covered. You have a king covered. You have a pair.
9 slot mix.
That's greedy.
9
We need a
slot.
sweat.
I think I want like.
If there's a 9, there's going to be like.
I mean, if
be
it's a
clubs
9, it's
with, like-
50-50 to be a club anyway.
Yeah.
So
Use on the flop.
I forwarded these.
That's good for me.
Oh
Very
boy.
fucking easy.
You
Not
heard
too
him.
bad, fucking, it's super hard.
Never easy as
Pair and a
Foxen
flush draw.
leaps into the front in terms of
Use backdoor-
equity.
Backdoor straight draw.
Like a fake pair, though, kind of.
He needs a board too. Like a knocker needs. A jack.
That's good.
Okay.
Pair the board. One time.
5 of clubs.
Still alive. Not dead.
Everyone's happy.
1 card to come. Ace, King, Queen, 6 club needed. For Alex Foxen
It's going to be a king, actually.
to eliminate Nacho Barbero. Oh!
He's gone.
Queen.
I was looking for a club. It's the Queen of Diamonds.
I had 7-4-3 too. I was like, there's too many.
Foxen.
Oh, it's
Rivers,
low
2
cards.
pairs.
Logos,
Big smile from him, of course. Not for that man, though. A 7th place finish. $89,000. No, for someone like Nacho, it's not about the money, man. It's about the final table and the opportunity to win a title. Love nothing more than to pick up another PLO Triton trophy, but it will have to come in Montenegro. Decided to run it. Decided to spin the wheel of his final 10 bigs. Just ran into Alex Foxen, who's been obliterating Triton fields since Monte Carlo last year. Final tabled the 500k Invitational in Paradise. Then went on to win the main. Now he finds himself second in chips, looking for his 3rd title in, what, 3 series?
Okay, 350,000.
Chidwick's turn to make a stand. Pops the button. Ace, King, 10, 6. Suited King. Maybe Foxen goes. Try to go another bounty hunting against the short stack. Double suited ace. Yep. Opens the door for Geta to get along, come along. Got a 3-way flop
Jack 9 6
incoming.
flush draw. Which flush draw? Say it fast. Out. Just none of the fucking cards.
Stevie's got the best of it.
Flush draw. At least you didn't say clubs. You would have been completely failed.
Maybe I didn't know it. The signal to cards, but maybe one of them had that in their hand.
Probably
I
just
got the board
c-bet's
mixed up with
pot
the
or
cards, you know?
for his remaining stack. Protect what's in the middle. Top pair, top kicker. Extra equity with the backdoor hearts.
5 seconds.
There we go.
All in.
Chidwick as fearless as they come.
Not much to pay off from the blinds.
Yeah, and that's trouble for players like Latara and Danny Tang.
I would have loved Jack 9-6 flush draw.
See, the signals just go across, Danny. Instead of
As you said that, I'm looking down at Jack 9.
Did you have
Hope he's right. Dude. I had hearts and spades. Wow.
see, my signals go across.
Wow.
Yeah.
6. I'm glad I didn't shove.
Oh.
A little bit of a mystery at the moment.
300,000.
3x from Foxen.
I'll take a mystery hand.
That's a solid holding for Geta.
Even though it's not supposed to be a mystery hand.
Raise 1 million.
Guerras has an answer for Foxen. This here from Danny, just posturing with the King Jack 10-7. Yeah, Foxen responds. There is a bounty on the line, potentially worth 40,000. He also covers. That's an interesting one. Would rather have seen a limp if we have a hand that can't face a 3-bet.
You have to spread the cash in the box.
Yeah.
I think it was your last hand, Alex.
Okay.
It was that. I don't want anyone to see
One more,
that
one
one
more.
anyway.
It was that bad that he didn't want to show the audience.
Yeah, I know.
That was another one. I had 2, 5, 3, 4 under the gun. I just getting the.
Got half my hand.
Raise 350,000 plus.
Aces for Fox, and this should be easy for him.
Easy as in
easy to play.
Yeah, just get to click the pot button.
Just pot and mash, lots of flops.
Raise 1.2 million.
Man, I'm telling you, this could be over in the blink of an eye. People are potting pre-flop like they've got a bus to catch. Like, what's going on, dude? People are just like, yeah, pot.
I'm just gonna hold
Wow,
on to
hang
it
on.
until you finish feeling.
Little
Quite
raise
the
and take.
decision here. Arlena Shah's brought some ice cream into the booth. Thank you, my man. Love it. No, vanilla is fantastic. Randy, it's always bittersweet towards the tail end of the series. Can we just step into a time machine and be in Montenegro already for the Hold'em?
Oh, I thought you wanted to just redo this whole series.
No, I'll pass on that. But
And just stay in
Montenegro,
Jeju.
sunshine, beaches, some 2-card magic.
Yeah, not too far away.
Raise 350,000.
Once again, pot size pre-flop.
5 seconds. Pass.
No invitational for you.
Hmm?
No invitational for you. Oh, Stevie, man.
Green, we're just going to defend. I'm not sure who he said that to. Should have said no invitational for you.
That's funny, man.
$9.95. That's all Greenwood, but he has got to be fearful of the higher over pairs.
Yeah, as Lautaro was the pre-flop raiser,
Lucky Zhang
potted
here.
pre,
Short deck.
not unreasonable.
Kinda
Get
cool,
has
eh?
got bigger pair.
I didn't feel like he was not winning in the hold-up, though. Who? Michael Zhang?
He just loves short deck.
Huh?
He just loves short deck.
Why?
I mean, a lot of it.
What makes you comment on him not winning in the no limit just because he didn't come, or what? You were saying you didn't think he was not winning in no limit?
I mean, he used to play everything, right?
Yeah.
Well, not Omaha, but he used to play everything.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
No, I just figured he started doing something else.
Potentially, maybe. I don't know.
How about this for a turn card? The Spaniard.
I thought he did
stands
all right.
straight.
Yeah, exactly. He killed it.
Greenwood turning a wrap to the higher end.
At one
Any
point,
queen
I thought he was the best.
10-7. Jack would give him a full house.
Well, at that time, that wasn't really saying anything.
We just have how many millions of people? You're gonna lose a lot of Asian fans, man.
A lot of love being thrown
You're going to Malaysia.
Michael Zhang's way from Foxen and Danny Tang.
Gonna guess he's here for the short deck, but onto this hand will
That would be
pass.
saying a lot.
Greenwood calling the pair of Jackson.
Trying to get you
A little wrap.
Secure my
Board pairing
safety.
8.
Double paired board. As safe as it comes for the Spaniard. 1.6 out there. Very curious to see what size he comes with, if any.
5 seconds.
Still could target some trips, right? Then again, maybe he thinks Greenwood would attack the turn. Trips. 9s. He's going to go for 1.1.
1.1
Not much for Greenwood besides 2 jacks. Plenty of hands he loses to. The hands he would beat would be like the hand he's holding right now. Some kind of wrap to the high straights.
Do you think it's the next thing to blow up or no? No, it's too gambling.
It's on the
Nice
other.
little pick up
in
there
the
for the
other
Spaniard.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It was big
With
for a
that,
while,
practically
but
ties himself at the top of the chip counts with Foxen and Greenwood.
for a while.
Here the lads talking about short deck. Chidwick just saying that it's been pretty dead for a while. There was a period where
Are these the only stops where
that's all we were doing. It
really
was just
get to
short
play
deck.
a hand of Omaha?
Yeah, I mean, we're on the Asia side where we're going to bring back these events.
Are you?
When I play
Very
online,
curious to see
MPTs, I usually
how
add
many
in
people
PLO
show up
20s.
for the short deck
I
stuff.
usually add in PLO 20s now.
Yeah, there's definitely people flying out just to play that, and some of these tournament grinders that cross over to PLO, they're probably looking to play short deck as well. It'll be cool to watch.
like I'm gonna miss this, you know. If I stop playing, once this tournament's over, I'm gonna miss playing Omaha.
I feel you, Danny. I feel you, mate. I've had a lot of FOMO from the booth. Love to be playing some 4-card right now. Chatty final table so far. Makes our lives a lot easier. Just get to be a fly on the wall sort of conversations.
Greenwood's got the wheel draw, spade draw. Foxen is the pre-flop raiser, going to try to represent this board. He's expecting good ace X's to 3-bet in pre. This is one of those weaker ace X's, but it has a lot of other properties. Wheel draw action, spade, so can't really fold, of course.
Randy, it's tough for me to call for blood this early into the final table. But there was a turn card that potentially sees Greenwood go home in 6th when he's currently 2nd in chips. 9 of diamonds, if it made its way to the river, would be a disastrous development for the Canadian. As it stands, Foxen's picked up clubs. No pair blocker in sight for him, but that does not stop him from going ham. And this might work.
Yeah. It's because Greenwood's draws aren't that solid, right? He's drawing to a 9-hand flush draw. He usually expects his opponent to have a better ace. And there's a chance that even hitting 2-pair if the 9-8 or 5 isn't even good against ace-king.
What's that thing that you put together the other day calling them tainted outs? Where, yes, we can see the whole cards. He's way out in front. But the reality is, if he's up against ace-king with ace-high spades, he's pretty much cooked. He's currently 2nd in chips. Does he really want to play a guessing game, go into the river? And the answer is no. And Foxen just coming in like a wrecking ball to this final table.
That was beautifully played. Just stole that one with such little equity on the flop. Even his turn draw wasn't the greatest, but he realizes that his opponent probably has this middling stuff that can't really handle the heat. Range advantage, of course, from UTG, pot, pre. That was nice.
He's created a bit of a buffer between himself and the Spaniard. Now Guerrero with an interesting proposition. Has the chip leader in the big blind. He's got ace-8-6-6 with a suit. And let's not forget the bounty format of this tournament as well.
Yeah, the bounty format is going to put a lot of eyes on Chidwick. Chidwick is the shortest stack, playing a 1.7 million.
Foxen just checks his option. King 5-3 rainbow. I assume this just goes check, check. No need for Guerrero. Start building the pot here. This kind of speculative holding. Rainbow turn texture.
Yeah, just that much reason for Foxen to want to bet 2 queens. No backup. Really can only improve on a queen.
Yeah, this one might just go to showdown, you know.
Mm-hmm. Assuming no one improves drastically.
Check.
I think the reason for the upfront limp for Lautaro is to allow himself to play a pot against the likes of Chidwick or Danny Tang had they opted to enter the pot and potentially go bounty hunting. This one's going to check through.
Check. You say check? Check, check. Queens. Queens?
Queens are good. Foxen extends. Not quite runaway chip leader. It has 5.4 million. Second in chips has 3.9. Chidwick's at the bottom of the chip counts with 13 bigs. Honestly, would be happy for any of these to take this one down, Randy.
Well, yeah, all 6 are more than qualified to ship this PLO event. We got a lot of players who primarily play No Limit Hold'em still in the mix, applying their ICM concepts. We've got 2 PLO sharks out there, right? Gavin Andranov and Lautaro Guerra. You know, and we got Chidwick out there who plays every format, holding his own at the bottom of the chip counts at the moment.
Yeah, perhaps, if I'm being slightly biased, I would like to see Lautaro win purely because he's been showing up and supporting the PLOs from the beginning, Cyprus 2023. And, you know, he's had a couple of runs, some min cashes, but nothing to this extent.
I mean, knowing you, you'd probably want a Andranov versus Guerra battle just because they're PLO specialists.
That would be cool. That would be cool. Yeah, and Andranov looking for his 2nd PLO title. That's pretty impressive. There aren't many people that turn up just for the PLO that have 2 titles. In fact, I don't think there are any.
I just still want the dream alive for Danny Tang to hold the Triton. Do have something brewing here. Andranov betting 400K. Middle pair. Guetta's got top pair with a straight draw.
I think this is a one and done. Wow.
One
Guerra
and
just
pot
coming
done.
with a check raise. Have some of that, Andranov. And I was just corrected, by the way, Randy.
No, no, no.
And I'm surprised you didn't correct me because you were actually there. It's kind of your job.
Not even a shadow.
But Samuli won 2 PLO events in Montenegro.
We're just waiting for you to catch yourself.
For me, I wasn't there, so there was no way for me to catch myself, Randy. Believe it. I know, you know, you think I'm clairvoyant. I can see into the future and look
you actually
into
need
the
to
past.
see into the past, yeah.
That's okay. We'll let you off. We'll let you off this time, but don't let it happen again, okay?
Or what? What are you going to do about it, buddy?
Dude, you think those ghosts in your room are by chance? I sent them there.
Oh, you sent them there. You're from the netherworld, huh?
I'll be sending more.
Great. 325,000.
So 3 1/4. Foxen.
feels like a non-decision for Danny against chip leader. I feel like we want to preserve our 2.3 million chip stack. We cover Chidwick. There's so much value in being able to go for bounties. But then again, this is Danny Tang we're talking about, and the man isn't just looking for bounties. He wants the trophy, and he wants to put himself in the best spot possible to go on and win said trophy.
Yes, for him to defend King Queen 7-6, practically like 2 hold'em hands, is he believes the chip leader is going to raise super loose on the button to try to get those shorter stack bounties. Here's the problem. What do you do now with just King Queen? I guess you just fold? I mean, he has the best hand, but like, what else goes with this King Queen?
Backdoor straight flush draw. Running quads.
Oh, he's not going away. Calls. Really getting into the weeds. There's only 1 million chips back.
Call and reevaluate turns.
He's hoping for a diamond. 7 or 6 would be nice.
Ooh,
7.
That makes life a lot easier.
2 pair, and now you just open rip, I guess.
Now Foxen drawing to just 5 outs. Sorry, 6 outs. 2 9s and 4 10s.
One.
975.
There's 2.475.
475.
Yeah, so Danny Tang opts to just rip in the last 1 million, doesn't want this to check through, charge the draws for the maximum. Foxen doing a math problem now. His hand is very weak. King Jack 9-5, just second pair. He has a gut shot.
The bounty up for grabs. So much math to be done here. Also just preserving that stack. Looks like he's leaning towards fold.
Good fold. That was a really nice chip up from Danny Tang.
That's huge. He's up to 3.5 million.
Turn the light off your phone.
Now covers Gavin and Chidwick. Almost covers Greenwood. Now hopefully, you'll be covering everyone at your table over on Club WPT Gold. You can join for free now. Scan that QR code. Play sweepstakes poker with some of your favorite poker players. It's Club WPT Gold. It's brought online poker back to America. It's opened its doors to all eligible players in the US. It's packed with non-stop action from ring games to MTTs with massive guarantees. Sign up today at Club WPT Gold and good luck.
Fold. Fold.
You know what I think, Randy?
What do you think?
I think Club WPT Gold are wasting money on that marketing promotion. Do you know how I'd do it?
Fold.
Sure. What is it?
I would get them to follow you around with a video team, fly you out to America, get you playing on Club WPT Gold, and then let everyone know that you've returned to the cash game streets, and everyone would sign up.
They just want to take my money.
Everyone would sign up. I'd be first in line.
Thanks, Henry. You go ahead and.
We'll give him a call. We'll.
If this job doesn't work out for you, you can work for marketing at WPT Gold.
We'll see. We'll see if we can figure something out. Dude, I know you're secretly crushing. Okay, I refuse to believe you're just living out in Melbourne, not playing poker. No one believes you, Randy. We know that you're crushing the online games.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know how we know?
How do you know?
The way you talk about poker, like you're letting it slip, you know? Like you started, you're like, hey, yeah, this size means this size means that. And then the likes of Danny Tang and Chidwick do exactly as you say.
Well,
so you're just like studying and not playing? Is that what you want me to believe?
I didn't really expect the 5-4-3 deuce to lead out.
Well, you play Hold'em. This is PLO.
Nicely done, Greenwood.
The best misclick you've ever made. You didn't mean to raise though, right?
Correct.
You didn't?
I was trapping you.
That was good.
Yeah, nothing good anyway, but still. I could see some turns.
I had a
That was a misclick, was it?
A bad rap, but a rap that was.
But you
Danny
didn't mean
Tang
to.
led.
No.
Wake up,
Greenwood
bro.
tried to call.
You should have seen his face when he put the
No,
chips in.
but I had nothing, man.
I've never in my life made like maybe when I first started playing poker, we did like a not like a TV raise.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like pretty quick too. It was like,
yeah.
Brutal.
Oh.
Oh man.
There were some pretty good cards I could turn. Some.
Sounds like I wanted to keep you in then.
No.
Oh, rare misclick
That's not.
from Sam Greenwood.
A fortunate one, though. It won him the pot as he accidentally raised the flop instead of calling.
Gavin down to 22 bigs.
Okay, at least we're on double digit with short deck. That's good, right? 14? At least we're not on single digit. There's 3 sitting here that would play it though.
Sounds like
There's
Danny is sweating
Paul, Richard, Wykin hasn't come down yet. Tan,
the short deck.
Wang Ye. So it looks like we could get at least 50s with rebuy.
I wonder. Do you know if any of the Chinese guys who played the PLO were short deck players?
I hope they do. Let's see. I mean, they definitely know the game.
Yeah. So
I don't think there's any Chinese player that doesn't know short deck.
Yeah, and they all like, all did, almost all of them have done well too.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Button's good.
I mean, the Chinese players put in the work into PLO. There was a lot of entries.
Yeah, King 10. That's
Time
it?
for
no. I had a
Westerners to
pair
jump into short deck later.
of 9s.
Do you know who I saw in the short deck as I was walking through?
Go ahead.
So kind of.
Artur Martirosyan.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
That is cool, isn't it?
Is it the first time he's playing?
I think
it's
so.
possible.
I think so.
How did you fold on the turn?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool.
More than I had, I think.
With 40k in there?
Yeah. I think. It's like 400k chips.
And Producer
know,
James just letting us know perhaps the reason
I needed
as
like
to why
20%.
he's playing the short deck round is because he's leading the POY.
That's
so
cool.
He needs to pick up more points.
I remember when he picked up his PLO title at the last stop, he was a bit newer to the game, you know? So now he's venturing out to PLO, venturing out to short deck, and he's really cemented himself and learned very quickly in Polym Omaha. Love to watch his journey in short deck as well.
Imagine if he gets the Triton Trident by
Or Danny. How about before Danny?
by taking down a random short deck event that he wasn't even going to play if he wasn't he wasn't the leader on the POY.
Yeah, they opt to start. They need to consider making an actual Trident. We hand out to players who do achieve. Unspeakable.
What's it gonna be?
I have no idea.
Defense from Chidwick. Ace Queen 10 9
The way we
versus
get
Ace Queen
flop
3 3.
kind of implicates information away too. Right?
I've just been guessing it. We end up with Let's deal.
I can never tell if Danny's trolling or not. Greenwood, I think, was asking him about the previous hand. And Danny was like, I don't want to respond and answer that question. It gives away too much information about how I play.
Looks like Chidwick's going to lead pot. Take down what's in the middle with his top pair. Gut shot to the jack. Wins it. Nicely done, Chidwick.
Blind level 10 line. 75, 150. 150 goodbye now.
What did you get? You did something good, didn't you?
Can't tell you.
You didn't want me to fold.
I mean, when you don't snap call, I don't mind a call anymore, you know?
Yeah.
It's getting expensive out there, Randy. Big blind 150k. Average stack dropping down to 22 big blinds now. Got a feeling we're going to see a couple of eliminations in the next couple of levels.
Fold.
This is awkward for Danny. Bang on average.
What's the pot?
44, sorry, 525. Fold. Fold.
Doesn't stop him from coming.
Fold.
The pot size raise. 525. Foxen with a double suited ace jack 9-3.
Gets a call out of the big blind with the covering stack.
5 seconds. Fold.
Sizable pot brewing. Danny with just 2.7 back. Neither player really drilling the 9-8-4. It's Foxen in front with the ace-9. Danny's got a very important ace of spades in hand, as well as 3 overs in a gut shot.
He needs to be very careful c-betting this board with limited equity. Because he's the covered stack, Foxen has incentive to check raise a lot of hands that could blow him out of this gut shot. That's a little intimidating.
The Foxen stare down.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of the most intimidating stare downs in the game.
700,000.
That's a sizable bet from Danny Tang with his holding.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Ace of spades and the queen 10 in hand, blocking a lot of the stuff that would, you know, check jam on him or even check call. Ace high flush draws and some of those wraps. Look at this, it even just gets top pair to fold.
Yeah, so that's one of the advantages of the bigger bets. You shake out these marginal hands.
So you had nothing?
No, I had a 9.
Fox is saying how tilting it is to see 9 of hearts window card. and still have to fold.
Maybe 10.
Did I throw you a time bank already?
No.
I did not. You sure?
Sure.
You're right.
I forfeit.
Very honest.
This is solid.
The thing that is scary to me is the willingness that these guys are showing to play big pots, and I wonder. Oh, hang on. Foxton's got king, queen, jack, jack. I wonder if that's something to do with the bounty format, Randy, where now six-handed, you're meant to be getting involved with, you know, some marginal holdings to try and spin up a stack and cover everyone, because there's just so much EV in going for those bounties and going for the win.
Yeah, that should be the case, and you definitely want to put yourself in spots to get into pots with the shortest stacks. Foxton flats the small blind, king, queen, 2 jacks against the aces.
Foxton is the covered player. 1.3 million out there.
This is good for Greenwood. He's already inflated this pot to 1.35. He's got a king blocker to top pair, which also reduces outs in case his opponent doesn't want to come along.
Pot! Oh, it's too late.
You timed it poorly.
1.350.
He just wasted a time bank as well. I timed it perfectly, Randy.
Yeah, you would have made it in time. The buzzer beater. Foxton had to fold top pair. Didn't have much else going with it. King, queen, jack, jack. No flush draw as well.
There's Greenwood now. Up to first in chips. Is it 120 big blinds in play? Someone like Guerra, Tang, or Greenwood eliminate one another, or play a big pot against one another. Just going to have this overwhelming chip leader dynamic with some short stacks. Talking of short stacks, this man right here, Stephen Chidwick.
Fold. Fold.
This is second against third in chips. Small blind v big blind. See if Lataro comes with... Yeah, okay, just going to open pot. I was curious to see whether he tries to come with a limp pot.
Danny's got kings. Jack 8 suited. Would be much nicer if one of the kings were suited.
How much is pot?
1.350.
When you hear that question, kind of feel like pot's incoming.
Pot. 1.350.
Wow, Randy, I was literally just saying if Lataro, Greenwood, or Tang collide and play a big pot against each other, there's going to be a runaway chip leader kind of dynamic. That's exactly what's playing out here, because Lataro is not folding ace, queen, 9-7.
Yeah, here we go. 2.85 million in pre-flop. Less than 1 SBR remaining.
Complete whiff for Lataro. Just absolute dust.
Just one of those flops he just has to check fold. Ace Queen 9-7. Now Danny doesn't connect with the board, but the thing there's already so much in the middle. He's got the overpair. It's also that low texture where it doesn't rate to get as 3-bet calling range, so you can just safely rip it in. Try to take down what's in the middle. And he does. Danny, he's really put himself in position to
Dude,
take down
he's
the
chip
tournament.
leader, man.
He wants the Trident.
He is chip leader now.
Did he just tap the Pikachu after that pot?
Yeah, looking for his 6th title. Always a huge sigh of relief, by the way, where you're all in there with the kings. No flush draw, no backdoor flush draw, no backdoor straight.
Yeah,
like,
it's
just naked kings and you get the fold.
That's the dream spot. Inflated it pre and get the fold on the flop. Terrible news for Geta. Down to 20 bigs.
And Drayanov at the bottom of the chip counts. Just 13 big blinds. This one's playable for Chidwick.
3-card rundown double suited.
Yeah. Again, with the bounty situation, there's just so much EV in becoming chip leader and covering other stacks to be able to go for bounties. There isn't a player at this table that isn't going to play for the win. Chidwick comes with limp, which allows him to absorb aggression behind. Someone does decide to pot.
Yeah, it doesn't force him to just get it in pre. Given how shallow he is.
5 seconds. Fold.
Chip leader Danny Tang would love to play a pot with Chidwick. Has absolute rags out of the small. Greenwood going to check his option. SPR of 3. Some potential collisions. Maybe on that board. Danny's got a wrap. Chidwick has top pair, no kicker. No backdoors either. I mean, there's runner straight, but curious to see what Chidwick lands on here.
Yeah, certainly if a bet does come in, Danny will not be folding his wrap, even with a flush draw out there. Chidwick looking to 2-pair up. Does pick up open-ended for the Queen Jack 10 deuce.
Yeah, that is a very spicy turn card.
It makes Danny's Tang's wrap a bit worse. A 7 that would make Danny Tang to straight does bring higher straight draw potential. A 7 would give Danny 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
So many draws out there. Chidwick could try and charge.
5 seconds.
Get value from.
Check.
Decides not to. Danny gets there on the river.
6 deuce. Good for a straight.
Second nuts. It is indeed.
The opponents don't really have anything that could pay off, unfortunately.
Yeah, the deuce was the card that would potentially get him paid. Chidwick could have had 2 pair.
450. Fold.
This would be a bit ambitious with the 10. No blockers to the straight, besides like the wheel.
Maybe he thinks that's enough, blocking 2 straights to turn his hand into a bluff.
Seconds. Time.
It's kind of a crazy hero call. There's even a chance he's like being bluffed by a better hand potentially here and there.
It looked like he just looked over at the clock to randomize this spot.
Okay.
5 seconds.
So maybe he feels
He's
like
re-rolling?
it's a very, maybe he thinks it's like a very low frequency, spot. Danny Tang is slowly but surely becoming a runaway chip leader.
Pikachu's doing overtime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. If he turns this into reality, Randy, if he gets title number 6.
He's changing his middle name. Danny Trident Tang.
Is that official? We
Yeah.
need to make that happen.
Danny Trident Tang. He's on pace.
He really is. There's only 120 bigs in play. He's got 30%.
And he's really putting himself out there, you know. He's getting involved in pots. Just trying to give himself the best chance to build a stack, collect bounties. He's playing a good game. Little 10-10 4 deuce. Strength of the hand, he relies on the 10s.
Cool.
One big blind deposit.
Cool.
I can't wait to pick the brains of some of these bounty experts. The strategy behind some of the plays we've seen so far. Things seem to be a lot looser today than they were in like the 100k and 50k in terms of the hands people are just willing to get involved with.
Right, as it should be, right? Because 1/3 of the prize pool is in the bounties here. 2/3 went into the regular prize pool. So you do need to fight for bounties if you want your shot at that portion. 300K bet. Danny Tang. Just a pair of 10s. Not much else working.
1.5 million.
And look at Andreanov. He just checked potted. The king 10-9-3 on queen 7-3 2 hearts with the 9 high flush draw. He just knows.
I mean, any hand.
Oh, he does have pair of 3s too. That's cool.
He knows it's enough at this stage of the tournament. As we keep on reiterating, there's so much EV to be gained covering the rest of the players at the table.
We're on 20, man.
People are willing to
20 well.
die by the sword if they have to. You can hear the players talk about that short deck.
With no rebuys, right? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
20 players so far. With no rebuys.
125,000. Plus. Plus. Plus.
Ace, king, queen 6. UTG for Foxen. And he might have a customer because Chidwick's got 2 kings and the shortest stack.
In it goes, my man.
There we go. 2.625 is the pot. Chidwick, slight edge, 62-38.
I mean, this is not as good as it gets in PLO, but 62% equity
Do you like these situations?
is a lot. That 6 of spades really killing Foxen's equity here.
No, but
really?
I mean,
I don't know why I get dead happy in these situations. I feel like once I
I'm
hit,
pretty happy being that like he's short and he has
I'm
a
not saying
bounty.
you hit, but I'm just saying like.
Now I'm pretty happy.
Holy. He's got a whale. 10 jack, queen, king of ace hearts.
That can very
What do
quickly
we have
turn.
here? That's a big draw.
Well, it was either going to be very good or doesn't help anyway. I mean,
Ace,
this
king,
helps with 2 out.
queen, 9,
Yeah, I'm just
6,
saying, you missed
heart,
the river now. It's
needed.
very happy to.
God, man, PLO is such a...
How'd you hold there?
Such a sick game. How did he hold there?
115.
That is a TV table flop. Chidwick just finds the hold across turn and river.
No. Kind of. Did you just arrive?
So now Chidwick up to 4th in chips, playing 17 bigs. Foxen's down to 14. Disastrous turn of events for him as he was chip leader for most of this final table. A couple of spots not going his way. Perhaps the biggest one that kind of comes to mind is that King Jack 9-5 spot against Danny in the big blind, who turned 2 pair. The Queen 9 Deuce 7 board. And since then, Danny's just pulled away with it.
525,000.
Yeah, Danny is really pressing. Going with lots of raises. Hoping to pick up blinds and antes or let some short stacks come along, which he can go bounty hunting against. Ace, queen, queen 10 for Foxen. Foxen now on short stack duties.
Yeah, it's going in.
It is a solid.
1,650,000.
1,650,000.
It is going to be going in. Danny's in
Rough shape here.
Yeah, it's pretty rare in pot limit Omaha to be this bad. Pre-flop. Turns up equity.
1:10 left.
Oh, sorry.
Spades are live.
Not gonna work this one.
Pikachu doesn't work?
Yeah, he keeps touching the Pikachu.
So how often do you
It's
think
been
you fold
working
before?
out so far.
Let's see.
Not really an answer.
Jack 8-4, straight flush draw
God. I'm dead.
for Foxen.
Dead. I'm pretty dead. Well, it's gonna come spade though, you know that. Or maybe 8 of diamonds to annoy you. Massively.
That would annoy me.
Of course. Don't have me dead on the turn, okay? Make it fun.
Yeah, like a 4, so you have 2 outs.
Make it fun, make it fun. No dead on the turn, please. Pikachu! Oh,
Oh my god. How?
okay, now hold, please.
That's scary.
I'm gonna go get one of those Pikachus.
Danny just called in the 8 of diamonds on the turn. Now he just needs to hold.
Yeah.
Oh.
You said the 8 of diamonds, too.
Might want to return that Pikachu.
Oh man.
You
That
know,
felt so good on the turn.
I can imagine.
that's Danny's fault.
It was a zero-sum feeling spot.
He
felt
only
as
asked
bad
for
as he
half
felt
of the
too.
run out. He said 8 of diamonds on the turn to annoy you, but he didn't finish with, and then a brick on the river for me to win the pot.
That's true.
You gotta specify these things.
You need to practice at home, Danny.
11. 100, 200.
Stacks are level at the top.
Blinds are going up. Average stack is now 16 bigs.
Pass, pass.
Yeah, there's no runaway chip leader at the moment now.
That's all the Spaniard. Man, the fact that Foxen was all in at risk there for his tournament life after being chip leader for most of this FT
200,000.
goes to show how swingy this is.
Well, he's betting out into Geta, who's got trip kings. Gonna steal it, but should be some alarm bells. Now
I'm
that the call
trying
comes
to
in.
think how Foxen can win this.
He can't.
He had 3% on the flop. The runner straights would give Guerrero a full house, right?
You're saying the 5 is used?
The 5 would give him a full house if it came. No, 9 jack would give him a full house as well. What am I missing?
It's a brain teaser for you.
Such a good turn, did you see?
Check back from Geta.
9-6. It would have had to have come 9-6. Okay, I got there eventually. Jesus, that hurt my brain. I was like, how has he got 3% Equity.
You seem to enjoy that puzzle.
That was, yeah, I got there eventually.
You're in your own little zone for a second, but you're back.
I'm back.
Still same hand, million chips in the middle. Foxton stabbed the flop, check through on the turn. Looks like Foxton's one and done was on the flop, which would make sense on King, King 7 Rainbow. Got to range your opponent to have a king a lot of times. Could be value to be had against the worst king for Geta. He's got the flush blocker, which is important, which makes it seem less like your opponent will go for a check raise.
Like this chip layout. 21 bigs. Plays 19, plays 18, plays 17. And then 2 short stacks, both with 12 big blinds each. The surgeons are out, Randy. Time to get surgical. These short stack dynamics.
Yeah, it's gonna really kind of come down to who's more studied at this stack depth. A lot of variance, of course. Double suited for Lautaro. And try to limp into Danny Tang. He's got King Jack 9-8, covering ever so slightly by 1 big blind. Not the greatest piece for either player. Clean gut shot for Danny Tang. That's about it. Get out with the best hand at the moment. Pair of deuces. It's not going to stop him from betting.
250,000.
Danny coming with the float. That Broadway draw. Some back doors.
Decent card for Geta, picking up a flush draw, has the blocker to Queen Jack. Danny still has that same gut shot with a pair of kings now. Probably not too confident about the pair of kings. And a double barrel incoming. It's going to be so hard for Danny to call once again with this hand. The current run out with no diamonds to support.
Even if you're suspicious that the Spaniard is up to no good. Yeah, just an impossible call. Because let's not forget, Guerrero did limp him from the small blind, and he can have traps. He was trying to limp pot, get it in.
Yeah, that hand really just exemplifies how strong Geta is a player. Getting shoutouts from main event champion to PLO, Sergio Martinez Gonzalez.
What's going on in that short deck? Makita is currently chip leading.
Kings were nice to Chidwick before. This one's offsuit.
700,000. Pass. 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 Pass.
Well, I'm kind of surprised at that from Greenwood closing the action. Queen 995.
You thought he would
with a suit. Didn't even think much of it. Just folded. That's Greenwood's one of those guys as well where you have a lot of respect for his game. So when he does something, you kind of ask yourself why. Like why is he folding a hand like that?
He must value the bounty a little bit less, potentially. You know, we're 6 remaining. We're going to be getting to the nice pay jump soon. There's different thresholds on.
I don't know. That
how hard
bounty
it should
is
go.
worth more than all of the ladders between now up until 3rd.
I hear you. He just feels a little bit differently about it. It's allowed.
Oh boy.
This is allowed for Fox in the repop double suited aces against one of the short stacks of the tournament. This is just a dream spot for Foxen. Hand is so easy to play. You cover Chidwick. Super easy pot.
Oh, we just saw a jack and a 10 folded there.
And that's grim for.
There's another jack, so no jacks left, 1 10 left.
So he's got 1 out to hit a set. He's got a better chance trying to hit a straight or a flush.
Flush
Although
or a
flush is no
plug.
good, right?
He is proper cooked.
He doesn't know it. He's put in 2.4 million chips. He has
2.4.
550K back.
Yeah.
He has like 11-12% pot remaining. He's got an open-ended straight draw with the Jack 10. He has a path to victory now.
He has more outs than he did pre. He's gone from 1 out
Oh wow.
to 5.
Bad one.
6, sorry, I do apologize. Ace or a 9 for a straight, or the case 10.
Did you think
So
for a second you could be behind on the flop?
the jack's folded.
Possible. If so, you'd be down to like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Oof. Beautiful turn card for Foxen. Chidwick actually has just 4 outs now, a 9, or the case 10. Foxen finds the hold. Foxen finds the hold.
Yes, he
Takes the
does.
chip lead. It's now the overwhelming chip leader. Picks up a 40K bounty in the process. On top of that, gets himself a little $31,000 ladder between 6th and 5th. But perhaps most importantly, he eliminates one of the most decorated poker players in the history of the game, Stephen Chidwick. Out in 6th. Will be heading to the pay desk to pick up $116,000 for his efforts at that. So his 24.5 million in Triton earnings is 54th cash on the tour. But that elusive 3rd title, not going to come in this one. A lot of runs for Stevie here in Jeju.
cashing 6 events, including an 8th place in the 50K Turbo Bounty Quattro and a 30th place in the 100K main. I'm just going to look back at the series. One of those kind of, you know, what could have been, had a couple of spots gone his way.
His series isn't over yet. We know he's going to head into the short deck.
Hey, he won the last ever short deck held at a Triton series.
It's a Greenwood with the button limp. Double suited ace. Gonna be happy to see Gavin Andranov completing the small blind.
Feels like there should be a collision when there are 3 players involved, Randy.
It isn't, though.
But there just isn't. Bottom 2 for Gavin.
There isn't enough firepower for Greenwood to stab the flop.
Now he turns a double gut shot. Gavin, again, just playing defense.
Yeah, it makes sense to see the weak 2 pairs go for defense. This one probably just checks through once again. It's so hard to bet into 2 opponents with just a double gut shot. Can you find a bet?
400.
Does bet. Gavin with 10s and 5s. Maybe he's less concerned about kings up because there wasn't a flop bet from Greenwood. And he blocks king 5. Yeah, this is a nice find from Gavin with just a weakish 2 pair. Just realizes that he blocks a lot of the big hands that Greenwood can have him crushed with.
I think
Gavin's found some really good check raises today.
Yeah.
Which and they're the types of check raises that are spots that PLO pros find and a lot of, you know, Hold'em players don't. And it just goes to show how dialed in he is to population tendencies. Been very impressed because he's found a way to win this one.
He's a tactician.
Foxon says fold, and Greenwood will be doing the same. Well played, sir.
Oh, wow.
Here, Greenwood let out a big sigh, knowing that he cost himself that pot.
And Danny Tang is calling it a nightmare because the shortest stack has grown. Harder for the table to collect that bounty now. Gavin now has 15 bigs, and it's even worse for Danny because Danny actually covered Gavin before the hand concluded. And now it's a nightmare because Danny Tang cannot collect the bounty anymore.
Six hundred.
600.
What's Foxen thinking here? I mean, I know he covers, but King 8-4 deuce.
He's just analyzing each spot, but this would be insanely loose from the small blind.
Does let it go. I would love to say head on over to GTO Wizard to solve that spot. And that's exactly what I'm going to say for the Hold'em fans out there. Head on over to GTO Wizard, the #1 learning app for poker players, where elite players such as Espen Jorstad, you just saw there, literally do study streams, break down hands on Instagram. So the fact that some of the best players in the world that come to this series use GTO Wizard themselves is more than enough of a reason for you guys to head on over and start crushing today. Check them out on socials as well to be in with a chance to actually win a 1-year elite subscription.
The current layout of the stacks is Foxen, big chip lead, 33 big blinds. Everyone else on 15 to 18. Double suited ace, queen, 9-5. Andreanov.
5 seconds.
Got to be a little bit worried about Greenwood's hijack open.
Time.
Double suited properties is the most enticing for Gavin in this spot. But plenty of players act behind him too. Does he want to commit?
The problem with flatting is it opens the door for someone to either squeeze behind or even just call and take this hand 3 ways. As you so correctly called him just a few moments ago, Andreanov really is a tactician. It feels like the precision at which he's executed, the precision of a brain surgeon.
Yeah, he's not one of those shaky hand brain surgeons, you know? Like, he knows what he's doing. Does stay away?
5 seconds. Time.
Foxen depositing a time bank with queen 8-8-4. This has to be too loose, right? Seems like he is thinking about the game much more differently than some of the others at this table in terms of pre-flop ranges to go with. 2 time banks deposited. Is it one of those wait for the big blind to get bigger on someone else situations maybe? Because there's no way he's flatting this hand.
I wonder if this is just Foxen now.
Oh, he's stalling for sure.
Yeah.
He's looked at the time clock every single time he's deposited time bank chip. It's more advantageous for him to have the blinds go up when he's the big chip leader. Helps him secure bounties even more, as everyone else would be much shorter. Like,
You're not playing Invitational. Just about to say that.
That's a good one from Denny.
600?
Yeah. Cool.
If you stall, you don't get to play the Invitational. Top and bottom for Greenwood.
Great hand for Greenwood. Covers his opponent. 2 pair. Club blocker. The key club blocker as well. Backdoor
Could you not put
diamonds.
a 10 out there for me? So I could like actually go with it. Instead now I have to.
I didn't even fucking pay attention to the clock, and I was just like,
Thank you.
like, what the fuck is like is it like 2008 poker where people are just stealing everyone? Alright, at least I.
Like, let me see if I can figure something out in the next 90 seconds.
Well, it was also one of those spots where like, I mean, whatever, you'll see it on stream, and like ace king hand, and it's just like, well, like they don't have fucking aces. Like, guess I gotta go with it.
Two blinds are up. 153 with 3.
Did my hand?
I
Have
mean, I
good
would have done that
potentials
with
against
aces there too.
Yeah. What?
Did my hand have good potentials against you?
Pre-flop? I didn't see your hand. Would you have
Jack, Jack, 9, Queen singles.
Jack, Jack,
spades.
Queen, 9 single. Yeah, you
Man,
had.
blinds going up. This is
I had ace,
getting
king,
pretty
jack,
brutal.
3.
13 big blind average.
I flopped 2 bail.
You were like
You doing okay?
56% or something.
Except, you know, I don't know. What if the flop's like 10-5-2 or something? You're gonna stack off. You're gonna stack off queens.
Premium for Voxen.
Steal me down. Put me on ace king. Bam.
Ace, king, jack, 10 double. Chip leader. And the blinds just went up. Even better for him. More likely someone's going to be able to take a flop with them.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he was aiming for, right?
No fold equity.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Pretty good hand.
Pure luck now. Soon.
You had him. Pure luck now.
Sort of.
Bit of a
Pretty much has been all along.
I think already.
bit of a crapshoot.
Right now, I think last level was not. Last level was.
We were
okay.
pretty close. As soon as you
This
as
level
soon
is-
as the tournament began, it was,
This level is pretty pure luck now.
Still a lot of strategy. But, yes, luck certainly important.
Let these fish drag me into this deep. Why are we so shallow? No. No, amigo?
No.
No.
Fold.
What?
1,050,000.
On the strength of the ace queen suited. No backup.
Fold, fold.
Ace king 3-3 for Gavin. Suited to the ace.
65 big blinds to play.
Ace king suited in a pocket pair. Closing the action.
Give it 20 minutes, mate.
Yeah, I know.
Cool.
Call.
There probably won't still be 5 people though in 20 minutes.
It'd be funny if there is.
It would be. I think that's bad news for me on average. Within 20 minutes, there are 5 people left.
Yeah.
Don't know how to work these.
I mean, it's
Gavin, understandably so,
I don't think about
makes the call.
I don't think
He's
so.
at that stage of the tournament now where
a half a second.
just has to pill one,
Got some like.
pray. Unfortunately for him, the Spaniard has
No one busts in the next
outflopped him.
20 minutes. It's likely
Top
I'm
top.
the most likely person to lose chips. Like it
You're
sure
just gonna
could be.
pot the rest in.
Because I'm the least likely to bust. You no,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll explain it to you another time. You excited for short deck, Danny?
Huh?
You excited?
I am, yes. Otherwise, I'd go greet you in.
Yeah.
But if you do run into anything, whatever you need help, you can message me.
Well, hopefully, I think I'm gonna meet up with Soiza at some point.
There you go.
Because he said he'll be there. So hopefully, won't need your help any more than I already have gotten it.
What? 1,050,000.
Shout out to Michael Soizer.
The last thing Danny could do, though, for Foxen is help his chips over to his stack. What do we have here? Ace 10, 10, 9, double suited from Geta. I like the way Geta plays. He really kind of... He gets in there a little bit more than the others. Of course, this hand is certainly fine, but in other spots...
Pretty insane, given that he's second in chips. Opening into the chip leader, and you have the likes of Gavin and Draenov on 6 big blinds and Danny Tang on 7. But the Spaniard playing for the win. Very similar to his fellow countryman Sergio from yesterday.
So this is a two-way gut shot?
Yes, it is. Deuce or a 6.
His type of board. Foxen, that is.
625.
Leading out. Quarter pot.
Foxen just doesn't think he's ever going to get raised on this board after defending from the big. He just retains all of the 2 pairs, all of the sets, the 5-6.
Yeah, he gets to see a turn card very cheaply, which is nice for him, given he's got a double gutter. 2 very clean straight. He might just take it down a flop if he's up against a very weak hand like an unpaired. Not much backdoors, especially. 2 10s in position. It doesn't feel great, but he does have 2 backdoor flush draws, and one of them is nutted. Hitting a 10 is okay with the current board, too. I think position and price is important, which makes him go with call.
Such a gangster. It's not an easy call.
Right? That's 7. That's too much.
Not an easy call. The 2 backdoor flushes definitely help. 7 of spades on the turn.
It's also Foxen's type of card. It's not unreasonable Foxen led the flop with some kind of 7x with some blocking properties or gut shots.
I agree.
And there's no flush draw. It's a pure rainbow, which is good for Foxen, because if his opponent was kind of sticking around with a overpair, it wouldn't have picked up a backdoor flush draw. And if he bets big enough, he probably just takes this one down on the turn.
Seconds.
Attention dealers and players in 30K showcase tournament, we have your live level 1,500 on the
575,000.
This turn bet is less than his flop lead. And the pot's bigger now, Henry.
I'm just enjoying the show. I've given up trying to figure out exactly what's going on here.
So it seems like Foxen is expecting this board to be frozen such that Geta never raises, which was why he let the flop and why
5 seconds.
he's probably never expecting the turn raise as well. And that is an amazing call with 2 10s.
It's like, is Foxen's just trying to fold out like ace, king, queen with like a backdoor?
He's trying to buy a cheap river as well, and he doesn't get it. Is there a follow through?
I mean, you've got this far, there's 5 million out there.
Supposed to have a range advantage. 6-5 doesn't rate to being get us hijack open range. 7x should be more in Foxen's range as well. It's not like Foxen needs a straight to go for value. He can bet a strong 7 very comfortably for the rest of it, targeting aces and kings. This is a very key pot for both. If Foxen can steal this one, he would have about 10 million in chips.
Try it, man.
5 seconds. Check.
Oh, man. God damn it, Randy.
You wanted to see a jam?
Just wanted to see Lautaro pained by the decision. Instead it goes check, check.
I mean, how much more pain did you want? He had a call flop out of 210s. Still
mean,
call a turn bet of 210s.
Flop's easy, turns easy. It's different when you put to the test for your tournament life. He started the hand second in chips. You know, the proposition of going from second to out in fifth with 2 sub-10 big blind stacks. Randy, are we going to go Spain here in the PLO?
Well, Guedes got the big chip lead now with that pot. He's up to 7.8 million. Foxen,
Why can I smell food?
no longer number 1, down to 4.8.
Fold, fold. Fold. Fold.
Now he's getting walks.
Bam. Bam. This is blinds. This is my chip. Bam.
Danny
Very
having
big.
to put in, what, a third of his stack.
That Pikachu is working hard. Like, okay. Gonna be a Pokemon trainer or something,
What's the
Danny?
easiest way? I'll pay the blinds after I receive my cards. I'll be the safest way.
I wonder if Foxen's regretting not pulling the trigger on the river with his hand. Or maybe like a sizable turn bet.
I'm thinking, had I limp called against you, what would I have? Limp call, bet call.
Oh.
We go in, same result.
Oh. What is this? The tuxedo?
I don't think you can fold the turn.
Well played, Randy. Well played. It was. The King, Queen, Jack 10 as well.
That was the most beautiful tuxedo I've ever seen. That's designer. But straight into the muck. It went. Get a 9-9-3 deuce. You know what's on his mind. It's bounty hunting time. Two hold'em hands for Danny Tang into the muck. Nice steal. I mean, the thing is, when you give the chip lead to a PLO specialist, they don't like to give it away. Rest of the table is definitely in trouble with this captain.
Certainly looks that way. 10 minutes left on the clock as well.
睇都未有，冇嘢睇啊！
Once those blinds go up to 200k, 400k,
玩嘢譚應該落咗
you know
嚟。
what that means? Average stack's going to be dropping down to 10 bigs.
Fold. 4,050,000.
Wow, runaway chip leader. And you've got aces on the button.
He kind of wants action this hand.
Oh, he's running away with it, Randy.
Sure is.
The Spanish Armada showing up to the island of Jeju. Saw Sergio Martinez Gonzalez take down the main event last night for 2.3 million. And now we've got Lautaro Guerra running away with it here in the 30K.
But maybe.
Foxen just has to fold until Danny Tang and Gavin are out of here.
Yeah, Foxen should know this.
Oh.
Plays lots of tournaments. He knows what to do. With the second place chip stack of 5 remaining. 10-9-3 deuce is pretty bad.
Oh.
They're of a kind.
Not as bad as these.
That sucks.
Oh.
Wow, my chance.
What a spot for Greenwood. Gets to attack the micro stack of Andreanov, who's got queen 9-3 deuce. The 3 deuce sucks.
So brutal.
I think Greenwood wants some action now after the way Andreanov's reacting.
I mean, if he can just fold out 43% equity, that is a huge pickup for Greenwood.
Yeah, but what if you rather go bounty hunting? He looks like he's going to fold his cards. Dropped them already. Drop them again.
I had a good hand to part from the small blind. Not a good hand to battle with anyone else. I had ace jack a4 with the suit. You know, like that's a respectable hand.
I thought I was gonna stack, and I was not.
Had a double suited king high.
I had triple fives.
Pain.
Daddy's seething. He would have loved to have played a hand.
It's kind of funny, like, if you look at the table dynamics, it's the PLO specialists that aren't really engaging with this kind of chatter. They're really, like, zoned in.
Yeah, that's true, actually. That's a great read.
Danny, Fox, and Greenwood kind of just live in the moment.
Is Danny going to take a stand here?
I could see it. He's going to expect Guetta to raise super light.
Call.
Call.
Puts in most of the chips.
Call. Call.
One big blind back.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
Okay. Britney Spears on the playlist.
Surprised you know that one, Randy.
Well, it's my time.
Is that what you used to play 24 tables to?
That's right.
It's going in, chaps.
Drop the last chip in there. Guetta.
Good luck, gentlemen.
You have a queen or king?
Top pair
that
for
beat
the
it.
Spaniard. Danny Tang has
Right?
his queen outs blocked.
Queen no good. I need ace,
Ace,
or 5.
8-5.
No one folds an ace or 5. No one folds an ace here, surely. My ace is coming. Ace! Ace! No king, yeah? King will be very boring.
I folded a king.
Danny
And a deuce.
on the hunt.
To the bad cards.
Yeah. Ace.
for title number 6.
Don't really want to go play short deck yet, please.
Wants that
is the most
special
That's a bad card.
Trident.
I do not.
Greenwood.
Hey, assault.
Person, man.
Assault.
That's
Reach the table.
hilarious. Greenwood with an insane needle. Danny calling for an ace. Does not find it. GG's to the 5-time champion. My man is making runs in PLO events, but unfortunately unable to get the 5 outs required to stay alive on the river. And now we have this really unique situation of runaway chip leader. You've got Gavin and Draenov on just 3 bigs. Danny heads over to his realm, put up punts 3. And the team, he will be jumping in the short deck streets in no short time, but first he'll be heading to the cash desk to pick up $147,000 for his run here. He'll be adding to his $19,357,000 in Triton earnings, adding to his 45 cashes, but will not be adding to his 5 titles, as that 6th title will have to either come in one of the short deck events or in Montenegro later this year. Now, 3 minutes left on the clock. Oh, baby. Foxen trying to limp in with a speculative Queen Jack 9 deuce, and Mataro's like, really, buddy? Really?
I don't see how he can continue with Andreanov on 775,000 chips.
The thing is it's Alex Foxen, and his company is called Chip Leader Coaching.
He's
all right, and
he's not the chip leader right now.
Yeah, that's the problem, is he wants to be the damn chip leader, Randy, okay?
It's mid-stack.
He's used to being the chip leader. He's on the hunt for title number 3. Gavin looking for his 2nd PLO title.
He's looking for a double up first.
Yeah, that's a good point. Double up first and then worry about the rest. This is so dusty. God, 10, 9, 8, 3. Suited to the 10.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
Practically playing a 3-card hand.
I understand the disgust, the facial expression of Andreanov.
It's an auto raise punt for Geta.
Yeah, and he just has a legit hand.
Greenwood's like, seriously, buddy? Like,
Greenwood just has to fold.
I know. Look to your left, Greenwood. Andreanov is in the big blind next hand.
I know what Greenwood's doing. And 17 seconds left on the clock. So, there we go.
Yeah,
That was the last hand.
I was like, I was sitting there.
So the blinds are going to go up on Gavin's big blind. So he's actually going to be forced all in first hand when we return from this 10-minute break. Spain looking to go back-to-back in the PLO events. Quattro leading the final 4 with 29 big blinds as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilburn. But
you know, perhaps even more importantly than the fact that he's leading with 29 big blinds, he has Gavin down on 2, and we just saw there, just gets to mash the pot button against Greenwood and Foxen. And even with hands that perhaps they would normally defend under other circumstances, they are just handcuffed to the situation right now.
Exactly. You know, he's picking up their blinds. He's picking up the big blind ante for free practically. And right now, it's just a waiting game for the remaining other 3 players. So it's going to be Gareth's game now.
He has more than half the chips in play. Randy and I stepping aside for 10 minutes. Don't go too far, because when we return, I mean, this could quite literally be over in the space of 5 or 10 hands. We're going to be playing down to a champion in the 30K PLO Bounty Quattro. We'll see you shortly.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Who's third in chips.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just going in the middle. We're not even defending. We're happy to play for it all pre-flop.
Yeah, force all of the money in from Nacho.
Cards on their backs.
That's a big
A
hand.
big hand. You're ahead though.
Am I?
You're in front. How's that?
He's in the lead.
Am I?
He is. Look at the
You have
equities.
hearts covered. You have a king covered. You have a pair.
9 slot mix.
That's greedy.
Nine's lovely.
I think I want like.
If there's a 9, there's going to be
Clubs.
going to be like.
I mean, if
be
it's a
clubs
9, it's
with, like-
50-50 to be a club anyway.
Yeah.
So
Use on the flop.
I folded it is.
That's good for me.
Oh
Very
boy.
fucking easy.
You heard him.
It's super hard.
Never easy as
Pair and a
Foxen
flush
leaps into the front in terms of
Backdoor-
equity.
Backdoor, straight draw.
It's like a fake pair though, kind of.
He needs a board too. Something else he needs. A jack.
Look good.
Okay.
Heard the war one time.
5 of clubs.
Still alive, not dead.
Everyone's happy.
One card to come. Ace, King, Queen, 6 club needed. For Alex Foxen
It's going to be a king, actually.
to eliminate Nacho Barbero. Oh!
He's gone.
I was looking for a club. It's the Queen of Diamonds.
I had 7, 4, 3, 2. I was like, there's too many.
Foxen.
Oh,
Rivers, 2 pairs. Big smile from him, of course. Not for that man, though. A 7th place finish. $89,000. No, for someone like Nacho, it's not about the money, man. It's about the final table and the opportunity to win a title. I'd love nothing more than to pick up another PLO Triton trophy, but it will have to come in Montenegro. Decided to run it. Decided to spin the wheel of his final 10 bigs. Just ran into die by the sword if they have to. Can hear the players talk about that short deck.
With no rebuys, right? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
20 players so far. With no rebuys.
125,000. Plus. Plus.
Ace, King, Queen, 6. UTG for Foxen. And he might have a customer because Chidwick's got 2 kings and the shortest stack.
In it goes, my man.
There we go. 2.625 is the pot. Chidwick, slight edge, 62.38.
I mean, this is not as good as it gets in PLO, but 62% equity
Do you like these?
is a lot. That 6 of spades really killing Foxen's equity here.
No, but
Really?
Saw Chris and
I don't know
Foxen.
why I get dead happy in these situations. I feel like once I
I'm
hit,
pretty happy being that like he's short and he has
I'm
a
not saying
bounty.
you hit,
and-
but I'm just saying like.
Now I'm pretty happy.
Holy. He's got a whale. 10 Jack, Queen, King of Ace Hearts.
That can very
What do
quickly
we have
tell.
here? That's a big draw.
Well, it was either going to be very good or doesn't help anyway. I mean,
Ace,
this
King,
helps with 2 hours.
Queen, 9,
Yeah, I'm
6,
just saying, you missed
heart,
the river now. You guys
needed.
are very happy to.
God, man, PLO is such a
How'd you hold there?
such a sick game. How did he hold there?
115.
That is a TV. Chidwick up to 4th in chips, playing 17 bigs. Foxen's down to 14. Disastrous turn of events for him as he was chip leader for most of this final table. Couple of spots not going his way. Perhaps biggest one that kind of comes to mind is that King Jack 9-5 spot against Danny in the big blind, who turned 2 pair. The Queen 9 Deuce 7 board.
525.
And since then, Danny's just pulled away with it.
525,000.
Yeah, Danny is really pressing. Going with lots of raises. Hoping to pick up lines and antes or let some short stacks come along, which he can go bounty hunting against. Ace, Queen, Queen 10 for Foxen. Foxen now on short stack duties.
Yeah, it's going in.
It is a solid.
1,650,000.
1,650,000.
It is going to be going in. Danny's in rough shape here.
Yeah, it's pretty rare in pot limit Omaha to be this bad. Pre-flop. Times equity.
1
10 left.
Oh, sorry.
Spades are live.
Not gonna work this one.
Pikachu doesn't work?
Yeah, he keeps touching the Pikachu.
So how often do you
It's
think
been
you fold the
working
ball?
out so far.
Let's see.
Not really an answer.
Jack 8, 4, straight flush draw
I'm dead.
for Foxen.
Dead. I'm pretty dead. Well, it's gonna come spade though, you know that. Or maybe 8 of diamonds to annoy you. Massively.
That would annoy me.
Of course. Don't have me dead on the turn, okay? Make it fun.
Yeah, like a 4, so you have 2 outs.
Make it fun, make it fun. No dead on the turn, please. Pikachu! Oh, wait.
Oh my god. How?
Okay, now hold, please.
That's scary.
I'm gonna go get one of those Pikachus.
Danny just called in the 8 of diamonds on the turn. Now he just needs to hold.
Yeah.
Oh.
You said the 8 of diamonds, too.
Might want to return that Pikachu.
Oh man.
You
That
know,
felt so good on a turn.
I can imagine.
and like that.
He must value the bounty a little bit less, potentially. You know, we're 6 remaining. We're going to be getting to the nice pay jump soon. Players have different thresholds on.
I don't know, that
How hard
bounty
it should
is
go.
worth more than all of the ladders between now up until 3rd.
I hear ya. He just feels a little bit differently about it. It's allowed.
Oh boy.
This is allowed for Fox in the repop double suited aces against one of the short stack.
A very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of the 30K PLO Bounty Quattro. We're down to 4, but Randy, we could be down to 0 very quickly. We've got the Spaniard, Lautaro Guerra, runaway chip leader with 31 big blinds. But more importantly, we've got Gavin Andreanov, who's going to be forced all in first hand of coming back because he's in the big blind with less than 2 bigs. And you've got Foxen and Greenwood playing a bit of a waiting game because of the pay jumps. They would be a disaster to bust out now and only get 183,000 when, you know, you make it to heads up and you earn almost double that, 340k plus the opportunity to go on and close this one out. Now, I'll be honest with you, Randy, it feels pretty low stakes here, considering that we gave out 2.3 million yesterday. We had the no limit holder made, but the reality is this is $500,000 real money plus the bounties, and of course the Triton trophy as well. That all 4 of these players would love nothing more than to get their hands on.
Yeah, I think the next hand is going to be very important because Gavin is forced all in. Actually, Foxen and Greenwood could get involved here because even if they lose to perhaps Lautaro, who will likely go for it, they have more chips than Andreanov where they may get the pay jump, and now they have an opportunity to also collect that bounty. So I'm curious to see if Foxen and Greenwood jumps into this very next hand.
That's a really interesting point because that bounty that you mentioned is worth more than the ladder. So the ladder between 4th and 3rd is 38,000. The bounty's worth 40k. We've seen some tight folds from Greenwood in a couple of other spots where you're just left curious, like, okay, this guy's folding. There must be some strategy behind those bounties that's going on. So yeah, let's throw it down to the main stage once more for continuing coverage here. I mean, spin the wheel. First hand, Gavin's going to be all in. Question is it going to be against the chip leader? 99.9% chance of that is going to be the case.
Is there a third party?
Is there going to be a third party involved? Let's see. 31 bigs, plays 9, plays 8, plays 2.
Head of the tape so far. Barbero took a high variance line, as one should in these fields. Players from the start of this final table were showing a willingness to play big pots. So much value in being runaway chip leader, where you can go for those bounties.
Yeah. I mean, you can choose some up to.
It's better. That's it.
I mean, that's a
Great hand to be forced in with.
Sure. Ace, Queen, 10-4.
Pot.
And having your opponent dominated as well.
Let's see. Jack, 10-6. Is Greenwood looking to get it in, as I mentioned?
Call.
Yeah. This doesn't surprise me because he knows Andranov can't fold. So he has a chance at a bounty. If he gets decent equity, he'll just go along with it. It is possible we even get a double elimination here.
That's true, actually, yeah. That is true. They do share diamonds. There's 5 diamonds between Greenwood and Guerrero. It would be tough for diamonds to roll off. Oh my word, okay.
Wow, this board is cracked.
Top and bottom with an open-ender. Just pot and pray. 3.5 million out there. You have emergency boat outs if you need them.
This is pretty rough for Greenwood. This board just has a pair of jacks. And he's already threw in 1.4 million in pre. I guess you just give up, because if he commits chips and he's behind Guetta, but he doesn't, but Gavin holds, you know, like that's a disaster. He just goes out and forth with no additional payout.
Greenwood using up a time bank here.
5 seconds. Check.
I am confused. How much in total?
It's 2, 3.2.
Using up a full minute
575.
before checking on over
You got 375 out of there.
to the Spaniard.
Okay, all in.
Bet 3,575.
He's just going to put Greenwood in.
This is another green.
Greenwood's putting like 40-45% of his stack.
3,575.
He just doesn't have much going with the jacks.
3 ways. I don't think I can get to that.
Did he say he needs 25% 3 ways?
He did.
Wow, he had pretty much that.
No. Oh.
Oh wow, Gavin hadn't even looked. I love that. Just the pure sweat.
Can't remember for sure.
You can watch the stream after.
Looking for a queen or a 10. He's just dead on the turn.
That's right.
GG's, mate. Gavin and Draenor once again just showing why he's such a widely respected
You gotta give him one.
PLO
Good try.
crusher. Try sneaking off with a bounty. The one-time Triton champion. Had a rough start to the series. Stone bubbled the 25k. Stone bubbled the 50k. Came 10th in the 100k PLO main for 190,000. And now he's heading to the pay desk for another 183,000. So a little 6x on his money, plus bounties earned. Did a fantastic job at navigating six-handed play, might I add. A couple of masterful check jams, just correctly recognizing some of the mistakes that the Hold'em players were making.
Oh, aces, and Foxen's second in chips.
Wow, yeah, you're right. Greenwood's down to 1.8 million.
How can he not play aces? You see him just calling here, looking for safe-ish flops. Maybe he provides himself fold equity if he just stop and goes. Obviously amazing to hit top set. The problem is Guerra's got a flush.
Ace of Spades window card. Absolute disastrous development for Foxen. Top set against the flopped flush with 3.2 million out there. It looks like the Spaniard's coming.
That's four. It needs to be four. 400.
Really small min bet of one big blind. He wanted to bet 10% pot, but the blinds are so big now.
Yeah, it wasn't allowed. Needs to do the minimum, which is 1 BB. I mean, Foxen still has 32% equity with his top set against flushes.
Blocks his own boat outs, which is annoying. Perhaps even more annoying is the fact that Greenwood is sat there with just 5 bigs. The difference between third and second, 119,000. It's always dicey because it feels like maybe you're giving just a random like King Jack a chance at making Broadway, which of course has equity against top set.
Right.
And now this turn card is just feels like it's impossible to get away from for Foxen with 4 spades out there.
Less likely his opponent has a flush. Check through.
I guess Guerra just knows that the money's going to be able to get in on the river. Also, I guess by checking back does allow Foxen to perhaps value bet 2 pair plus.
He also wants like a similar hand that isn't a flush to stab or kind of make the straight if Foxen was holding like a King Jack 10 himself. I mean, Foxen should feel relatively okay about his hand given the snap turn check through.
Yeah, I would not fault him for value betting this here. 4 spades on board. It's annoying having a 3 blocking, you know, some has like ace 3, pocket 3s.
1.15.
Bet 1,150,000.
Comes out with quarter pot.
Ghetto with second nuts.
This seems like a very calculated sizing from Foxen. Guerra.
He didn't want to see that. He wanted to leave himself a little bit of chips just in case his opponent did have some small flush that just called. Now what do you do with 1 big blind remaining?
Does Guerra ever jam worse for value? I think so. I think he just, you know, does he jam 9s here? Sure. For the bounty? I don't know.
For the bounty, yeah, that would make sense. Very possible.
But then there's also this weird, like, metagame where if he had 9s, would he jam? Because calling makes sense to just leave Foxen on 375k. and then you just win the tournament like 98% of the time.
Yeah, it's a very weird dynamic. But then again, I would feel the bounty's worth more than leaving Foxen in there.
He's made the call. He's going to get shown the bad news. The two-time Triton champion Alex Foxen, head honcho of chip leader coaching, is out in third after a swingy final table. Played for the win from the get-go. Couple of high variance spots not going his way. He was all in at risk.
Yep.
With 6 left against Danny Tang, doubled up, but ultimately falling short here. Third place for 221,000 plus bounties as he heads to the pay desk with wife Chrissy, who was on the rail the entire time to support her man and watch him on the hunt for his 3rd Triton title. Three-handed play not going his way. And with that, Randy, we're heads up as the Spaniard Lautaro Guerrero with 45 bigs, Sam Greenwood with 5, a 9-1 chip lead. Both players guaranteed $340,000 for their efforts, playing for $503,000 plus the bounties as we welcome you back to the break desk. Spain seemed to be the nation in form in the PLO streets here, Randy, after Sergio Gonzalez took down the main event last night. You and I are stepping aside for just a couple of minutes while they set the stage. Don't go too far. When we return, we are going to be crowning a champion here in event number 17. We'll see you very shortly.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
We're heads up in the 30K PLO bounty Quattro between Spain's Lautaro Guerra and Sam Greenwood. Greenwood looking for his second title, Guerra looking for his first. But if Greenwood's going to get his second, Randy, it is an uphill battle. He's coming in with a 9-1 chip deficit. In PLO, though, it's safe to say that anything can happen, right? And even though he's down to 5 bigs, he is still in with a shot to spin this back up and actually go on and win this thing.
I mean, you've seen the previous PLO tournaments where we've seen the shorter player in heads up kind of come out on top. Even yesterday, it was swingy. We've seen Ding Biao and Sergio kind of go back and forth. So if Sam Greenwood could get one double in, bring himself up to 10 big blinds, and hopefully get one more after that, he really could put himself in contention.
Yeah, if there's anyone to do it, it is Greenwood. I'm just looking over at his Triton track record. He's got 16.38 million in Triton earnings. He's number 13 on the all-time Triton earnings mark. One title, and he's one of those players as well where you look at one title and you think, how does Greenwood only have one title? But when you scroll back through, so many crossbars, you know, final table after final table from different series, but just unable to convert some of those deep runs after, you know, years of trying. You know, let's see a 4th place there in a short deck in London. Hasn't got a PLO title, another 5th place there. 2nd in the No Limit Hold'em main in Cyprus 2023. 1st place in the short deck. That was his first title in Vietnam of 2023. So no title in Hold'em and no title in PLO. And he has a PLO specialist in the Spaniard to compete against.
Yeah, he's up against that PLO specialist who has 90% of the chips in play going into heads up. So obviously a huge uphill battle, and Guerra, he knows how to play with short stacks. He knows what to do, and he's looking to collect that big prize for first, and he's looking to collect Greenwood's bounty and his own.
Exactly. So an additional 80K by collecting Greenwood's bounty and keeping his own. And looking over at Guerra's Triton track record as well, as we already knew, shows up only for the PLO stuff. And similar to his fellow countryman, Martinez, who took down the main event last night, both Martinez and Guerra's records coming into this series were a lot of bricks, you know, coming in, clearly play only PLO. You see, it took Guerra 4 stops, actually, before getting his first cash in Montenegro last year in the 50K. Cashed the main event in Monte Carlo 2024. Had a min cash here in the 50K. But those final tables just eluding the Spaniards, and yet here we are in Jeju. Sergio taking it down last night for 2.3 million, and it looking very likely that Guerra is going to be taking this one down. And you have to ask yourself, have the Spaniards learned something that we're unaware of? They've been in the lab since the last series, and they've shown up here and dominated the PLO streets.
We'll find out if he can close this one out.
Let's throw it down to the main stage. 9-1 chip lead for Guerra after eliminating Alex Foxon in 3rd. Live from the Landing Casino, Jeju, Shinhwa World. You know it's going in. Hand number 1. Unless Greenwood is somehow dealt bottom 5%,
He
10%.
just gets 4 of a kind pre-flop.
Yeah, sure. If he gets like Jack, Deuce, 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 Rainbow, he might even put it in with Jack, Deuce, Deuce, Deuce suited to the Jack. You never know. Here we go.
I mean,
Of
Greenwood's
course.
in the big blind first hand. He's going in with the 10-9-6-5.
1.2?
It's going in. So,
I call.
Raises pot. Greenwood's going to make the call.
Yep, so 1.5 BB's back.
10-9-6-5 double. He's going to be more than happy to look down at a double-suited hand. Has 42% equity, even against a hand that dominates his clubs and dominates his 10. SPR around 0.2. It's going in, Randy.
Wow.
Queen, Jack, 7. Open-ended for Greenwood. 2 backdoor flush draws. Rare with the overpair and open-ender.
How do you have that? Come on.
Blocking some of Greenwood's outs.
The right.
Greenwood even saying, like, it's like, dude,
It's not fair.
How do you even have that? Let's get like a 3 of diamonds on the turn for a sweat. Is that too much to ask for? 3 of diamonds?
Actual clubs too.
Yeah.
This could be it. Hand number 1, all in brought to you by WPT Global. Guerrero, a 72% lock on the hand. Make that 85%. Now can taste victory. Spain going to be going home with 2 PLO titles if Guerrero can just hold here. Needs to fade a king or an 8, which he does. He improves to the nut straight. GG is announced. And finally, the PLO specialist from Spain getting the monkey off his back in the 30K PLO bounty Quattro, taking home $503,000 for his efforts, plus all of those bounties. Similar fashion to his fellow countryman, Greenwood.
Thank you very much.
Going to head to the cash desk to pick up $340,000 for his efforts, adding to his 16.4 million in Triton earnings. Will be jumping into the short deck streets. Title number 2 is going to have to wait for Greenwood. Loses heads up to the PLO specialist, Lautaro Guerrero, beating a field of 100 runners. It was a swingy day for him, Randy. It was a swingy day as we welcome you back to the break. That's just one hand of heads-up play. We saw straight from the get-go 7 players at this final table. Barbero taking a high variance spot with his King 993, and it seemed like that was the case for everyone. There would just seem to be so much value in becoming one of the chip leaders, being able to go for bounties, and it's something that we saw Guerrero do very early on, even when he was second in chips, opening into Foxen's big blind, who was chip leader at the time. Lautaro was just like, hey, listen, I need to become chip leader. I'm happy to play big spots and take these high variance lines, and it's worked out for him.
Yeah, to keep hot in this final table for Ghetto was when he opened the 2-10s into Foxen's big blind, and he stuck around against the lead on flop and turn. Wisely so. It was a very difficult board for him to do so, but he kind of just knew where he was at, and that was when the chip lead had shifted from Foxen over to Ghetto, and he really just turned it into a victory here today.
Yeah, he stayed stubborn, rightly so, and went on to close it on out. Now, Hold'em is finished, PLO is finished, but we still have more action here from Jeju as we're going to be starting the 30K short deck ante-only with the likes of Danny Tang in the mix. Martiroshin, who was somewhat pleasantly surprised to see in the short deck streets. He's looking for those player of the year leaderboard points, of course. But for now, a word with our champion from the PLO 30K, Guerrero.
From a nation that's known for tapas, this gentleman to my left just made a very quick meal of this final table. Lautaro Guerrero, congratulations. Your 6th ever Triton Festival, your 4th cash, first final table, and you made it count as you've won the trophy. And as we can see here, 7 bounties for an added $280,000 on top of the $500,000. First and foremost, walk me through this final table. The final 3 bust outs came in quick fire fashion. Were you out here bounty hunting the whole time? Had you made some adjustments?
Not really. Like, I mean, the cards came, you know, how, you know, like in the right timing, and I just played the cards how came, you know, and the variants make it done, everything.
He's being very, very humble, you guys. This much we know, especially given that yesterday your countryman Sergio Martinez stood right up here with me as he picked up a title in the PLO streets. And honorary Spaniard Tom Bedell, who lives in Madrid and was here sweating things, also has earned a title. What's going on out there in Spain? Who's going to answer the question? Why are you guys proving to be so good, not just at 2-card with the guys that we talk about in Mateos and Juan Pardo and Sergio Aido, but there's some 4-card killers out there too.
Yeah, there are. Like, but there are many also another nationalities that are doing well. So we're one more. I mean, yeah, we having a good talent.
Well, listen, for those maybe that thought, who is this guy? He's been around, like I said, at 6 Festival, but in the Bahamas, you just won a 100K super high roller PLO, and yet when we stood up here and we chatted, you were focused on the fact that finally I have done this. Why is it so special to earn a Triton title, even though you've accomplished so much as a PLO player?
Yeah, I think like everyone talks really well about Tritons. It's nothing else, you know. I can say it like it's so really good team, a very good. It's like a privilege, you know, to play these events, and yeah, feels really good always to come back. Even if you don't win, you still come back. So that's how I did maybe for 2 years, you know. So I achieved my first final table, my first trophy. So I will keep coming.
Well, the feelings are about to get a little bit better, as it's my privilege to welcome to the stage Luca Vivaldi, who's here to present you with your first ever Triton title. Enjoy it. Spain's La Tarraguera, your 30K PLO Bounty Quattro champion. And welcome back to the desk. Guess that was a pretty quick outfit change for yours truly. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow, ready to get the short deck part of the program started. Now, Kevin is a rookie. It's Kevin's first time here at Triton as a commentator, which means that yours truly has taken it upon himself, and perhaps for those less familiar with the discipline, Kevin, to, you know, just, well, I'm going to let the pictures do the talking over here. Just a little bit of a guide. You see here, we're going to remove the deuces through the fives. Now, if that's a little bit challenging, Kevin, this is a clock. I know it's something Randy struggles with, but I've removed the deuces through the fives from that. Now, this would be long deck. That's not what we're playing. Short deck is what we're playing. You see the little smiley face there? I haven't figured out the left-right situation there. Does that help?
I don't know how you thought that would make it more clear for me, Ali.
This has confused you?
It hasn't helped.
Well, look, genuinely the nuances are flushes now beat full houses, and with the absence of the deuces through the fives, much like the ace would come on down and play a wheel ace to five, the ace now serves as a five and can make a 9-high straight. And I've got one more way that I'm going to make sure that you know what's going on here. I have here, these are all the cards that we don't need, Kevin. You see that we have 4 deuces. We don't need those, Kevin. We're just going to, those are the deuces. Here's some 3s. You can have those too. Here's 4s,
so
5s.
Rude.
No, I love you. Actually, I more love doing this. All right, see, deuces through 5s gone short deck la.
Oh, I get it.
We're about to have a little bit of fun. Listen, I'm telling you right now, this game brings you things that others simply do not. You dealt with that well, Kevin, even though I know you weren't in on it.
Thanks, Ollie.
There's Danny Tang seated at a lone feature table, just given that the other one was occupied with that 30K PLO Bounty Quattro.
I was waiting for more cards, you know, my hand was here, you know. I'm still in Omaha.
You're used to it.
Yeah, I'm still in Omaha.
Limps under the gun. Now, for those that don't know, the structure of this is a double ante on the button, single ante everywhere else. You see we're playing the 2K ante right now. And once someone opens a pot up front, you see this sort of snowball effect whereby others will be inclined to also get in there. Wang Yi, Danny Tang, all joining Jason before Tren Ko Chung.
Even better.
With ace queen, decides to rip in his 84,000.
How better was it? Even better.
9-8 off, it sounds like to me. Yeah.
Nicholas Michael Ng
8-10 better than jacks, man. I would
The
have hit
10-8
a
offsuit. Covered. The Singaporean looks up at ace 6-8.
Interesting,
Monotone.
Not that interesting, really.
10 of club.
For me,
Trent
it's
has this
interesting.
one.
Yeah, it's very.
I'm in the part,
10
so.
of club.
Yeah, it's compelling to you.
10 of club or 9 of club. 10 of club or 9 of club. Come on. Turn.
Just a 10 or an 8 will rescue the Singaporean's bullet. And I say bullet because in short deck, each buy-in brings you 3 bullets.
Music's lame. We got to get like a better winner music.
9 of clubs will polish off.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now a Lammer's going to be redeemed for a fresh stack. And you see the dealer providing another 100,000 to Nick Ng.
Sorry, what's your name?
That's CK.
CK.
Yeah.
I'm Nick.
Nick, nice to meet you.
Where
Where are you from?
Singapore.
Yeah. Singaporean. But from Hong Kong.
Oh, Hong Kong, okay.
Now, Ali, first impressions for me. Everyone's putting an ante out.
I was in air
Button's
show
putting out
last
2
year.
times the ante.
Yes, sir.
Like, actually 2 years ago. Yeah.
That 100K starting
Awesome,
stack,
you know,
or
like,
25
those
antes,
things.
does not
Did
go
you stay
particularly far
Were you
at
there
the
for
moment compared to, let's say, 25 big blinds
Oh, no, never.
in a long deck
I'm
tournament.
more like an aircraft
Very
guy.
astute observation, my friend, and you will see those chips flying in there
And then poker
with
two over.
relatively brisk pace. But the nuances of the game will reveal themselves as certain opportunities arise. Sets don't carry near as much value as they would in other situations. Pocket pairs,
Right.
in turn, of course, also losing their luster. The real powerhouses are, of course, the aces, but 9-10 suited, 10-jack suited. Those are the hands that you really see looking to shovel chips into the pot. Ace-king-queen board here, limped around. Bottom 2 for the freshly reloaded Nick Ng. He's got the best hand. But just look at the percentages, Kevin. 25% for kings and queens, and CK with 23%, despite having just a queen and that jack.
Yeah, also feels noteworthy how often
Check.
All right.
King and Kuhn will tie here.
This time you bet, then I fold.
Okay, we'll see.
Feeling like quite a dominated hand, but
Last time checking worked really well for me, so I'm going to do it again.
obviously board pairs a lot more often in this format.
And then I bet the 25.
No action on the turn as Kuhn was the only remaining customer. Queen's full, firing 25,000 into him.
Got a really bad hand, but I don't believe you. It's really bad.
Like ace 10.
No, I would have called you with that like about a half a second ago. I just feel like you have like Jack 9.
Good fold, good
因
fold.
為佢哋 sponsor
Good
成
fold.
個，即係有 sponsor Triton 噶嘛，咁佢哋咪攞個 clock 嚟幫佢哋賣廣告咯。
Jason eventually does find the muck after some sporting exchanges.
You were quite close though, Jack 9.
Close?
Yeah.
Now registration
You
is
could see
open
later.
for 8 levels. At the end of the 8th level, you can no longer... At the end of the 7th level, forgive me, you can no longer keep back any lammers. You must redeem them for all of the fresh stacks that they would otherwise have represented.
Just steal Omaha?
I need one more.
Just a limp for Danny with the ace-king.
Now, sometimes Count Trapula is a thing out here. So if you are going to raise in these multi-way pots, you have to be prepared for somebody else to come right back over the top of you. So 6 players take the 10-7-6 board.
Check.
Pair and a gut shot for Kuhn. And he finds his straight on this turn, which also gives Martirosian the same straight. You know, Artur as an open limper isn't supposed to have a whole lot of 9x, so this 10 into 24 could raise some eyebrows.
Yeah, but certainly at the same time, you bet into 6 players in a game where it's so easy to have a 9 somewhere. Represents a lot of strength.
That it does. Bit of an eyebrow-raising decision to call for CK, as you saw Jason actually fold the straight with a bet and call in front of him, and the might of that particular bet from Artur on full display. Concern maybe about a Jack-9.
Yeah, that one's interesting. Also just no redraw, of course.
I think if
You
CK
you're
doesn't,
calling for
yeah, I think if CK doesn't call, by the way, forgive the interruption, with the King Jack in front of us, we're going to feel a little bit differently about things.
Yeah. But between 2 players, we figure, well, we're chopping with one of them at best, and we're getting free rolled, or we're just behind.
Now the board pair on the river has drawn a check, and look at CK activating, and Artur just figures this has to have been 2 pair or a set that was looking at that 4-liner on board, and short deck la. Your first chance to kind of see a little bit of how effective finding those bluff lines can be, and positioning yourself to be able to exercise them as well, because they show up. You know, these doors open far more often.
Yeah.
Out here. So again, flushes beat full houses. Deuces through 5s have been stripped out of the deck. The aces can be used as 5s, 3 bullets in the form of 3 lammers, each of which is good for 100K. That's what each buy-in is worth. Re-entry rather, is still open through 7 levels, and at the end of that, everybody will be forced into redeeming all of their lammers. Seven Jack. Nicholas Ing with trips. Four checks rather in front of Artur's Queen Jack. And from the button, he poses a question of the field. Nick choosing to play it as a call. Obviously, there are better 7x combos that would be in Artur's range on the button.
Jason going to raise with his gut shot.
Yeah, this is quite spicy. He's gotten rid of Martirosian, and now Nick lamenting the spot. Calls the 13,000. Jason, a prolific short deck player, by the way.
You're not checking?
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. The case 9 on the turn. There was 10-8 and pocket 9s elsewhere in this field. And now Nick all of a sudden leading out. Now, we don't expect, especially given that we hold an 8, that 10-8 would have been the hand with which Nick called the muscle on the flop with.
Yeah, like Captain America.
does feel, though, like with the remaining stacks being so short, there's just like not a lot of room for us to maneuver someone off of their hand. Do we think we're getting the price?
Well, Jason is going to peel one off. Not convinced that his straight is drawing dead. Of course, a 9 would give him 9s full. Not available in reality. Queen rolls off. Nick now slows down. And Kuhn betting 60.
Yeah, certainly this is the plan if we see our opponent show hesitation, like we did here on the end. Jason might even think that Ing is weaker than this. Something like Jack 10 comes to mind.
You have A7 suited. A7 diamond.
Jack.
Oh.
Wow.
Actually, might.
7-7.
Wait, I was like, there's a chance.
You jam me.
Oh.
So Nick Ing finding the call against Jason Kuhn there, who got caught.
Discount.
You acted exactly when I
Reset.
pressed the button.
And Lammer number 2 is going quite a bit better than Lammer number 1 did for Nick Ing. This is Nick's first ever Triton tournament at his first ever festival.
LaMarvelous asking on YouTube. Ollie, I'm assuming there's not much bluffing in short deck. And I don't know if the timing was exactly as Jason ran that bluff that was unsuccessful, but
no, there's
just had a chuckle there, the timing of me looking at the comment.
Yeah, sure. There's an incredible amount of bluffing that goes down in short deck. And it's really cool as well because, again, the frequency of the opportunities presented for those bluffs, as you saw just there for Jason moments ago, makes for good viewing. Meanwhile, 9-8-6 and another 6-7, this time offsuit, makes for a lead out of Nick Ing with the open-ender and bottom pair. Martirosian two-way straight draw. He'll peel, and guess who's got the nuts? Danny Tang on the button, the involuntary participant in the limp pot pre. Will he seek to announce himself?
7 of diamonds, certainly in favor.
Right, 22.
Yeah, the backdoor flush stuff, obviously not as big a consideration, just given how rare it is to produce a flush in short deck, but obviously we'll take it. And the check raise to 22,000 from the button, which is a position from which we could just be spinning a tail here that is tall and not necessarily sitting on the actual goods, as we can see Danny has. Leaves Nicholas keeping an eye on him. The turn, however, leaves Nick checking. And that's not going to be on Danny's mind.
That's 48.
48 into 66.
Daniel. Call.
Pretty healthy call here from Nick. Drawing to just a chop, as we can see. 11% of the time, however, he'll successfully accomplish that feat. Martirosian would have had the nuts, by the way, runner with the queen 10. There were only 2 10s available for Nick to chop, neither of them showing up here, but front door flush has arrived. Danny not so concerned about such things.
And it has to be dicey to be playing such a large pot with the 1-card straight draw. Fortunately, Ing didn't improve to second best.
And Danny going all in, not concerned about the queen 10 or the diamonds.
Danny got
This
ace
would
high,
be incredibly ambitious.
Yeah, trying to find a way to put Danny on a bluff.
Asking whether or not Danny has ace
87?
high.
No, 107. 112? Oh, okay. No, it's okay. 112, right? Yeah, okay.
Is actually, in a way, asking whether or not he has a busted gut shot, because, again, the ace would be playing as a 5. So
I shall see later. No, I shall see later.
10 of diamonds.
Ace high for sure.
7 of diamonds. There's a good one.
Oh, okay. Good enough. Good enough.
Nick does end up conceding.
It'd be funny if we have the same handle.
Have fun. Good luck.
Bye, guys.
Oh, see you later.
See you guys.
man. Spin it up, man.
A little bit of
Waiting for more
rebalancing
cards. I keep waiting. I'm like this.
going on. Ace Jack, 2 9s, and Ace Queen climb aboard. CK knuckles back from the button. And there are certain hands that are much more candidates to be forcing the action pre-flop, and others that are very much content to just sort of wait, see what develops, as this turn has hit both Jason and Danny. Advantage Danny with the kicker as we see Jason lead.
Yeah, to that point, Ali, I imagine both the great price everyone's getting on a limp being one factor, but also just the equities of all hands running so close together compared to long deck. No huge advantage to push for a lot of these hands before the flop.
Raise 19.
19K as Danny steps out a little bit here. Not worried that Jason limped with 8x. Kuhn making the call. And now a chop on the end, courtesy of this
I
king.
got unlucky, man.
No, if you get an 8, you win.
What I got unlucky.
Knew where he was at in that one.
And unlucky is a fair way to describe what Danny's experiencing there. Although I would say
Did not
Danny's
expect to
feeling
be outkicked.
rather lucky to be breaking even on the festival, per his own admission, after firing 4 bullets in both the PLO main for 400,000 and then 4 in the 50K PLO for 200,000.
Yeah, that adds up quick.
Yes, it does. And Jason Kuhn, his stack adding up to 475,000 at present, well ahead of Danny Tang's 279. Martirosian, CK Chuan, and Wang Ye rounding things out here. You see bullets, that's what we mean when we say lammers. How many have been redeemed? Danny's still using his first along with Wang Ye, but 2 have already been redeemed for Kuhn, Martirosian, and CK.
Is anyone out there redeeming lammers early when it's not necessary, or everyone satisfied to just put the 100K in play? And
I've almost never seen it.
Yeah.
because, you know, short deck is a game where your stack just ends up flying toward the middle so often. You'd rather break that buy-in down and get some mileage out of it.
Does seem like the best strategy individually, but never know. Someone shows up, decides, I'd like to gamble for more.
Tell you what,
Maybe
if
the other players are like, well, if that's your plan, then I guess I'm coming with you.
Yeah, if somebody sits down at your table and just redeems them all at once, you're looking at a special creature. Looking at Ace King King with a couple of clubs. CK just takes air and decides to bet it. Cohn with the gut shot wants to take a peek. This is deeply ambitious, but targeting the fact that if the only other voluntary participant in the pot, Danny, was willing to check that board, and Jason on the button in a limp pot pre is just basically the big blind and could have any two. We're supposed to be able to bet and take it, and just look what greets Jason on this turn. He's got Broadway, and CK knows it was a one-and-done proposition for him. Somebody was clacking time banks or chips as Jason was messing with his fingers, and I thought it was like one of those crazy martial arts movies where a Foley artist is like breaking celery in the background to make the noise of cracking knuckles.
Is that how they do it?
Bone breaking is celery, yeah. Wet celery.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Have I ruined the magic?
Yes.
My apologies.
I'll never watch a movie again.
Well, I guess you're going to have to figure out another way to use those 3 hours of your life every year that you would otherwise have known what to do with. How many movies a year do you watch, Kevin, honestly?
It might be, it's definitely single digits. It's probably like 4 to 6. I'm an infrequent movie watcher, I would say.
Are you a binge watcher of series?
I'll watch like an episode or two on an average weeknight.
And then give up on the series altogether, or you'll actually see it
Sometimes.
through?
Well,
Oh, wow.
Yes, I know. You were deeply offended that I stopped watching Squid Game.
I mean, that was just an insane thing. Here in Jeju, no less. I mean,
I have worse ones that I'm afraid to tell you, to be honest.
10-10-7 here. Nothing really to speak of other than Wang Ye's ace-7. Here's the wilderness that is short deck. Look at King-9 of diamonds. 31% against ace-7 here.
Yeah, that's
Would you
wild.
ever imagine? Of course, we can't know this, and we certainly can't be interested in fighting on.
Yeah, it could, of course, be up against a 10.
Where's next, Jake?
But that is wild.
Home sweet home, buddy.
No kings and 9s were blocked.
I'm just chilling until Montenegro.
Yeah, I'm going to play Monte Carlo, I think, but Montenegro, maybe, probably. Seem most likely.
Wow, you're gonna go Monte Carlo too?
Yeah. Just for like the 100, I think.
Danny and CK. Both limping. Jason limps as well. A couple of queens here for Wang Ye.
Pretty short as well. Go time.
74 if you do. Ace-King suited. Martirosian asks for the count. This is still a powerful hand. Blocker effects to the aces and the kings. He jams over the top just to help usher everybody else out the door. And he'll pull back the 104.
God, I was going to call if you folded, and I would have been in bad shape. Bad shape.
So we're off to the races. 162. And the first of Wong's
He didn't say
Lammers
10 Jack Queen. I'm like, I'm counting like, what's what?
hanging on for dear life, and the ace-9-7 means it's 2 outs 2 times for this Lammer.
Funny when,
Well,
when
these
I
sets
played,
do
when we
show
play
up
these ones,
with
I
higher
have to,
frequency
like,
than they
sweat
do in long deck.
for the
Turn pulls the
Like,
Queen of
1 out's
Hearts
a
off
lot
the
in this
board.
game.
Just 1 out.
1 out is a lot. That happens a lot.
Wow, and the
You have to
flush
sweat
for
the
good
rebuy,
measure.
you know? See who's got 1 bullets left, potentially rebuying, price pool getting bigger, you know.
Big pickup there from Arturosian.
3, I think 4 guys specifically came in for this, huh?
Yeah?
5. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The Dutch fella did.
5, yeah, 5.
Dutch fella in question, Rene van Kravelen.
6. Nicholas as well, 6.
By the way, of the 28 career caches that Artur Martirosian has, Kevin?
Yep.
Looking back through them, not a single one has come in short deck.
Has he played a short deck event?
That's actually an excellent question, which I probably shouldn't have filtered for caches only before I somehow thought that was worthy of note, because I guess if you got to play to win.
I thought there was like a 50% chance that was the bit, and I was just setting you up for the punchline. But
you know,
I guess now you have to actually scroll through a lot
If
more.
only I was that thorough about my processes.
Danny raises this one up on the button
I have kings.
and invites the the limp jam
Not bad.
from Arturosian.
Yeah, you're like, cool, all right, 55, 45. Here we go. Ace of spades.
I confess I don't see any short deck out there, and perhaps in pursuit of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award, Artur is participating in this portion of the program because obviously points picked up here
Great game, go crazy.
are important.
I went crazy against a guy who's never folded a hand in his life. That was brilliant.
I mean, I'm surprised it took you that hand to realize.
It did. It was at that moment I realized I had fucked up.
Jason referring to Nick Ing, who has already had his number pulled and placed elsewhere in the room. Someone in chat, by the way, stepped in to say that Nick Ing is the best Singaporean short deck player out there. So somewhat subjective, I would imagine, but player pools are fairly thin. Jason starts us off with an ace-jack offsuit. 7s and 8s in there, and CK from the button is going to wag his finger and see what's what. Jason, snap folds.
Thank you.
As does the rest of the field.
A lot of ace queen and ace king in that range, I imagine.
Ace king more so.
I want to see the flop.
I feel like the ace
Expensive.
queen maybe
You call,
not
maybe I get tempted.
as much.
I would shove before I called that one.
I know.
Certainly tempting for just 20, is that 22 antes or so behind at the time.
Had the best hand.
Now picked up a few more.
Oh, you folded 10s. No, that was not the best hand.
Actually, no, I'm mistaken. That was 35 antes.
Martirosian
Oh, what's happening? Oh, you folded it. Okay. Need to make
looking
him
to play
change, right?
pots.
'Cause it's not,
Yeah,
not
I
in the
just
hand. Not in the hand anymore.
Danny looking for privacy with the ace queen off. Took it to 25,000, and Artur had no further interest, of course.
Noting a lot of those lower pairs happy to fold to anything. As you mentioned, Ali, sets of much lower value.
So I'll just run and grab one.
No one cares about us.
Wing Seal.
Hello? Aloha?
Now, unlike Artur, Denny does have cashes in short deck. His most recent one was in London 2023, although that's a little bit deceptive. It was a second place finish because short deck isn't always a part of the program at Triton. Game that feels like it's kind of come into and maybe more so gone out of favor a little bit.
Motivated, I assume, by what's happening in the cash game streets.
Yeah,
outside of the series.
Yeah, I think the pulse of short deck can be taken in the Macau poker rooms. As we see ace 7-7 taken by 5 players. Danny's ace queen out in front. Note that Wong has a gut shot here with this 6-9 because the board effectively reads 5-7-7 for him. An 8 would give him the 9 high straight. So on the button, he does bet.
Yeah, stabbing at this one, and certainly feels realistic to represent the 7 after getting in here for free on the button.
Yeah, and just kind of expecting that the 7s aren't supposed to be part of the limping ranges up front. As we've seen, they very much have been. Depends on the opposition, I suppose, as Danny did call along with CK. 10 on the turn. Tang still best. As they both defer to Wang Ye once more. Now being called in one spot and then barreling again on the turn, much cozier than being called in 2. Especially given that we hold the 9 and the 6, which interferes with some of the straight draws. If we're ranging our opponents away from a 7, it could be a couple of ace-X's. As we see here, it is just 1 and queens. Nobody has a 7.
And I do like this. Like, sometimes that exact dynamic you're talking about, Ali, convinces people to make big folds. Because betting into multiple players just looks that much stronger and so much more ambitious as a bluff.
Yeah, the very same realities that dissuade us from maybe barreling once more, the ones that we can leverage to dissuade the opposition from continuing.
Yep. Danny has to act ahead of CK here. Taking pause. Yeah. We get through the better hand, but does he think that Wang Ye is up to no good here? Or are we just still a little bit disappointed that we took these queens to a flop passively and now the ace is here? And we're going to end up losing this one. Well, that's a call.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting decision. I wonder what's on CK's mind, other than maybe exactly what we're observing, which is Wang Ye forcing the issue. Now, the backdoor spades have shown up again. Flush draws not as much of a concern, plus CK is interfering with them. Wang Ye has nothing more than 7s and 6s. 8-9 has arrived in case that happened to be the gutter that he was pressing. And let's see if, with just 51,000, 0.5 SPR, Wang Ye's going to try to blast his way out of this one.
Yeah, and of course, easy to say from this side of the screen, but would love to see Wang Ye able to follow through in this spot. Picks up a scare card. Can maybe still put some ace-X in CK's range. Keep telling that story of having a 7 or maybe even something that's improved.
You got to respect it. This man has just emptied the clip across 3 streets. And just given that the emptying of the clip is simply 0.5 SPR on the river, it does leave me feeling like we're more credible
Yeah. I mean, this would be an insane call if he finds it. Yeah, he does get it through. Great bluff.
Jack 8, baby.
Look at Jason all over him, by the way. He's been down these roads in the short deck streets before.
I did, yeah. 2 Perrier. Thank you very much.
Credit, by the way, to CK for the find on the turn.
Yeah, I don't know how
Black
he
kings this hand.
felt that confidently about his hand as a bluff catcher, but clearly 6 of spades was enough to dissuade him from putting the rest in.
I think anything Jack plus there, and he's going to have a different feeling about it.
Yeah.
But that card in particular did fill in some of the straights.
10 grand. Shop it up with all the dealer homies. Let's go. Black kings.
Good luck
Here
to
we go,
you.
baby.
Good luck to you. he's like chilling. He's like.
He's chilling, but he might get it.
He's like doesn't give a fuck. You know, he's like.
I think he'll get stoked if I flip over some kangaroos.
I think yeah, he should be more. Oh shit. Fold.
Come on, give me the kings. 10 dimes, black ones, 5 dimes, any of them.
Jason offering the dealers a little free roll. Black kings for a 10K tip. Red kings for a 5K tip. I guess you would wait until the end of the hand, though, Kevin, to deliver the tip, just because.
That would be such a good bluff to run.
Oh, my God. I didn't even think about that. Hand the dealers
To
5K.
just take the money out right away as you look at your cards.
That would be insane. Can't believe you did it, buddy. Here you go. 5K, raise.
No way.
No. Almost. Give me a great hand. It was a good effort. Top
CK lays
3%,
down.
Top 2% maybe.
Was that ace 9 off?
No, he gave me a monster.
Ace king.
Worth 100 antes. Give me a big one. Suited too.
Did you get heaps of water?
Here. You want a
Can I get
Perrier?
one of yours? I'll take that one. Thank you.
Well, I have to imagine, Kevin, that at least for the Western participants here at Triton, that the opportunities that they have to actually play live short deck are limited to the point that unless they happen, unbeknownst to us, to be traveling beyond borders in order to get down a little bit of action, they're getting the same rust out that we here in the booth in between the last time that we commentated on the game and this one are also trying to shake off. But it's like riding a bike, a little bit of muscle memory. Same way in which you take your Hold'em goggles off when you get down into the PLO portion. In turn, you take them off as we enter the short deck streets, and we do so three-handed in this exchange. Jack 8-7 board, top 2 for Martirosian. He and Wang Yi, who has the gutter and the 7. Both check over to Danny, who's got a gutter of his own.
18.
18,000.
Asking questions.
It's going to be a call. Well, actually 50%. So it's going to be min-raise.
So it looks as though Wang Yi was trying to check raise this one, Kevin, but inadvertently didn't put
No, it's 50%.
50% more than the bet out there. So he'll be held.
Raise?
Oh, no, hang on.
Did he say the word raise?
No, but if he put over 50% of the amount required in there, which would have been 27,000, then he will be permitted to put in a min raise. In fact, he'll be forced to put in the min raise. There is no other option available to him. So with that, Artur actually lays down Jackson 8s.
Yeah, weird spot, squeezed between 2 players. Suppose not feeling like his hand has enough equity to just run it and I mean, it sure would be easy for him to just end up in there against a straight from one of these players. Well, Wang Ye does make a straight on that 10 of diamonds.
So you wanted to race or call?
Yeah, race.
Race?
No, Artur deeply interested in exactly what was afoot there.
Yeah, certainly he would feel bad about his fold if the intent was to call.
I think he's bet 8.
You know,
So he bet 8.
18.
You
So yeah, I
my
bet 8.
database is
8,000,
being
so I raised.
activated a little bit here, and I'm thinking back to the long deck part of this festival where we first were observing Wang Ye at some of these feature tables. And I remember this guy having the trappings of a man who was maybe going to be getting after things in a more straightforward manner, but as we came to learn across his time, was very much replete with bluffs. And maybe it's because he's got that short deck gene in him.
Yeah.
Martirosian again enters the fray. Queen 7 of hearts. Danny with a couple of 9s. Flicks in the call. CK now with king, queen off. Says, let's go.
Wang Ye, by the way, did have a lot of success in long deck. 3rd place in the 150K.
That's right.
Over 2 million. That's
Festival
enough for a
feels
good
like
series.
a free roll from that point forward.
Yeah.
Although you can burn through 2 million in a big hurry, and you can burn through a lot of chips if you're Martirosian with queen 7 on this board, given that he's up against queens full, drawing dead. Tough to do in short deck. When your man smashes a boat, though, that's how the cookie crumbles.
Danny currently the one putting chips into this pot.
Interesting choice. Again, the button is much like the big blind. So this is in part why Danny, with Martirosian checking in front of him, feels as though maybe this part of the deck is his to represent. Once CK clicks call, we do have some concerns. And if Martirosian were to hop in here, which we see him do in the form of a flat, the concerns grow a little bit greater. 9 would be devastating for Danny, forgive the obvious, with 45 in the middle. And this is devastation for Artur, Kevin. He's made queens full of 7s and is just dead. I think Danny's pride in this one could be coming to an end. Although we saw Wang Yi go 3 streets.
No, so.
Okay.
The 2 9s do feel particularly bad on this board, but here we are continuing
here, right?
to tell a story. Saying they feel bad because, you know, perhaps Jack 9, 10 9, hands that might fold on the turn.
Yeah, there are going to be more gut shots and things of that nature that would be willing to hang around. And the flush draws don't press themselves because they know how challenging it can be to make a flush. But how fruitful it is, in particular on these paired boards where the opportunities for the opposition to produce a full house are there. So maybe Danny is ranging the opposition in that direction. In fact, one would imagine that he has to be in order to fire this 22,000 as a second barrel. A flat from CK. This is a really nicely timed slow play to keep the door open to Artur. And he might come jumping through this door like the Kool-Aid man.
Yeah, I like that CK hasn't raised at any point here. He's in position. He's short enough that all the money can go in, no matter how he plays it. Seems Martirosian has a real decision here about potentially a turn check raise. And he knows if he were ever to make a bluff in a spot like this, he's going to need a second to figure out how to pull it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hongsu.
Hongsu, yes.
You know what's interesting? Okay, he does end up going all in. I felt like maybe some of this deliberation, Kevin, centered around whether or not there were monsters under the bed, like a limped pair of kings, like a king-queen. But, of course, Martirosian is going to shove Danny out of there. And when a man snap calls us, we do hold our breath. And we don't need to keep holding it once we are shown king-queen.
Yeah.
As
I would love to come.
CK
I would love to.
You also have a queen?
Yes.
played this
He's
pot
sweet.
like a fiddle.
Danny.
CK
Danny getting
asked him
caught
if
in
you
that
also
one.
had a queen. He said yes.
Which is CT?
Yeah.
Only Hong Kong, Macau. I've never gone mainland China.
okay.
What do you lose?
Yeah, you can try.
Yeah, I really want to.
very.
I really want to.
佢喺香港打牌，唔知拉咗四隻街磚，唔係5隻街磚拆出嚟。
Wow, 12 million people. It's
唔係人
big.
哋嗰啲啊
Very big.
好合理啊！香港係真係唔打得牌嘅。
Wow.
鳩嚟嘅。
11 million people live in the city. Yeah. China is so big, man.
Crazy.
So many people.
Yes.
Crazy. Northwestern, sitting at the head of Hangzhou Bay. Sick.
Jason doing a little dive on Wang Yi's hometown, Guangzhou in China.
This is so beautiful.
Yeah.
Apparently he's got an invitation. He's king limp up front. Invitations accepted by Martirosian and CK. Kuhn checking back. 4 players, 27,000 in the middle. King 8-7, it's top 2 for Jason. And potential problems for Wang Yi. You see the gut shot for Martirosian. Not a whole lot working for CK. And the limper up front is going to lead right into this field for 8,000. Artur wants to peel with the gutter. And Jason just ships in a stack of whites, covering all parties.
I have to admit, it's going to take me some time to get used to plays like this. Looks like we smashed the board so well, and we're just all in for way over the size of the pot, but certainly just so much equity out there.
Yeah, and you want to clear it out when you got a hand like kings and eights that has to fade quite a bit in terms of the straightiness on a board like 7-8.
Rail is like brutal.
Yeah, she should get a chair.
Monte Carlo is the best. They have the nice chairs, nice stage.
Yeah, even that elevated dining.
Yeah.
This is a massive ask of the ace-king. But Wang Yi hasn't departed just yet. Maybe expecting that from the button, there's going to be some combos that aren't currently ahead of the ace-king that would be pressing. But given what we discussed already in terms of hands that don't have us beat, having good equity and 2 to come, with only the investments of a limp and 8,000 made so far, one would imagine that we could quite comfortably put this one into the bin and just fight on with 186. Ultimately, that is where Wong heads, as does Martirosian.
No, big hand.
King Goa. K Goa.
A go ha. But AK ha.
AK? Beat. You're beat. 2 pair.
One time? Yeah.
King 8.
Yeah, I think it's. Oh.
Honest poker.
could have 10-9, but king 8 that time.
你会不会觉得 K go is better than Ace King？
这个时候肯定是啊。
是吗？ But K go will you gun？
可以圈可能会，还有可能90。对，可以勾嘛，可以勾嘛，对我会跟，跟的概率比
Better than
AK。
Ace King?
I think King Jack is better than
King Jack better.
King Jack, yeah. King 9's better.
Huh?
King 9's even better than Ace King then.
Only?
I'm never shoving King Queen.
他如果是2对，我
You
有
might shove 9-10.
我有后门。
Kind of want to unblock 9-10 too, right?
Yeah.
Martirosian ripping ace jack. CK giving it a think with king jack of hearts. This is 45 antes from Artur. The antes did creep forward since the onset of our coverage from 2-4,
156.
or 2K ante rather, to 3K ante.
Oh, yeah, sure, sorry.
Oh, wait.
Lied. Lied.
136.
No lie.
Ace 10.
Trying to make your stat look bigger. So
Avoids trouble.
So I have 150 when I shove.
I mean, it just makes your hand stronger, right?
Yeah. Anyways,
I don't understand why we play 30K, 50K, and then 25K. It's like, why?
Yeah, I tell you though, it actually is genius because everybody plays like shit. That last one, no one cares because they just feel like it's like such small.
Well, follow the latest Triton Poker Series action with exclusive insights from the BetACR Sportsbook, the only place where you can get down action on the Triton Poker Series. Stay informed on the best odds and expert analysis. Sign up today at BetACR. You heard the players just a moment ago talking about the progression of short deck. 3 events on the docket. This, the 30K. The 50K starts tomorrow, and then there's also going to be a 25K. And as Jason put it, it's genius because at that point, everybody's been put through the meat grinder, and they're willing to just blast off and maybe not play their A game in something like a 25K. Meanwhile, playing King Queen, Wang has outflopped the field. Everybody with a little taste. So all 3 flop cards are paired in all 3 camps.
Lee, I remember hearing Jason talk about a
bet and take it for Wang.
A Triton schedule before my time when the stakes were just inversed. So they started at the highest stakes at the very beginning of the series, and then it got progressively smaller over the week, and he said it was, well, first, were you here for that one? Or a series that was built like that?
I was never involved in a Triton where we front-loaded the biggest stuff and then came back down, I don't think. Producer James suggesting that in Monte Carlo 2023 that was the case? I don't recall that, but go on. What was Jason's take on it?
I think it was something to do with the invitational event, perhaps big stakes at the front of the series.
Okay.
So they wanted to front load the high stakes around that invitational.
Okay.
But similar to what Jason was just saying about
Oh, yeah.
the 25K being at the end, it was just,
You know what's really sick is I almost have the secret.
it was like, well, everyone's stuck $1 million,
Got the Omaha, the short
2
deck with
million.
no limit, but I was the only time we ever had a mixed game.
Now we're playing
tournament, like I had
25Ks.
the win of it. We had a no limit.
Check.
A no limit
Against jungle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a mix, so it could have been the only time we ever had it, and I'd have all 4.
Right.
So Kuhn
It was Montenegro,
talking over
like a long time ago. Like
fact that he
19
holds
or 18 or whatever. It
a
was
Triton
really fun.
Trident, which is titles in all 3 of the disciplines that we currently play, but apparently
it
there
was
was
at
a
least short deck and hold them together. We got to
A
do a
one-off
three-game
mixed
mix,
event.
small stakes. I mean, why not? You got to do a hold'em, PLO, short deck.
The thing is, like the PLO guys will try this out and realize, oh, actually, it's not even that hard.
Damn game, yeah.
And then maybe they'll stop playing these things.
What you got to do? No, sir. Absolutely not.
Wang Ye, by the way, led with a naked 7 high in that last pot at a King Jack 8 board and took it down, glossed over by. I was trying to unpack the conversation that Jason and Danny were having. Danny, by the way, a 5-time Triton title winner, and he did it all in a single calendar year. Twice that number, what Jason currently has with 10 career titles. And now, 8 times plus the number of 6K, says the ace-8 offsuit.
8 of diamonds.
How's
There
it
it
know?
There it is.
I don't even know I had an 8.
That's spooky.
Wow.
Deck reads.
And seriously?
Yep, there it is.
I don't trust poker anymore.
Nope.
Yeah. Nowadays, you know.
Yeah. Can't trust.
2K.
Yeah.
Martirosian trapping with the kings. And CK took ace-8 offsuit to glory with a big raise last hand here. Content to just flat the ace-6 suited. Jason on the button checking back, and look who's got a nut flush draw against the overpair. That man there, neither of the holdings looking to bet. Jason with a 9 in hand, checking. Board pairing 8, rolls off free of charge.
Okay, 12,000. No, fold.
Nut flush draw, by the way, just laying down to the 12K.
Yeah, you surprised by that?
You know, like we talked about with the removal of deuces through 5s, there are only 9 to each suit in the deck. So making a flush is really rare.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a whole lot invested in the pot given that it was limp pre, so maybe. But I thought the presence of a pair on board, you know, we want our opponents to be able to have full houses.
Yeah, the flip side is the implied odds of we make a flush on the river against a full house and potentially get to win a huge pot, right?
Yeah.
So it does feel like maybe
Here we go.
some future value, even if the immediate value is not great.
Martirosian simply ripping his 51 antes. Ace-Jack has motivated him. Jason, a customer, and it's Pippi Longstocking as Kuhn dominating Artur.
A little bit early for the prepay in this game, buddy.
Give me my hand back.
This is about as good as you can be, though.
Give me my 9s back.
So what you had?
9s.
320K pot breaking
No, I
out.
don't. I want 9-10 though.
Yeah.
8-9.
As Jason pointed out, you don't want to do any prepaying in short deck. All kinds of funky stuff
Maybe 9-10.
can go down. King Queen 7, the Broadway draw. A 3-to-1 dog
You know
with
how
2 to
it is.
come.
You know how this usually works out.
Oh, I do.
Tens being sought.
That's a fantastic card.
And the jack, as Jason points out, is fantastic because the 10 means they would chop. So it's just 2 clean winners now for Artur.
Short deck.
And the 6 of diamonds definitely is not one of them. So
Hello, Mikey.
Artur's going to have to redeem another lammer as chips flow Jason's way. Once upon a time when Brian Rast was with our commentary team, we were out in North Cyprus, and Rast made arrangements for us to check in with Jason and just get a little bit of a primer in order to help us make sense of what we would be observing out in the short deck streets. And I confess it was a fascinating opportunity to kind of have your eyes opened and get a window into all of the nuance in this particular game.
Did he do the thing with the clock and he scratched out the deuce?
No,
3,
that,
4,
the,
5?
Yeah,
where you learned that one?
My diagrams, that was an Ollie original,
Hmm.
Kev. This was not appropriated from Jason's tutelage. You know, given the mastery of the game that I now have, I felt, you know, quite comfortable to deliver some distilled, you know, knowledge your way as you embark upon your short deck journey.
I'm impressed. Thanks.
Ace King suited. That's going to impress Jason. Takes us up to 30.
The base keeps running.
CK wants to hang in there with the Queen Jack suited. And you can see why when it comes to the numbers. 44% heads up, and he's got a pair and a flush draw. Kuhn has the king, but is a dog.
Sure looks like action. 3 times the pot back.
Yeah, they play 224 effective in front of CK.
Yeah,
Jason
we've
says,
seen
let's spin it.
Saw Jason doing something similar with the King 8 before, King 8-7. Same kind of spot, just recognizing how much equity he has. If we're going to run it, let's do it for everything.
I believe CK just announced that he had
Diamonds.
2 diamonds
That
in.
was an
He
effective bet.
What, 2
finds
diamonds,
the
Kim?
big.
That was an effective
I'll
bet,
have a gut
Jason
shot.
says.
Got 2 hearts.
Queen 9 of diamonds. No, what?
Jack queen.
Of diamonds?
Yeah.
So you have a pair and a flush draw.
Yeah.
What the hell? Hmm? 對住煙煙都唔驚啦，咁佢一定冇黃黃噶嘛。
哦。
Ante's going up.
係咪先？
4K now with 8 on the button.
成副相啊，大佬。
Wait, 4K?
賭唔贏咪用呢粒咯。哇！你賭得贏就個世界你噶咯。I think you just dodged a bullet, man.
I wasn't. My hand was so strong, I wasn't
sorry.
supposed to shove, but I just thought he had a sick hand, and I was like,
I mean, the best hands you can have there is what? Ace, king, aces.
Yeah,
That's it.
I had that, but with the backdoor flush draw.
New level in the short 冇亂跟啊！呢度。Check.
Well, CK limps under the gun with a couple of queens after he took our breath away here in the booth by folding. Jacks with a flush draw, but maybe illustrating the appropriate amount of value to assign the flush draw. You got your long deck goggles on. Obviously, you think that's an absolute powerhouse. And as we could see, he did have a good bit of equity. Here he is with top and bottom pair. downing his queens.
25?
Yep. Pot. Almost a pot.
Open-ended with the overpair. 25,000 has been delivered. Sopping wet board in terms of texture here.
Oh. Oh.
And yeah, Danny just
Top
letting it
bottom.
go. Wow, Jason
have.
zeroed
What do I
right
have?
in on it.
King, queen with the queen of hearts. Yep. Oh, nice. Nice hand. Nice hand.
Does just kind of seem
I
like
actually might have had the queen of hearts. I can't even remember.
it reminds me of PLO in a way,
Oh, no, I had an ace of hearts.
where these hands that are strong right now
Yeah, it was.
just feel like there's no path to victory.
Well, you heard Danny and Jason in discussion at the table
13 outs.
talking about how perhaps one of the gateways into building and growing short deck as a game would be to have some mixed events where it's half PLO, half short deck,
Yeah.
just to expose the Pot Limit Omaha community to the game, because some of the tenets are similar
Heads
in
up.
nature, the fundamentals,
Okay.
foundational strategies.
All right. This time,
Could be easily
this time
ported
I'm
over.
gonna be extra careful.
Jason claims he's going to be extra careful this time around. Aces and eights versus the gutter. Leads right into CK.
This large bet size might catch CK off guard. Must know there's a very real chance he's up against ace-king.
$40 ahead. CK treading lightly. 9 should not be of any concern. Kuhn, of course, concerned by the call. Does now slow down. Simply targeting that button.
$33.
33,000. CK pouncing.
Made me fold a good hand.
Well, interestingly enough, it has been 6 years since we last observed Trang Ko-chung, CK, as he introduced himself earlier here at a Triton festival. This is his second ever, first time he joined us. He played in Montenegro in 2019, where he played both a single no-limit hold'em turbo event and a short deck event. And believe it or not, he actually played the first event of this festival. That 15K single re-entry that blew the doors off numbers-wise. He finished 14th in that one for 65,000. Also played the 20K, but those were the only two before he parked his bones in this 30K short deck, where Martirosyan has parked 8,000 in front of himself with an ace-8. Danny with the suited one-gapper. Mulling. Hops on, yet another 8. Enters. King 10 suited on the button for Jason. And he is just piling it on. Come and get it. Danny with just 117 back.
know your exact.
No, that's too rich.
I'm certain.
Probably. I think his is easier to predict.
I think I know yours.
What is it?
I think you got a nice hand.
I have a nice hand, but I'm a little bit too steep. A little bit. I think if you get rid of this, I go with you after it goes like that. I'm trying to be disciplined.
Welcome, Stephen Chidwick.
I had a big fucking hand. One of the biggest.
He rounds out this feature as the 6th participant.
Could have been.
Or 7th.
Like, maybe like, you know, maybe something else. Maybe something else.
Be wrong.
Yeah. No coaching. Maybe ace 10.
Maybe queen jack off.
Of diamonds. Oh, he's getting the party started. I'm out.
喂，我打緊牌，我好難先講到嘢。你而家咩環境？嗱，
Chidwick
Go get him, brother.
promptly rips in the queen jack suited, announcing himself.
Ace queen 5-8. Ace 5 suited. Is that a 5 BB worth?
Is it worth 5 BBs?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a great hand.
Against a chip, but average is like 9 BBs on the final.
Oh, sick. No, that's a very different story. I thought you were just talking about it. In a vacuum, that's a pretty good hand. But yeah, that's not as good.
But didn't care about that. I wanted to win it.
I feel you. I know those feelings. I know those desires.
Chidwick, by the way, the recent arrival, is an absolutely dynamite short deck player.
Yeah.
Literally.
He had 3 top 10 finishes in short deck in London in 2019. He won the short deck main in Madrid.
走啦，走啦，走啦。
King Jack.
2022.
Oh? King Jack?
Yeah.
Yes.
Really? Hearts? Diamonds.
Those are my 2 favorite hands, suited and shit. That too is sick.
Couple of king jack suiteds colliding here.
分钱了，分钱了，算了，不要跑了。Okay, no deal, no deal.
Give me my cards back. Yeah, I want my 7-6 off back.
Really?
No.
I said 7.
No, I did not. You did? I did.
Yeah,
I had 7.
I did.
Wow, we're
Red turn for the sweat.
likely to get the sweat.
Whatever. Red turn for a sweat.
Sweat turn.
Right.
Red turn for a
US
sweat.
Red.
Whop. Oh.
Boom.
You gotta love the open degeneracy, by the way.
The winner.
Okay.
Short deck simply inviting it as Danny was open to a red turn for a sweat. It isn't quite as sweaty, of course. Backdoor flushes, or any flushes for that matter, so incredibly difficult to come by here. So we chop it up. By the way, cruising past Madrid 2022 when Chidwick won the short deck main event. He finished 2nd in a 25K short deck in Vietnam. 4th and 5th place finishes.
Either the fun part of the tournament or the shit part of the tournament.
In Cyprus 2023, then in London a 3rd and a 7th. Just staggeringly deep finishes for him with consistency. Jeju last year he picked up his title in the 20K short deck. That was the last time that he tasted glory here at Triton, but if you got a horse and you're looking to hitch, Chidwick is your man. 2 black kings under the gun. He rips 116 out there. The ace jack crumbling.
Did seem like a close spot for CK. 42%
Gonna get.
against the kings. There's a lot of dead money out there.
Right here.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kevin, because, you know, we're accustomed to just taking into consideration the big blind ante and then a half a small blind, or
Yeah.
half a blind in the small, and then a single big blind. But every single person out here sticks an ante in front of them.
Yeah, right now, 5-handed at this table, so 24,000 posted immediately, and once we have a few limpers,
Yeah, things
9
can grow
antes in the pot already.
rather quickly. A lot to fight for. Queen 8-6, meanwhile, as this fight gets underway. Chidwick with technically the best hand, top pair and a jack kicker, but just look at Kuhn with 2 pulls at the double gutter. He's the favorite. So round of knuckles, and now trip 8s for CK.
And he checks it pretty quick. Giving Stevie perhaps a chance to overvalue this hand, but wonder how often we can count on Chidwick to even open the action here for us. This can get messy once Jason gets involved in the pot.
And involved he is. Bet of 18 and a flat in front of us. We've seen CK be very snug.
Yeah. Certainly finding ways, in certain cases, to fear the strongest hands from his opponents.
48.
But he does announce a squeeze here, 48,000.
And this does read fairly strong when you consider that this was a late position check on the flop and then a late position check with only Chidwick remaining behind him. And then he's willing to raise, when he could simply close the action with a flat. Queen Jack buckles, as does the 10-9. So well executed there from CK. Was willing to potentially miss out on that street.
Yeah, good outcome, too, to clear out Jason's equity.
Really?
Concerned CK might have had a full house.
You said no
Just
coaching.
folds the straight draw.
Yeah. I was just listening to you.
You bluffy, bluffy, bluff, bluff. Maybe.
Check it out later.
Maybe bluff. Got me to fold aces. It's a good play.
You'll see anyway.
Kuhn unconvinced that that was the real deal for CK.
It's going. $111.
Danny ripping over the Wang Ye limp with ace-8 suited. Ace-6 through ace-8 suited, by the way, are very similar in nature to the solver bait we talk about in the long deck streets, Kevin. Ace-deuce through ace-5, because they too can work in conjunction with one another in order to put together the small straight. And we imagine that more often than not, if an opponent is willing to get involved with us, they're going to be doing so with cards that don't interfere with that process. And card removal is, of course, even more pronounced in short deck.
It's going again.
He says it's going again. Has the exact same cards.
Yeah, he sure does. Except this time, Stephen Chidwick has ace king. So he too is ready to dance. Covered by Danny, and red queens for Wang Ye. He's going to get in. And obviously, it's very helpful for Wang Ye to have these two guys both holding an ace.
You get the ladies? Lucky ladies?
I'm feeling it.
This is are you?
Yeah. How big of a dog am I right now?
I have no idea. I like
too much of a dog, right?
I like Stevie's hand, but
It's too much of a dog that. You like Stevie's hand?
I
Should
do.
you not like his hand?
I like that king, man. The king just feels like the immortal nut.
I like the straight. Oh. Okay, no straight.
Well, the king ends up being the best hand on this King Jack 9 board. Note the 54K side pot. That's going to be between Wang Ye and Danny Tang. Ye
Short deck.
leading. On the turn, you see Danny has picked up that sneaky little gut shot. That ace playing as the 5-8.
Six of spades. Audience would be happy with this. Ooh, upside down.
And instead, a board pairing 9 will leave Stephen Chidwick to haul in the bulk of this thing in the main pot. Wang Ye's queens holding against Danny. And he's got his lammer at the ready for a fresh 100, which of course is not worth quite what it was with 35-minute inflation intervals.
Little rebate. Yeah, he's only got 20.
These are rather aggressive interest rate hikes. I don't know who the Fed chair of short deck is, but they're definitely hawkish.
All right, brother.
Thank you.
Well, how about a peek at one of our next feature tables? Ike, Lun Lun. Look like Bads there, along with Von Krevelen. Wei Liang Chan also there. Is this going to be our other? Oh, this will be exciting. Kiat Lee, Tan Xuan, Shining Dan, the Ukrainian, Kolinsky, and
Gotta
then
keep
boss
yourself entertained
himself,
out here,
Paul
man.
Pua.
Start to go crazy. All right, all right.
Is it? It is. Boom. Boom.
Actually, I don't want my bullet. I want
Queen 10 suited for Jason. Putting enough out there to cover all parties. King Jack offsuit for Wang Ye. 83,000, it's gamble time, he says.
Ooh, first one's good.
pair up. I hope you get a pair. Call it.
I don't think the 9 was the first one that he looked at.
I got a sick hand. I'm gonna win.
He flashed an ace
Oh, you
there.
always got King Jack.
Oh, what? I had the best hand.
Never lost to my initials in my life.
Yeah, I had the best hand.
I think it's gonna be 6, 7, 8 on the flop, and then I don't know what's gonna happen. But I think it's 6, 7, 8 on
Fuck, I would have had the flop the straight.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Jack of reads is
190K pot. Wang Ye's lammer at
Damn.
risk. Ace, King 7.
Sigh.
Ye interfering with the needed jack for the Broadway gutter.
Oh, he's got the jack, so I'm like a pure 20.
Pair of kings in the lead on the flop and on the turn as well. This would be a dirty one. Oh! The nuts on the river. And cries of short deck la. Yeah. Always follow those sorts of exchanges. What do you think, Kevin? You ready to play a little short deck? You ready to grind away?
What's the next one? 50K? That sounds cheap enough.
You know what? I feel as though perhaps if the gang were aware that you were expressing some interest, they would put together a little one-table sit and go for you at perhaps a lower price point, you know? Just kind of a sporting gesture.
You think I'm going to lose that much, do you?
Here's the thing, man. In short deck, you can get bailed out so often, as we observed just then.
Yeah. I think I figured out the game. You just
how bad can you be, Kev?
suited ace, you say all in. Suited Broadway, you say all in.
Well, offsuit ace, and you say call. Jack, Jack, and another lammer redeemed, and with no hesitation. Wang Yi is ripping it in there. Now the King Jack underperformed for him a moment ago.
And Danny kind of looking over at the, wow, that was quite a pump fake. Looking over at the stack of Chidwick, perhaps.
Yeah, that was a precarious pump fake, but he did eventually find the fold, leaving behind, of course, a single ante. And Chidwick finds the call and a couple of overcards to the hooks
And the winner,
of Wang Yi. I don't see any more lammers in front of him.
I don't
so
like my chances seeing this.
this is the third and final one for this buy-in.
I do. I love it. I don't mind going heads up, but
You underestimate
King
the
9-8.
power of the King Jack.
Jack's hanging on. Continue to do so on the board pairing turn. No ace, no queen. That's what Wang Yi needs to see. And that's precisely what the river provides.
Sweat, no sweat.
Room for the 10.
Yeah, 100 flat.
So he actually is net winner across the last two hands, where he got his 81,000, I believe it was, polished off by Jason as a bad beat, and then doubled this full 100K clip through Chidwick.
big laydown. I don't know.
Okay, Alex. Pick a hand. To the suit. Say it. Queen 9 spades for 10 grand. If it's any other suit, Queen 9 suited, it's 5 grand. And if it's Queen 9 off, it's 1,000. Here we go. Jackpot. Make sure I get that.
I love these sweats, by the way, that Jason provides the dealers. I think they love it as well. Famously, there was a dealer at a Triton stop, and I don't even necessarily think it was in short deck. Jason looked at him and said, if you call my two exact cards, $25,000 to the dealers.
All right.
I want to say it was in Vietnam. I could be mistaken.
To 40.
But the dealer, I don't even remember what he said, but just picked a couple of cards. And the next thing you knew, presto, those two exact cards.
Suits and all.
Now, initially, of course, if you're Jason, you're, you know, looking up at Copperfield and wondering, did you do me dirty? But it was actually just a legitimate, insane two-card exact combo call-out, as we see something that would look otherwise insane beyond the short deck borders, but it's just standard fanfare. Danny Tang. Jack 9 suited, a hand that performs very well, even against something like two jacks for CK.
Oh my
He moved in for 88, over the top.
呢副牌唔大得㗎呢個，唔大得㗎喺呢個位，呢個牌。低
Forgive me, this was a Wang Yi jam in front, I believe.
Limps to CK.
There's me thinking.
Mid to 40K.
I mean,
okay.
Then went back to Wang Yi on the
like your hand.
initial limp, all in, call.
Okay.
See?
Imagination 10 of diamonds.
I mean, pretty fucking line.
Four sides.
King, Queen,
Any
7.
four
CK's in a bad way
yeah,
here.
four
He
sides.
does cover and plays the side with Wang Yi.
It's even money. Even money.
4 out once.
Feels like 50-50, really.
10%. Slightly more.
Danny in need
Bim.
of a 10. And instead the ace will give Wang Yi the full single elimination and big bite. Both pots.
Spinny.
It looks like Danny still has a lammer.
Double. Yeah, triple.
So it's helpful to me, Ollie, and maybe it'll be helpful to someone watching on YouTube as well, when you're playing these formats with antes that are less familiar to the normal blind structure.
Okay.
Because I look at how much dead money's out in total right now. Still playing 4-8, correct? So 24K is going to get posted.
Okay.
If we just thought about a big blind ante format with about the same amount of dead money, that'd be 5-10-10, roughly.
Okay.
5K, 10K with a 10K big blind ante. So when I look at Danny Tang putting it in with 88K, it's like, oh, he had like 9 big blinds. Jack 9 suited. Well, that makes sense to me from my knowledge of some other game. And yeah, you know, I know it's not exactly the same, but perhaps a helpful framework to understand all the action we're seeing right now with all these kind of hands. Seems like a lot of chips, but relative to the dead money, not that much.
And the hand class that Danny had in particular just performs incredibly well against a wide array of holdings, including those that would be willing to get heaps forward. Danny here with King Jack has just redeemed this lammer.
Jason
And
Kuhn.
CK with Jack 10 suited was happy to rip an extra 12 over the top of this. They're the only 2 participants, 216K pot. And this time, Danny does not have a backup lammer.
Oh. Ace 9. Yeah. That's what I had when you go jam. I had ace 9. Leg high.
What?
King 10 trips for Danny. And a stranglehold on this one. Seldom. Post flop. Will somebody have just 0.2% equity in short deck in particular? But that's exactly where CK finds himself. No 10 on the turn. No further equity available.
Yeah. There's like 6 kings in the deck, 4 extra jacks.
Oh, yeah.
It really does feel like that. Suited, it's like it just can never fold.
Fairly painful one there as CK's got vapors.
This is not even the gambling. This is not even the gambling level. Next one's a brutal one.
I was just looking at that too in the structure. Danny mentions it. Late registration open until the end of level 8.
I fold.
Where the antes are 6K and 12K on the button. 100K goes pretty quick with those size antes.
How much?
Final 12,000. Jack 6 offsuit. It's only 1.5 bigs. You see Wang Ye thinking, what do you want me to do for an extra 4,000?
Oh my God, we all had a 6 in our hand.
Remarkable to be dominating.
I want mine. I think mine might be. Nah, I'm still at $100. The 8-6. I had the 8-6 offsuit.
He's King Queen.
It's a good amount of chops, right?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no.
Oh,
no chops.
no,
No
there's
chop,
gonna
yeah,
be
no
some
chops.
chops. There's gonna be some chops.
There you
It
go.
goes 10 and Jack. Broadway on board.
Flank though.
That is a very choppy.
你要789.
Small
Yeah, and obviously with the pair on the board now, chop.
So beautiful.
So Wang Ye proven to be a tough customer.
Sweet.
All right. All right, all right, all right. Be a lot cooler if you did. Hey. Steve, you ever listen to Green Lights, the McConaughey book?
No.
It's pretty entertaining if you're into that kind of thing.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's awesome. He's a really, really interesting cat. And he narrates the book, so you get to listen to that Southern.
He wrote it?
Yeah, he wrote it. It's like his life, like memoir.
Okay.
It's kind of philosophical.
Well, this time.
You know.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen some speech of his or something that I liked.
CK's 12K in a much better way.
It's 18.
It's actually 18,000 after
Yeah,
chopped up that
he
last
has
one.
given a couple really cool speeches, universities and stuff.
Yeah.
Ah. Payback. May your cards be live and your pots be monsters. Danny and I are here to triple you up.
Thanks.
Yeah, we got you, man.
Again, I mean, I put them already. They're just being...
So Jason hopped along with the A7 suited, dominated. Danny hopped along with King 10, and he has found kings up on this board. The side is dry but active.
He checked? Sorry.
Yeah.
Usually expect good hands to just kind of play straightforward in these spots.
Yeah,
Someone all in on the side.
Honest poker. There we
King.
say.
He's jack.
Oh, wow.
Jason departs in the face of
I did not think that was
the
happening.
chatter
You got a
from
nine?
Danny. And now CK
I had a suited ace.
hunts the ace.
You got a suited ace.
Jason has just mentioned
You're in very good shape. He's got one out.
the fact that he put
One out.
Yeah, he folded an ace.
ace into
Oh,
the
wow.
bin. Leaves CK with fewer than the 3 outs we see in actuality. In fact, it would appear that Jason has clocked it as a single out. But as he pointed out earlier, 1 out sometimes comes in short deck.
Break.
Much more often than the long deck counterpart, but the queen on the end will make it official. CK redeems his final lammer as the players are headed for the dinner break. And it's a good note to be struck for Danny Tang. Granted, modest gains, but gains nevertheless for him.
Yes,
As he will
correct.
sit
So it's gonna be-
64 antes. Call it 26, I guess. I'm unclear on what happened there in terms of my math. We bring you back to the desk. Alina Jad alongside Kevin Rabichow. Just getting our feet wet still in this short deck portion of the program here in Jeju that just got underway here today. One of 3 events that we have on the docket. And Kevin, my attention turns to you because this is your first ever short deck event. Initial takeaways as somebody newer to the game.
Well, I've quickly learned that this game is action. And not
Yes.
just this game, but especially this stage of the tournament, from what I'm gathering. I mean, we just saw antes going up to 5,000 and 10,000 on the button, 100,000 to start, so chips fly, I suppose, for this stage. But we also saw some pretty cool stuff post-flop when we did get a few of those limped spots with more money behind. Wang Ye running a pretty creative bluff, a couple of others maybe not successful, but I think there's still a lot to be learned once we get into the deeper stages when those lammers go in play.
Well, something that you may be learning as I've looked down at the leaderboard is we don't just have PLO snipers at Triton. We have short deck snipers as well. Michael Zhang, second in chips overall, behind Daniel DeVoris. He has come out for just these 3 events, all the way from perhaps Thailand, where I believe he's been staying, maybe out in the UK as you see him flying the Union Jack. We'll unpack the chip counts as well as the 2 new feature tables in about 20 minutes time. As the players are headed to a dinner break, we are going to slice down the delay a little bit, but don't miss out. 30K short deck coverage is going to come your way in about 20. We'll see you then.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Bar barrels in the tank. King 993, double suited.
Feels like a non-decision to me personally.
He's playing a 10 big blind stack. Big target on his back. He's the shortest stack of the table of the tournament.
Yeah, I think he's going to have better spots than this. That 3 really killing him.
He's in. I would guess someone's definitely defending here to try to collect that bounty.
Well, it's Foxen who's 3rd in
Oh,
chips.
yeah.
I mean, this is just going in the middle. We're not even defending. We're happy to play for it all pre-flop.
Yeah, force all the money in from Nacho.
Cards on their backs.
That's a big
It's a
hand.
big hand. You're ahead though.
Am I?
You're in front. How's that?
He's in the lead.
Am I?
He is. Look at the
You have
equities.
hearts covered. You have a king covered. You have a pair.
Nice love me.
That's greedy.
Nice love him.
I think I want like.
If there's a 9, there's going to be like.
I mean, if it's a
clubs
9, it's
with,
50-50
like-
to be a club anyway.
Yeah.
So
Use on the flop.
I thought what it is.
That's good for me.
Oh boy.
Fucking easy.
You
Not
heard him.
never fucking easy, super hard.
Never easy as
Pair and a
Foxen
bluff
leaps into the front in terms of
Backdoor-
equity.
Backdoor straight draw.
Like a fake pair though, kind of.
He needs a board too. Like a not needs a jack.
That's good.
Okay.
Start the war one time.
5 of clubs.
Still alive. Not dead.
Everyone's happy.
1 card to come. Ace, King, Queen, 6 club needed. For Alex Foxen
It's going to be a king, actually.
to eliminate Nacho Barbero. Oh!
He's gone.
Queen.
I was looking for a club. It's the Queen of Diamonds.
I had 7-4-3 too. I was like, it's too many.
Foxen.
Oh,
Rivers,
low
2
cards.
pairs.
Logo,
Big smile from him, of course. Not for that man, though. A 7th place finish. $89,000. You know, for someone like Nacho, it's not about the money, man. It's about the final table and the opportunity to win a title. I'd love nothing more than to pick up another PLO Triton trophy, but it will have to come in Montenegro. Decided to run it. Decided to spin the wheel of his final 10 bigs. Just ran into the rest of the players at the table.
We're on 20, man.
People are willing to
20 well.
die by the sword if they have to. Can hear the players talk about that short deck.
With no rebuys, right? Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good.
20 players so far. With no rebuys.
125,000.
Ace, king, queen, 6. UTG for Foxen. And he might have a customer because Chidwick's got 2 kings and the shortest stack.
In it goes, my man.
There we go. 2.625 is the pot. Chidwick, slight edge, 62.38.
I mean, this is not as good as it gets in PLO, but 62% equity
Do you like these situations?
is a lot. That 6 of spades really killing Foxen's equity here.
No, but
Really?
I mean, I'd
Chris
rather.
and
I don't know
Foxen.
why I get dead happy in these situations. I feel like once I
I'm
hit,
pretty happy being that like he's short and he has
I'm
a
not saying
bounty.
you'll hit,
and-
but I'm just saying like.
Now I'm pretty happy.
Holy. He's got a whale. 10 jack, queen, king of ace hearts.
I can very
What do
quickly
we have
tell.
here? That's a big draw.
Well, it was either going to be very good or doesn't help anyway. I mean,
Ace,
this
king,
helps with 2 out.
queen, 9,
Yeah, I'm just
6,
saying, you missed
heart,
the river now. You guys
needed.
are very happy to.
God, man, PLO is such a
How'd you hold there?
such a sick game. How did he hold there?
115.
That is him as he was chip leader for most of this final table. A couple of spots not going his way. Perhaps biggest one that kind of comes to mind is that King Jack 9-5 spot against Danny in the big blind, who turned 2 pair. The Queen 9 Deuce 7 board.
545.
And since then, Danny's just pulled away with it.
525,000.
Yeah, Danny is really pressing. Going with lots of raises. Hoping to pick up blinds and antes or let some short stacks come along, which you can go bounty hunting against. Ace, queen, queen 10 for Foxen. Foxen now on short stack duties.
Yeah, it's going in.
It is a solid.
1,650,000.
1,650,000.
It is going to be going in. Danny's in rough shape here.
Yeah, it's pretty rare in pot limit Omaha to be this bad. Pre-flop. Turns equity.
110 left.
Oh, sorry.
Spades are live.
Not gonna work this one.
Pikachu doesn't work?
Yeah, he keeps touching the Pikachu.
So how often do you
It's
think
been
you fold the
working
ball?
out so far.
Let's see.
Not really an answer.
Jack 8-4, straight flush draw
I'm dead.
for Foxen.
Dead. I'm pretty dead. Well, it's gonna come spade though, you know that. Or maybe 8 of diamonds to annoy you massively.
That would annoy me.
Of course. Don't have me dead on the turn, okay? Make it fun.
Yeah, like a 4, so you have 2 outs.
Make it fun, make it fun. No dead on the turn, please. Pikachu!
Oh my god. How?
Okay, now hold, please.
That's scary.
I'm gonna go get one of those Pikachus.
Danny just called in the 8 of diamonds on the turn. Now he just needs to hold.
Yeah.
Oh.
You said the 8 of diamonds, too.
Might want to return that Pikachu.
Oh man.
You know, guys as well, where you have a lot of respect for his game, so when he does something, you kind of ask yourself why. Like, why is he folding a hand like that?
He must value the bounty a little bit less, potentially. You know, we're 6 remaining. We're going to be getting to the nice pay jump soon. Players have different thresholds on.
I don't know. That
how hard
bounty
they
is
should go.
worth more than all of the ladders between now up until 3rd.
I hear ya. He just feels a little bit differently about it. It's allowed.
Oh boy.
This is allowed for Fox in the repop double suited aces against one of the short stacks of the tournament. This is just a dream spot for Foxen. Hand is so easy to play. You cover Chidwick. Super easy pot.
Oh, I just saw a jack and a 10 folded there.
Yeah, that's grim for...
There's another jack, so no jacks left, 1 10 left.
So he's got 1 out to hit a set. He's got a better chance trying to hit a straight or a flush.
Flush
Although
with a
flush is no
flush.
good, right?
He is proper cooked.
He doesn't know it. He's put in 2.4 million chips. He has
2.4.
550K back.
Yeah.
He has like 11-12% pot remaining. He's got to open in a straight draw with the Jack 10. He has a path to victory now.
He has more outs than he did pre. He's gone from 1 out
Oh wow.
to 5.
Bad one.
6, sorry, I do apologize. Ace or a 9 for a straight, or the case 10.
Did
We
you think for
saw
a second you could be behind on the draw?
the jacks folded.
Possible? If so, you'd be down to like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Oof. Beautiful turn card for Foxen. Chidwick actually has just 4 outs now, a 9, or the case 10. Foxen finds the hold. Foxen finds the hold.
Yes, he
Takes the
does.
chip lead. It's now the overwhelming chip leader. Picks up a 40K bounty in the process. On top of that, gets himself a little $31,000 ladder between 6th and 5th. But perhaps most importantly, he eliminates one of the most decorated poker players in the history of the game, Stephen Chidwick. Out in 6th. Will be heading to the pay desk to pick up $116,000 for his efforts at that. So his 24.5 million in Triton earnings. His 54th cash on the tour. That's a great read.
Danny, Fox, and Greenwood kind of just live in the moment.
Is Danny going to take a stand here?
Could see it. He's going to expect Geta to raise super light.
Call. Call.
Puts in most of the chips.
Call.
One big blind back.
Hit me, baby, one more time.
Okay. Britney Spears on the playlist.
Surprised you know that one, Randy.
It's my time.
Is that what you used to play 24 tables to?
That's right.
Nice going in, chaps.
Drop the last chip in there. Get it?
Good luck, gentlemen.
You have a queen or king?
Top pair
that
for
beat
the
it.
Spaniard. Danny Tang has
Right.
his queen outs blocked.
Queen no good. I need ace,
Ace,
or 5.
8-5.
No one folds an ace or 5. No one folds an ace here, surely. My ace is coming. Ace! Ace! No king, yeah? King will be very boring.
I folded a king.
Danny
And a deuce.
on the hunt
To the bad cards.
Yeah. Ace.
for title number 6.
Don't really want to go play short deck yet, please.
Wants that
is the most
special
That's a bad card.
Trident.
I do not.
Greenwood.
Hey, assault.
Person, man.
Assault.
That's
Beat the table.
hilarious. Greenwood
Ace on
with
space.
an insane needle. Danny calling for an ace. Does not find it. GG's to the 5-time champion. My man is making runs in PLO events, but unfortunately unable to get the 5 outs required to stay alive on the river. And now we have this really unique situation of runaway chip leader. You've got Gavin and Drayanov on just 3 bigs. Danny heads over to his round, put up punt 3. And the team, he will be jumping in the short deck streets in no short time, but first he'll be heading to the cash desk to pick up $147,000 for his run here. He'll be adding to his $19,357,000 in Triton earnings, adding to his 45. These.
Yeah. I mean, you can choose some of these.
That's it.
I mean, that's a
Great hand to be forced in with.
Sure. Ace, Queen, 10-4.
What?
And having your opponent dominated as well.
Let's see. Jack, Jack, 10-6. Is Greenwood looking to get it in, as I mentioned? Yeah. This doesn't surprise me because he knows Andranov can't fold. So he has a chance at a bounty. If he gets decent equity, he'll just go along with it. It is possible we even get a double elimination here.
That's true, actually, yeah. That is true. They do share diamonds. There's 5 diamonds between Greenwood and Guerrero. Would be tough for diamonds to roll off. Oh my word, okay.
Wow, this board is cracked.
Top and bottom with an open ender. Just pot and pray. 3.5 million out there. You have emergency boat outs if you need them.
This is pretty rough for Greenwood. This board just has a pair of jacks. He's already threw in 1.4 million in pre. I guess you just give up, because if he commits chips and he's behind Guerra, but he doesn't, but Gavin holds, you know, like that's a disaster. He just goes out and forth with no additional payout.
Greenwood using up a time bank here.
5 seconds. Check.
I am confused. How much in total?
It's 2, 3.2.
Using up a full minute
575.
before checking on over
375 out of there.
To the Spaniard.
Okay, all in.
Bet 3575.
He's just going to put Greenwood in.
Greenwood's putting like 40-45% of his stack.
3575.
He just doesn't have much going with the jacks.
3 ways. I don't think I can get to that.
Did he say he needs 25% 3 ways?
He did.
Wow, he had pretty much that.
No. Oh.
Oh wow, Gavin hadn't even looked. I love that. Just the pure sweat.
Can't remember for sure.
You can watch the stream.
Looking for a queen or a 10. He's just dead on the turn.
That's right.
GG's, mate. Gavin and Draenor once again just showing why he's such a widely respected
You gotta give him one.
PLO
Good try.
crusher. Tries sneaking off with a bounty. The one-time Triton champion. Had a rough start to the series. Stone bubbled the 25k. Stone bubbled the 50k. Came 10th in the 100k PLO main for 190,000. And now he's heading to the pay desk for another 183,000. So a little 6x on his money, plus bounties earned. Did a fantastic job at navigating six-handed play, might I add. A couple of masterful check jams, just correctly recognizing some of the mistakes that the Hold'em players were making.
Oh, aces, and Foxen's second in chips.
Wow, yeah, you're right. Greenwood's down to 1.8 million.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 30K short deck from here in Jeju, South Korea. Ali Najat joined now by our own Randy Liu. And Randy, I don't know whether or not you caught that first frame that Kevin and I were in this booth for, but chips were absolutely flying. And I confess, you know, I get a little rusty. I forget, but short deck, these are the things that we come to expect. And, of course, we expect things like what we see in the Triton Poker Plus app as we take you in there for the first time, involving Daniel Dvoris up at the top of the leaderboard, just shy of 2 million for him. But as you can see, all Lammers have been redeemed. The sniper in the short deck streets, Michael Zhang here, and then Jason Kuhn, who already has a Trident, there in the top 3. And I don't think you're surprised at all by that, Randy.
No, I'm not surprised, but my God, the amount of chips that Daniel Dvoris has is absurd. 1.9 million versus second place having 700,000. Yes, he did use all his Lammers, but like clearly he's been pulverizing the field.
I mean, that's a great way to put it, because each Lammer was only worth 100K. Now, we're going to have one blind level remaining for people to keep their Lammers out, Producer James, and then after this next blind increase, all the Lammers are going to have to come in, which means stacks are going to deepen, but it also means that you're going to have to proceed with a little bit more caution. And that's the part of the program that where I expect, Randy, we're going to see some of the really cool bluffing opportunities, because people can't just make a mistake and then bring another Lammer forward.
True. Right now it is the gamble stage. We still have Lammers. We can just put it on black, red. If you really want, you can put it on green and spin the wheel.
The old 0-0-0 move. Shortest stack in the room right now belongs to Kiat Lee. His 26 runners are still in there, but the entry period is still open, so unclear how many we'll get when it's all said and done. As we send it back down to the two new featured tables, we spied on them briefly just before that 20-minute dinner break, and there is another look at them brought to you by WPT Global. Button double ante is 10K. The ante is 5K. As 2 5-handed collections involving Paul Pua with 43 antes in front of him. And Bads with 59 antes in front of him. Now, granted, when we say antes on those leaderboards, it can be a little bit deceptive because we're referring to the double ante, which is, of course, the benchmark.
Protection fee. Oh yeah, chop lah. My 7's good. Your 7's good? I think it's good.
My king 10 good.
I think your king 10. Clean chop, please. Just 2 black card, 1 red card. The hearts. No. Diamond on the floor. 1 diamond and 2 spades on the floor. Clean chop. Don't do me dirty, okay?
So ace queen versus ace queen.
Clap, 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 clap. Anything, blame the dealer.
Smart. GTO. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Spade diamond. Okay, that's what I wanted. And no more nothing. That's good already.
I have
Clean chop.
I have king 10 spade.
I make wheel. King 10 spade. 8.
Oh, 7.
7's win. Oh shit.
No gamble.
Language.
No future.
Well, Bads is limp and snare 10K from Wei Leong Chan as
EV4 you call, right?
Nick Ng, the Singaporean, playing his first ever
Huh?
Triton event.
No?
Got it in there for the full 100K, and he and Bads both with ace queen, chopping it up, which they were always rating to do.
Exactly what I said. 2 spade and 1 diamond. But I didn't see the 7 on the river though. King 10, no good.
There's Rene van Clevelen of the Netherlands. He too has come out strictly to play short deck.
Yeah, I took a look at his resume. Showed up in Madrid to play all of the short deck there. Got an 8th for 114,000 euro. And now he did also play the short deck in Jeju last time. Got 3rd in a short deck main event for 128,000. This is his 3rd stop playing short deck exclusively.
Limp parade in front of Makita. Let's see 3. Jack, Jack 10. Lun Lun with 2 pair. Got shot for Bads.
Yeah, I recall in short deck on these paired boards, there was often someone taking a little small stab as it has a lot of fold equity. It folds out even to 10 quite a bit. Checked over to Makita. He's on the button. Technically, he's got the widest range.
Ace on the turn after the round of knuckles. Has connected with Nick, who does check once more. And now Ike will speak. The presence of the queen in hand aiding him in terms of repping a limped king-queen.
Yeah, let's see if the ace-9 wants to come along. It certainly does. Haxton knows he's likely up against an ace, so if he wants to blow that hound out of the water, he needs to bet very big to represent the jack or king-queen. Good news for Nick.
Shut down on the river. Ike making his 15K contribution. And it looks like Wei Leong Chan
Yes.
will be shepherded elsewhere.
Yeah.
They heard your prayer. It's been answered.
Sure.
Good luck, man.
Nick limping King Jack, a hand that performed very well for those who put it to work during the last frame. Has utility.
Look at Makita eyeballing the stacks behind him. Might change whether he limps or not.
Well, he does. And RVK says, let's run it. Dominated, doesn't realize it. Both he and the opener have themselves second pair on an ace-high board where Nick just comes out swinging. Again, even though it's three ways, that button serves as a big blind, and so the range is there. We expect not to be hitting this upper crust. So the barrel really is more trying to clear out Makita, which he successfully does, and now the one remaining king in the deck rolling off here. Note that Nick has got himself the best hand with this jack kicker.
Yeah, this King Jack is very disguised to have bet the flop and still betting on the king. Obviously, one of the best cards for Rene was to turn king, but we can see it's quite poor. And I'm not surprised he's opting to raise, just because he probably expects a King X not to bet the flop too often. Could just ask for it all here with the King Jack being out of position.
I mean, Ace King doesn't check out. Aces doesn't check out. Pocket sevens, maybe with some frequency, maybe King 7, but when we have a king in our hand, even if it is pocket sevens, we know that we're going to have a decent bit of equity. That said, Nick does elect to simply call, leaving 99, 95, let's call it effective to be played for, and that 6 is a great card for him because it means the jack continues to play.
True. It might be hard to get more value from Rene's point of view with King 9. Unless he feels like an Ace Queen is lurking in Nick's range. Although a hand like Ace Queen Ace Jack, when they get called on the flop, they might be scared of the king. So you gotta ask, what worse hand will pay off? He thinks there's something, and
Wow.
those chips are gone. Right?
Well, not quite yet, Randy. It's not a snap call as Nick has got his concerns here. Now, also from Rene's perspective, though.
I hope you don't have like pocket sevens, man. Call.
He's thinking, would you have led with a king in a three-way pot? And indeed, he did, and RVK has hung himself here.
Sorry. Oh yeah, pocket sevens.
And not quite Lammer time, but just 4,000 remaining.
Yeah, I don't blame RVK for thinking his hand is good. Like I explained earlier, he probably just didn't expect a King X to bet the flop. He just convinced himself that King 9 was worthy of value against Ace Queen, Ace Jack, which played out perfectly for Nicholas.
Yeah, really big pickup for Nick. Looking about the room, by the way, from top to bottom of the leaderboard, several players still have 2 Lammers remaining. Now, unclear whether or not they've already had to re-enter. Maybe they're not on their first Lammer, but rather their 4th or even their 7th. RVK finding the spot for his 4K. Forced in there. Oh, and
privacy?
Yeah. Nick wagging a finger at the new arrival's cutoff limp.
It's a pretty cool play because you probably expect Shinhwa to want to open jam off of what, his 20 antes or so.
I was thinking the same thing. What he probably didn't expect is that Shinhwa would be willing to call this extra 30,000 with something like Queen 9 off suit, which, as you can see in relation to his fresh 100, is quite a bit.
Times 6.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit surprising.
I changed it.
For Nicholas, wouldn't expect a better 9 to be limp calling off of that stack, but here we are. Much more gamble at this stage of a tournament.
So the side pot larger than the main.
Yeah, it's 4,000.
RVK getting just shy of 11 to 1 in that main pot. The 10 Jack Queen board, giving both players the same open ender. Who are active on the side. You can see Queen 9 doing a lot better than Jack 9. They both do make the bottom end of the straight, where RVK made kings and jacks. They check it. Worried about an ace, and
you might get the same hand to fold.
Looking for value.
That's sick.
Would he ever really check, though, with the ace in position on the turn? Shinhwa decides he wouldn't.
That's a great call.
Yeah, they're going to carve it up, but RVK, it's going to be Lammer time for him.
Sorry. King. I thought you said
Shot right.
Yep. But the 2 red color give him a bit of like. Is it a flush?
RVK on the sidelines waiting for this pot to be chopped up before he can get his 100K Lammer in. All right, hurry up, dealer. Let's move it on.
You know, they're each getting 2,000 in RVK bucks there.
This is just a game you can't be mad at, like, especially during the Lammer stage. Like, there's just going to be so much splashing around. You just got to hold. Try to get in as good as you can. And you can only be so far ahead in this game, especially pre-flop.
You know, nobody heads out to Pamplona for the running of the bulls expecting not to get the horns, potentially. These are the perils of such decisions. And in the short deck streets, gorings are common.
There we go. Push it in.
Yeah, the freshie didn't get stale. Jack 10 offsuit, motivating the rip.
Yeah, it's a 20 anti-rip. Super shallow, and Paxton's probably going to call this one off just because it's not much and a lot of free antes in there in the middle already. The thing is, Jack 10 actually has a slight equity advantage pre-flop against ace-8 suited. The power of the Jack 10 being shown.
$220 in the middle. Ike's ace-8 turns into second pair on a queen 6-8 board. But you can see RVK still flipping. No longer the case after the 6 pairs on the turn, but still a good bit of equity as he hunts a 9-10 or jack with the gutter and a draw to a better pair. Unavailable. As Haxton ends up with 8s full, and RVK ends up with heartbreak.
My enter a short deck tournament, you gotta expect that you probably have to put in a re-entry. So I wouldn't be surprised to see RVK come back in.
Your 7 has a bigger
Flip
chance
it over.
of hitting than your 8. Sorry.
Looks like a modest all-in from Taiwan's Howard Chuang here. With 7-8 suited, A7 dominating, but Howard finding the pair of 8s here, performing decently against Artem Kobylinski.
Oh,
take
found
it
it.
back, yeah. The ace now putting Howard in a bad way. Needed the 8, instead it's the 9. Glamour time.
100K more, please.
Talking about those two guys, by the way, Randy, in terms of the Ukrainian who just took it down, Artem, first ever Triton event, first ever
watch us,
festival.
Calming down.
And then for Howard, is actually his second event and his second festival, because it was right here in Jeju that he showed up and played a single 25K short deck, failing to cash last year.
Not yet.
Yeah, it's safe to say these players are experienced in short deck to fly out here to plunk down 30K. Martin Nielsen flicks in. That's a short deck specialist.
That said, Martin definitely did get involved in the 2-card streets as well as the PLO portion of the program here in Jeju. 0 for 5 coming into this one, and he gets muscled out by Artem.
Your stress is still high. Try again. Oh, damn.
Try when you call, not when you call.
What you got?
Well, as we've observed on more than one occasion, with RVK being the most recent, the fresh stacks don't always sit around looking to grind. Howard goes to work with the Queen Jack. Spin Doctors right about now could have something to do with that re-entry period coming to a close, Randy. You want to maybe run up a big stack, but if you're unable to do so, go out there and get 3 new Lammers.
Yeah, so we have about 15 minutes left on this level where Lammers are in play, 100K apiece. But if we get to the next level, you actually have to turn in all your Lammers. So even if you're a fresh entry, you'll get 300,000 in chips. So now's the time to really just gamble it up, because you can just toss in 20 antes for each Lammer. And you get the most value, actually, an advantage being the short stack, pushing in and trying to collect all those little additional antes.
Queen 8-6 board here. Top pair for Kiat Lee.
I can't win with this watch. It's just my stress is still high.
It's just Jam City.
Yeah.
2.5x.
There's only one solution. Massage?
This guy's cool.
Oh, Nielsen's got tons of personality. And
No one
apparently he's
ever
got a ton of
knows,
stress.
it seems.
If you listen to the watch.
I think there's one massage therapist there. In the corner.
Martin wants a massage. Order for you.
Thank you, thank you.
Need the heart rate to go down.
Next time we should do in the app. Massage.
Next level.
Think his Chinese better than mine.
Order food also from the app.
To be fair, Randy, it's not hard
Can track where you are.
to have better Chinese than yours.
Track your calories in the app.
King 8 suited and the luxury of the second deepest stack at the table. Artem hops in, absent Paul Pua. He covers all parties. Boss to his direct left, hasn't proved to be pesky. Here he is with a flush draw on a Jack 9-6 board where Kiatlee's got top 2 and Howard, the involuntary participant from the button, has himself top pair. Artem simply says, let's go. Kiat's ready for it. Believe Howard find the bin. Yep.
Chips flew in so fast.
It seems like this is that level, though, Randy. You know, it's... Let me try to spin.
It's the action time. And that card kills it for Kiatlee. Full house. Not even going to be good if he was to hit it.
Which he actually did on the end. So the coveted and very elusive flush achieved by Artem, and that actually is going to put him in front of Boss as the deepest stack at this feature.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at the festival thus far for Triton co-founder Paul Pua. Randy, the one-time title holder with 44 caches. Well, on the topic of time, let's first remind you about our official timekeepers over at Jacob & Co., responsible for not just the incredible timepieces that you see on your screen, but also some poker and gambling themed gear as well. They're the perfect watch brand to check out. Responsible for the collaborative Triton Epic X pieces that are awarded to our main event winners. Take a peek today at Jacob & Co. And I assume you're taking a peek at Boss's Triton Jeju Festival results so far, Randy?
That's right. Like you said, he has 44 caches so far overall in his career, but in terms of Jeju this stop, he has 4 caches.
Oh.
This guy's a 15th, a 16th, a 32nd, a 33rd, so nothing too deep. But he does have opportunity to take Kiatlee's Lammer right here.
AA versus QQ.
Oh. Maybe a dead on the floor.
What other game do you find that much laughter on the face of the man who has the queens versus the aces?
Countryman, my countryman.
Yes.
Okay, 3 clubs.
2 Malaysians. Squaring off, queen free flop.
7, 10, jack.
Sixes. Still.
Same story on the turn. Can Lee find the queen? No, he can't. And that was his third and final Lammer. So perhaps a trip over to the rebuy desk for him.
And 6 is for Martin. And 6 is Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, each Lammer
Everybody
is
miss you.
worth
Except
10K.
And I kept straight.
To the right, Kiat.
Jack
I
diamond.
want to get back in. Oh, wrong way. To the
If he fall, you
other way.
fall.
You know, for a second, I was going to say, Kiat knows where it is, and then I realized that saying that would suggest that it's because he's always headed there. So I just...
You backpedaled a little.
Yeah, but then I actually said that I was going to say it, so I guess...
You said it.
I've said it now.
Don't retract.
Well, it's not retraction, but ascension for
We'll measure it again.
Paul Pua.
afterwards.
Ran into him earlier today. And when I said, how you feeling? He said one word, Randy, exhausted. And that's, of course, not simply because we've had such a protracted Jeju festival as we always do here with
Looks like fold.
long deck, PLO, and short deck on the docket, but also because during the graveyard shift,
Ah, you have one more bullet.
No flop, free chips.
he's in there playing cash. Untold tales from that felt, but of course I would assume at some point, Randy, you're going to be covering all of that action for us, which will be released on our Triton YouTube channel. Meanwhile, we released 3 players at the other feature. Ace, Queen, Jack, 2 club board. You see Bads has himself top pair up against the Broadway and the Jack of Nicholas.
Looks like he's going to try to charge the 1 pair straight draws immediately. Nicholas comes in with the King Jack.
Thank you, Carl.
Oh, did he just hit it?
Yeah, that is the absolute spiciest card in the deck for Nick. An unwelcome side, of course, for Bads, who barreled the 12,000 and got it down to heads up. Nuts straight, rather, with a redraw. It does go check, jack, board pairs. Nick happens to have a jack in hand, but still plays the Broadway.
And not many better hands you can get to fold from Nikita's point of view. Slump down.
Bads is a hell of a short deck player, by the way.
Yeah, he's him and Jason Kuhn.
Yeah,
they're the most scary for me.
Chidwick is phenomenal as well. I mean, there's a number of Western players that have shown aptitude.
I don't know what I can beat. Have to beat something here. 10, 10, 9, 10, 8.
Well, those definitely could be lurking. It's the check back on the turn that's performing well for Nick here.
Correct. He expected a king to bet a lot on the turn. Hence why he's tanking.
Ay, 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 ay. Second one? Oh my god. For 25K, 2 time banks. Damn.
Just an illustration of how hard Bads takes every spot.
5 seconds.
He wants to throw it in, but he can't. Oh, he does.
Okay, okay.
King Jack.
Good.
Well, kept Nicholas honest.
And then Ruba.
And there was no fraudulence afoot.
Yeah, I like how Mikita's like, I don't beat anything. And he found a way to call still.
I pass.
Really? Okay,
No,
now I know.
He's 10 off now for Bads. Limps.
The Quattro limp.
Jack 9 suited. Thought about getting frisky perhaps, but instead joins the party. Momentum building. Axton.
Actually, your shirt color same as the Triton one. No? Almost.
Yeah.
Just a bit
The
like
green color.
Hopping in with the 7s. 10-8 for Loon Loon. Says run it. Jack 10-9 board. Bads checking second pair. A very brisk bet with the Jacks and 9s from Nick. Loon Loon not interested in his open ender.
This ace-10 is not that great of a spot. Doesn't have a gut shot to go along with the 10. Shouldn't really expect the worst 10 to bet. So nice fold.
15K and take it. And board textures like that, you know, we're quite all right with taking it because plenty of straightiness
Very nice hand.
could be surrounding us.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, like the two pairs are happy to take it down on 3-liners. So obviously there's less bricks in the deck.
You didn't see anything anyway.
What if we took out the 6s through 9s as
What
well?
was the last year? 62?
Just royalty?
Just 10s through aces.
I think we are overweight.
I mean,
That's just a poor game.
yeah.
Okay.
I didn't say it would be a good game. There's only 20 cards in the deck.
Yeah, how many people are allowed to play? We need 5 for the board.
Guess it's heads up just to make it interesting for card removal. Otherwise,
no, if we play 7-handed. Oh, we have to burn cards too, right? Oh man. So we can only play 6-handed max.
I think we just play it heads up.
Heads up.
Heads up.
Crisscross?
Shortest deck.
Shortest deck. No one's looking for some crazy ideas, huh, Ollie?
I mean, how long you been working with me? It's like my literal dream is mischief.
3-1-1.
Meanwhile, Lun Lun bringing the mischief with the ace-king. No one can handle 311,000 with their holdings. What about this, Randy? And I'm not, by the way, submitting these innovative alterations because I feel as though the game lacks something.
Oh, you full 10
But, you know, when I see a small fire, I tend to think lighter fluid.
Okay, what do you got?
Double board short deck.
Double board short deck. I don't know, is this a good thing? What do you...
I mean, I think it's a smoldering inferno of beats waiting to be unlocked.
But I don't like split pot games. I like someone just taking it every hand, you know?
I hear you. You want blood.
Yeah. Like blood for Nicholas Ng right now.
Yeah.
5 seconds. 50,000.
Haxton, 5xing the limp.
This coming along, expecting Nicholas to not limp jam for him to flat the button.
Yeah, but
here's a limp jam.
ironically enough, Shining Don's willingness to make the call over here might be motivating Nicholas even more so as he has more incentive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
10-8 suited, it's like the favorite. Or
Well, 10-9 and Jack-10 in particular are popular, but then, you know, not too far removed are the 10-8 and Jack-9s of the world, which we've seen willing to get it in.
No. 2 clubs on the flop for you.
I mean, you should be fine to lose the flush, you know, in this scenario. Like,
Queen club,
7 ones
Queen
in the
club,
full
10
time
club,
anyway.
8 club.
Okay, give him some hearts. I have
No. Queen club, 10 club, 8 club. Just give him the nut flush.
Okay,
Wow.
I accept. There
Wow.
it is.
Whoa!
yeah, drawing
There we go.
dead.
Careful what you wish for.
No.
Shining Don, by the way,
Oh,
was
you.
not involved in
Running
that
quad.
conversation.
Maybe? 8.
That
boring.
What, chop 6 club, 9 club chop
other way. Oh,
Straight chop
straight chop.
Okay, 3-way chop. 3-way chop.
Flush already, enough flush. Got enough
So
flush.
Haxton polishing off
think
not
already
one, but
Yeah.
2 lammers for Don, who seems unamused, as well as aim.
Flop drawing that. Drawing chop.
Flush on the flop. I mean, that's
Flush draw.
I thought flushes were hard to make. I've seen it twice now.
yeah, it didn't look so hard.
Change
there,
all
did it?
bullet.
Must?
Yeah, you have to change all bullet. All bullets in play.
I love how Richard Young's just railing the action.
He
Front
loves
row
it, man.
seats.
He really does. What you don't love is this. The antes
Huh?
going
Huh?
to
No, I
6K
don't
with
get
12 on the
Get
button,
me
thinning
some
out
And
the lean stacks and even the freshies.
I think Mr. Isaac should be the third
So,
chips now.
do you see what's happening right now?
after this
We're at this
level,
new
we're
blind
gonna be
level.
pop, 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 pop.
Everyone must
after
turn in
30
their
more
lammers
minutes
for
of
chips.
limit.
35 minutes more.
35 more minutes and we get
Then we have to
pot
be
limit.
You see how the dealer's paying out Haxton for their lammer?
Yep.
Imagine
You
have
must
30
turn it in.
MGs under the
Can't hold on to it anymore.
Loon Loon, by the way, recognizing that this is the level where things are going to get a little cray on account of it being the final one during which registration will be open.
No, everyone now don't have bullet anymore.
So now they will update lah.
Yep.
And the stacks have gotten deep for some, but maybe inadequate for others, especially given the dilution, the product of the 612 hop.
How much do you have?
There's actually one more reason why this level would be crazy.
No
It's
idea.
the last level, because it's the last level registration, that you can go all in pre-flop.
6, 7, 8, yeah, about
So
9.
next level, when registration closes, it becomes pot limit pre-flop.
Inflation.
Oh.
So you have reasons to kind of push it in now, you know what I mean, when you're in a shorter stack, where you don't have the same fold equity next level.
So here where the full spins are available. There are no guardrails. And some cars could go careening right off the road as collisions are imminent. This one, though, is just 12K ahead, three ways. Queen 10-9 rainbow, bottom 2 for bads. Far and away the best of what's around.
Ugly chips.
Ugly chips. He's like, oh, I don't like the red ones. Let's just toss them in. Bottom 2, check calls. Man, that was so fast on the turn.
I
As
feel
fast
like
as
I
player
blinked and all of a
needs.
sudden I'm staring at a complete board here. Still just the pair of nines that Nicholas flopped.
We need to put on 0.5x speed when Nicholas is playing. Is he gonna rep the jack? Maybe not with that tone.
Well, remember that he did milk Makita.
If I bet this much, snap full, right? If I bet this, you tank 2 time bank.
Come on.
All right, he had a little fun with it. I wish he did it too. It would have been very interesting. Would have been a difficult find for Makita.
Bet 50 I fold.
Maybe not.
Not
think
for
you
the
call
next
this
time.
I
Now
think you
that
call
you
this time. I think you call this time.
Now that you know my plan,
I think you call this time.
This game loosens up the personalities a bit. I like it.
It's tough to be a stiff and a short deck player. It just breaks you down from being uptight. You just can't really succeed, Randy, by being nitty in short deck. You have to gamble.
You do. And that's because you pay one ante every single hand. It adds up. Play like a nit and you just will never have all the chips at the end.
No, you'll bleed out and you're unlikely to get action.
That's true.
When you finally do step forward, as Loon Loon has done, under the gun with the A7 suited, bads, pretty connector, Shinhwa, one gapper suited, Nicholas with divorced hearts, and now Haxton on the button. 4 limpers in front of him. Let's see what kind of feelings he has about ace-queen.
So it would seem a little bit reckless if he was to open rip, just because Makita's sitting on 900K. Loon Loon, the original undergun opener, has 300 and something K. So we might just see him raise rather than rip.
136.
Yeah, this makes sense. Allows him to get away from Makita if Makita happens to have slow played, but get it in with everyone else. You know Makita really wants to see a flop. Queen Jack suit. The problem is if his opponent is isolating with ace queen or ace jack, he's in a terrible spot. So he bows out.
And I don't think Nick is particularly fond of king 8 of hearts. He just has 63 back, though.
He's got that look where you don't ever know.
Yeah, you heard him say usually he would play it.
Should I have chosen a bigger or a smaller number?
Small.
6-9. Must be.
No, 6-9. I snap regen. Snap gem, sorry.
Nice activation there from Haxton's button. Looking at his career Triton resume and filtering out for simply the caches in search of how many of those have come in short deck. His most recent short deck cache came right here in Jeju, where he finished 5th in the 20K. Do not have one of those on the schedule here.
King high.
What we do have, however, is King Queen versus 2 queens.
I think you win.
As Nicholas ran into the upper part of Lun Lun's button range.
Anything, blame the deal.
Now, you don't see percentages pre-flop right now, but I can assure you that King Queen is doing a lot better than you might think it is.
Ace 6, 7, 8.
Ace 6, 7.
7, 8, 9. Ace 6, 7, 8, 9. Ayo, GG lah.
Not yet.
Ace Queen 10. Nick is covered and up against a set, but you can't say GG's in short deck.
None.
Not quite yet.
Yeah, no, it's a corner for sure.
Not showing a lot of optimism, going through all of the normal superstitious motions is Nicholas Ng, even though he's a first-timer. And maybe he knew something we didn't know, as the jack failed to show up and rescue him.
Yep. Good luck.
On his feet. Still with an opportunity to hop back into this one, however. Lun Lun. Third in chips of the remaining 4. Despite the haul. Shinhwa, the shorty, 170 in front of him.
Yeah, Lun Lun moving up to 500,000 in chips. Good for 84 antes. Very deep stack table. Haxton on 1.1 million. Makita on 892.
You know, cruising back even further than last Jeju. And Ike's participation in Triton goes way back to 2017. He has several top 10 final table finishes.
Yeah, so when I think about like the Western players or Europeans that have played short deck since the beginning, I think of Isaac Haxton, Mikita Badzikowski, Steven Chidwick, and Jason Kuhn. Probably Mike Watson as well. Those are like the guys that I remember were playing from way back when.
10-10-6 is Haxton playing Dust Bunny versus Dust Bunny here.
I feel like one of these Dust Bunnies are going to attack at some point, especially on the 10-10-6. Theory-wise, Badzikowski has more 10x in his range, so technically he could try and rep it right now.
Decides to check back. That allows Haxton to connect with this queen. Just 36K in the middle. This one limped pre. With no pre-flop raise from Bads' button. Nor from Haxton.
Yeah, if Haxton bets this, he's trying to charge straight draws. Obviously can't really get called by a worse kicker. It doesn't exist.
So with the second check out of Haxton, Bads with what felt like a trepidatious 20,000.
Yeah, it seemed like he was a bit unsure if he should bet that one. For now, though, Haxton does have queens and tens. Against a wide range, he can't really fold for 20K at the moment.
And maybe against the vibes surrounding that particular bet, he's going to be A-OK. Hopping in there as you see him flick the installment plan of 4 blue chips into the middle.
3 pair.
Yeah, only 2 are going to work, and the 8 is the kicker being used on the board. Now, if Bads wanted to leverage the presence of a 7 in his hand, where maybe with some frequency the story would check out for 7-9 to have been happy to check back on the flop and then try to steal it on the turn with a semi-bluff that came in on the river, he does have that available.
Yeah, blockers, of course, are still important in this game. Just not as strong as in Pot Limit Omaha. He's going to full 100K. That's nasty for Queen 8.
100 into 76. The overbet being brilliantly deployed here by Bads. And it isn't as though we can simply remove 10x from his range either as played.
Exactly. Bads could have some slow plays with 10x. What's happening right now is Makita doesn't read Haxton to have a 10. He knows there's a lot of Queen X, and he has to bet very big to get that to consider folding. It's just a bit of a leveling game at the moment. Who's got the 10? Because Bads shouldn't really be betting this without at least a 10. And Bads also has Jack 9. He's got the 9-7 like you mentioned, which are straights. Haxton really does not, because he wouldn't be looking to check call turn with 9-7 for a gut shot. Jack 9, probably not. He probably would just bet it himself. Jesus. The 3-pair full house bluff with Queen 8.
You know, I touched on the idea that once all the lammers were redeemed and the stacks got a little bit deeper, even though registration is still open, this would be when we would begin to see some of the cooler things associated with short deck. As Bads didn't put a foot wrong. Betting 100 into 76 should prove effective, but Haxton on the strength of 3-pair, blocking the boats, decides to speak up to 450, and Makita just outfoxed by a fellow veteran there.
That was a good hand of short deck.
Yeah, it was. It's just the kind of play that you always have to have in your repertoire. You cannot pass up on those spots and expect to be profitable. As you touched on, the Annies just gobble you up every single hand. There are no free hands. And so when you get involved, you can't always expect to nut pedal.
Yeah, and you're playing four-handed, so the double ante button comes around ever so quickly. King 10 for Lun Lun. Try to limp this one.
Bats with a pretty one. Content to limp as well.
Push it.
Yeah, Don Slams his foot on the gas. 164K burnout. And no friskiness out of Bads there. Just quietly departs.
All right, good night. Thank you.
Hello.
There's a peek at the 9 players across our 2 feature tables. 23 players remaining in the field, an original 50 entries here in this first of 3 short deck events from Jeju. First Triton Poker Super High Roller Series Festival of 2025. Second of Season 4. Artur Martirosyan currently leading the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award race. Done. Staying aggressive. This time Bad's asking for a count. Unclear just how much durability he feels like this particular hand has.
The longer you wait to call these shoves, the bigger they get. It becomes more costly later.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. 9.
Restart the clock, please.
King Jack is a pretty tough call to make. You don't dominate that many hands besides Jack 10.
Yeah, maybe even a little bit of the Jack 9 stuff.
Even then, Jack 9 might just over-limp rather than rip it in pre.
Sure. We've seen it go all ways. And of late, we've seen chips going that way. The Shining Dan.
Don Bridget did pretty well in the Parliament Omaha portion, I recall. The festival. Yeah, he got 8th in the Quattro bounty just earlier today, and he got 2nd in the 25K PLO for 486,000. So he likes the non-lawn deck portion of the festival.
Maybe
Seems like that's where
or less than that.
his best performances are being turned in. China has performed oh so well here in Jeju. Obviously, strength in numbers in that respect. Far more participants than at our average Triton stop, just given the proximity to the mainland. Direct flights available, no visas required. This is Shining Dan's first ever Triton Festival, by the way. 2 for 4 coming into this one as Lun Lun squares off with Ike Haxton. King Queen is top pair and weigh the best of it.
26.
26. That's
Ike bets like he knows it.
Yeah, you wouldn't blame him. Didn't get it raised pre after he limped, so his kicker is nutted.
Well, I touched briefly, Randy, on the overall Season 4 Player of the Year award leader, Artur Martirosyan, who is playing short deck despite, I confess, me not being able to identify any other occasions on which he did get into the short deck streets at Triton, which was a little bit surprising. I could have overlooked something. But if he is indeed playing, I would imagine in part it's because front-running that Player of the Year award race means that he doesn't want to allow people to free roll catching up to him who are playing short deck. Generally speaking, it would require remarkable performances in PLO and long deck for somebody to take it down without touching short deck. Historically speaking, all disciplines have been partaken in by previous winners.
I give a lot of respect for Artur to dabbling into a variant that he's probably got the least amount of experience amongst the players.
Well, yeah, relative to a lot of these guys, there's no doubt about that.
I mean, to plunk in 30K, like it's not an easy ask. And obviously,
Tarosian, by the way, not player of the festival. Those honors, as it stands, with a couple of days of play left beyond this one, belong to Mario Mosbach.
Pretty cool.
Meanwhile, Mikita from the button saying this pot belongs to me, using ace-9 offsuit to attack.
Yeah, so a lot of the isolation from the button comes from these ace-X. They block the ace-king, ace-queen that can limp jam on you. It unblocks the queen-jack type of stuff. Yeah, it's a pretty good hand to attack.
Queen 8-7, as Haxton hung in there with the 2 9s. And continues to have the best of it. Note, however, that Bads does have a gut shot. The ace serving as a 5. 6 would get him there.
Yeah, actually these pocket pairs have a lot of trouble in a short deck. When they don't flop sets, they just often lose. You'll see the opponent just stab and the 9s just often just check folds. It just doesn't have as much properties. And think about it. Even if he was to check call and try to hit a 9, straights come in now. You know, like Jack 10, Ace 6. So it's just not as clean in the game of short deck where there's a lot of interaction between hands. So 100K into 150 from Mikita is the winner. And 9's got flashed. On
You
accident.
see him smiling there. Didn't intend to do that.
Slightly big fold, maybe. I don't think so. I don't know.
Healthy 100K, getting the job done.
You didn't have a suit, right?
I did not have heart.
I like how Mikita got a little extra information there. He's like, didn't have a heart, right?
I mean, it's really hard to go runner and make the flush, you know, forgive us harping on it, but you really, despite some of what we've observed here, speaking to the contrary, you just don't see a lot of flushes in short deck.
But you can see him probing for any extra information, because if he saw that a heart was folded, it's like, oh, he's not even considering any 9s to check call there if it doesn't have the backdoor flush draw to go along with it.
Considerations from the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit for the thief.
The thief? Is that what you call him?
Oh, the ace-9 obviously stole one from Ike a second ago.
Mikita the burglar.
The hamburglar?
Mikita the burglar Kowski.
Burglar Kowski?
Just reaching here. 60K.
Yeah. Bads has reached out and 5x this thing.
5 seconds.
Now, remember, ace-7 suited is much like ace-deuce through ace-5 suited that the solvers love. Haxton, however, does not get wild, but he does get a chance at redemption versus the Belarusian. Ace-Jack 8. Both parties with top pair, advantage Bads.
Yeah, obviously great for both players to pair to ace, but both should immediately be uncomfortable on this texture. Like Mikita could have obviously like the big ace, ace queen, ace king, ace jack. The thing is, Haxton could have like ace jack as well, and some ace queens, given how deep they are. So you see Badzikowski taking it slow. 6 comes. Now Haxton's got a gut shot if he can find the 9. 7 would do it too.
$110.
110.
Wow.
That's meaty.
So this is the product of Bads checking back in position after raising it up pre on the flop, facing a discomforting 110 into this 144.
This bet feels a bit mergy. Like he is kind of trying to charge, like, I don't know, some gut shots, some jack X, but also it might get, he might be looking to turn it into a bluff on the river against single pair ace. We'll find out.
Well, single pair of ace is exactly what Bads has been left with on this queen river card. Haxton, of course, same story with the inferior kicker. And is he going to try to blast his way out? He covers. He plays 644 effective.
I think there's a chance he might, given how big he bet on the turn. It feels like the main hand he should fear in this spot is like ace-queen. He should have heard from Makita on the flop if Makita had like ace-jack or ace-king. He is just going to give it up, which is great news for Badzikowski.
Could there be a little bit of 9-10 lurking for Bads as a raiser and then a check back with the open-ender on that board, or no?
I kind of think no, but there's probably just a low-frequency possibility.
Well, best case scenario here would be that Makita maybe had a queen 10 double gutter that just ended up as a pair of queens that didn't try to bluff, but as we can see, it was far from that. As turn and river.
I shove pre-flop.
Both got checked, and Bads wearing a smile as he pulls it in. Haxton, in retrospect, realizing that the pre-flop shove, in all likelihood, would have dispatched Bads' ace-10 off. Back at the other feature table, the two men without whom there is no Triton poker enjoying some conversation tableside.
Some Lao
Talking, of course, about Richard Young
This is the
and
chart.
Paul Pua.
Yeah.
In the pocket. I said now they memorize, no need to bring the copies.
All before the business plan bring the chart, right? They don't know. Now everyone got pocket have already.
The chart, GDO chart.
Well, you might have thought that ace-jack suited and two queens would both consider themselves candidates to have opened this pot. The jack-9 suited could have gotten frisky with those two limps in front of it. Instead, it is Martin Nielsen from the button who poses the question. You see Boss promptly putting his hand into the muck. Ding asking for a count. This is not a lean stack.
Thank you.
This is not easy for queens, actually. It's a big risk.
You maybe want to gamble.
549.
This the is empty.
549.
54万9，哇！
There we go.
哎，还有一个。
You crazy man.
Look at Howard, by the way. Listen, this call from Ding actually might be making this a more attractive proposition for him. A potential triple.
Wait. Don't worry.
Still have 5 minutes. Still have 5 minutes.
Just not being able to see not the what, you just see a time of reply and out.
So Dean Gale thinks that Jack 10 might be in Nielsen's range, hence why he called. He thinks it's Jack 10. He wants to see it.
No. Ace king.
Ace queen.
King ace king.
He's slow rolling him.
Chop.
Well, he read the ace correctly.
Wow, GDO shove 啊。
That was
吃够我这个牌就可以
My God，
厉害了啊！
I have a better hand.
big call.
Exactly. Yeah.
Jack 9, unfortunately, with Nielsen holding a 9, isn't doing as well as it would have been otherwise. Howard, of course, did not hop in. Everybody quite entertained by this confrontation. 7-figure pot, 1.1 plus. Club draw versus top set. And it's a gut shot as well.
Queen. Queen, he's still at 1 out. Soon.
7 of clubs. Give him the queen, it's fine. I'll hit on the river.
Oh, black.
And 10 now.
10?
10, 7.
Turn, providing an added path to the straights.
Go, rebuy.
Go rebuy.
Oh my God. Ding Biao getting a little bit confident. Will the poker gods scorn him?
I get punished for trapping me.
No, just a pair of 9s when it's all said and done for Nielsen.
I think we're going to get it in somehow anyways.
Yeah.
10勾我就输了。
Reasonable observation that if they did end up post-flop, there's a whole lot of equity for Nielsen, and the chips may have flown in that direction regardless. But Ding Biao had the deck read as he waved his man off for a rebuy. And she still has about 4 minutes left to get in.
All the hard work for that. Man, that's brutal for Nielsen. Nature of the game, though. GTO shove, says Paul.
他连 A10 都会 check 的 ，A10 A 勾都会 check， 他就推 A9。
What do we always say, Randy?
What do we say? Short deck.
Short deck. Meanwhile, Haxton involved in one against Lun Lun here. This is cutoff versus button. So a late limp. Lun Lun check back. Bet and call of 22,000 on the turn after the ace-ace king board added a 6 to it. Both parties checked again. A full shutdown.
They don't want to show. It's high card versus high
Well,
card.
I mean, it was a flush draw for Lun Lun that he never bothered barreling, but the jack actually
Yeah. Good club. 8-9.
earning Haxton the pot. And, you know, the unwillingness to bet with the flush draws definitely
No, not great. Yeah.
help you to understand how difficult
Have to give off.
making one can be.
Maybe I bluff with 9, 10, 19 club, maybe yes. 8, 10 club.
My favorite part of that last all-in, the big one, was when Ding Biao said, go rebuy.
Yeah, that was, you know, those are vibes you don't really get. In long deck, if somebody waved you off for a rebuy, it would be considered distasteful. But the freaks come out during the short deck portion, the alter egos. It really is a fun-loving crowd for the most part, it feels like. The D-Gens.
Yeah, it's the end of the festival. Let's have some fun.
King Jack having more fun than Jack 8 pre-flop and post as well. Ace-Ace 6 board, neither player connecting. Lun in front. He was the limper pre. Doesn't barrel.
I was hoping Lun Lun plays straightforward on his ace-ace-6. It's not as credible as Makita would want to raise a lot of aces on the button, hence why King Jack is check calling on the strength of high card.
Picks up the Broadway draw. Note that Bads has a diamond in hand. So the cheeky 10K on the flop brought the pot to 56 after Lun made the call. He checks once more. And maybe Bads just doesn't think that Lun would ever limp an ace in the cutoff. And so he continues. 30K on the turn. Gets through. Nice there. From Makita.
Yeah, that's a good read. Mainly because everyone folded up front, and then the cutoff has a lot of reasons to just raise a lot of aces with one player deck behind him.
Attention 30K shortdeck tournament dealers. If you started your shuffle, please complete your hand beyond and stop please. Once again, dealers, please
So
stop.
announcements and advisories being made over the PA to hold up the action after current hands complete. But Artem not heeding that call in terms of holding it up here as the under the gun player. King 10 just free flows.
Remember, Ali, this is the last hand before we go to pot limit pre-flop, so time to get your gamble on while you can. We see King 10 attacking.
Queen Jack suited, giving it a chew. Remember, Howard stepped aside from a Jack 9 suited where he could have potentially tripled. Would have wound up with just 2 pair against Ding Biao's set. But steps away. Boy, those are difficult spots. Looks like Sir Watts is going to park his bones out here.
How long have we supposed?
It's not going to be a fold.
Watson's got a fresh stack of 300,000. Gonna assume he just bought in.
Yeah. 816, please. Next thing.
Gonna be a new game now.
And what limit now?
So you heard the advisory. All players now playing pot limit. First time we've had this wrinkle, Randy, in our short deck tournaments. We've played pot limit short deck in the past. Obviously, we've played no limit. But to have the hybrid, where once the re-entry period closes, we play pot limit. This is something new being tried on for size, part of the innovations that the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series is always looking to bring forward at every successive festival.
Yeah,
And let's see how the boys like it.
I think it's worthy of testing, right? It still allows players to kind of gamble with the lammers when registration is still open, build the prize pool a bit, and now that registration is closed, this kind of allows for more post-flop spots, right? You can't just open rip 100 antes with like ace king. It really changes the dynamics, especially at final tables. So it should
Very
be a lot of
much.
fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna guess, my just initial hunch is that this might be the series where you might have the most edge in short deck, because there's probably not that many people have actually played pot limit pre-flop version of it.
That's actually an interesting point.
Pot limit pre-flop. So dealer's gonna collect antiques. And the registration for this event now closed.
Now, pot is still fairly big, given that you have all of the single antes at your table, plus a double ante on the button pre-flop.
Mm-hmm.
But those massive overbets that people are kind of able to deploy and really muscle people out, not going to be available any longer.
So there's probably instances now where the button can, like if someone just pots it, the button can call a lot of suited connector type hands. You know, because they can't just open, crush them out of the pot, and they got position. So let's just see. My guess is
You put I see. Oh, okay.
we're going to have many different styles right now.
That's why I was wondering why 8K.
Okay, put.
All right, so RVK is going to try it on.
Isn't it 64?
He's like, can I make it more? So what is the number? Is it 64?
64, yeah, sorry. Yeah, 64.
So 64 is 8 antes. Yeah, I could see like buttons just calling a lot pre-flop, to be honest. With, you know, like 8-9 suited, stuff like this. Obviously, Ace King is going to be willing to repop.
It's effectively a 4x of the button.
240.
And when Watson wakes up with Ace King, it's going to be a lot more than the 4x as he repots over the top of RVK. So it's going to be 3x the 64 plus the outside. Oh, did Artem wake up with something behind? It appears so.
He snapped it off.
The 3-bet to 240,000 has another 13K slid atop it by Kobylinski. Now, of course, RVK.
Yeah, he can't call Ace 10.
He's recognizing that his hand performs very poorly. Do we have the particulars on Artem's hand? They're face up. I don't think it was scanned into the RFID.
It's a pocket pair.
Queens, yeah.
El Clasico. And look who's the favorite in this classic.
The Ace King actually with the edge. 573 in the middle. And with registration having just closed, Artem needs these queens to hold. And he finds a set in the window. 10 behind that queen means that there is hope for Watson. 4 jacks for Broadway. Turn is safe. Kobylinski can't look.
Boards that way.
So not wanting the view, but now he'll turn his attention back over as the board pairs, giving him queens full when it's all said and done, and taking a huge chunk of Sir Watts's chips. One of those aforementioned proficient, longtime short deck players from the Western contingent.
He's down to 47K.
Yeah, that is a clipping of one's wings on grand scale.
I should do the counter.
Artem, by the way, has emerged as the second biggest stack at the table after that one, as you hear Watson taking his remains and putting them forward. Not even full pot available to him as he comes with 55,000.
Ouch for queen 9 off.
8? Me, 16.
Yeah, I didn't put, so it's 8 here now. Yeah. Say it like this on the button. I took only the ante. Only the ante goes into the button.
Well, Ding Biao's already done well with queens. That's what has him chip leading here. By a wide margin, can well afford to give Watson the spin. And Mike not looking particularly optimistic about his prospects, but it is short deck, perhaps a bit premature, or perhaps just going through the superstitious motions with 134 in the middle and no cards on the board.
Yeah, but this is pretty bad in terms of pre-flop equities. Onto the flop. Any hope?
Gut shot.
For a chop.
Yep. Could be worse, but obviously having clean winners would be preferred.
Or cider.
Oh!
Sit down, Watson.
No world in which the outcome is anything other then a carve up. You know what? Maybe Watson was just going through a professional grade short deck sweat there.
Professional grade short deck sweat. Is that what you called it? No, he didn't really seem too happy about the moment.
No, I mean, he had all the pleasure of a death row inmate on his face. To be fair, Watson, you know, he could be chip leading by 3-1, and it's generally the same affect. And I think, by the way, it's the product of recognizing that out in these streets, man, we are well served to be relatively even keel emotionally, you know?
Watson gonna try again. A little bit more. Queen 6 suited.
51.
50.
I mean, you can pretty much call almost anything for this price. You get a full run out. What's RVK got?
Efforting. Revelations momentarily. Watson's Queen 6 suited will be, drum roll please, in the lead. Actually,
look at the equities, man.
You know, this is messed up.
Give me 9-7 of clubs. 2% edge. That's what I'm saying. You can call like almost anything. The anti-overlay. Here we go. Jeez.
Ace, 10, 7, pair and a flush draw. RVK way out in front. Watson surely is going to be standing up. Here we go.
Yeah, this is D-mic worthy. Yeah, fully D-mic'd.
Hang on a second. Could he find a 9 here? Could he maybe find himself a queen? There is the 9, a 10 high straight. Take your seat, sir.
They're messing with them. Emotions are wild for Watson inside.
Right.
He's not showing it. Come on, a little smile, Watson. That was a little dirty.
He's not the guy, man.
All business?
It almost feels a little bit like a man who's just seen too many short deck ghosts.
He definitely has.
Right? You know what I'm talking about? The houses are a little haunted out here. That's for sure.
He's for sure has seen some brutal short deck runs.
You know, strangely enough, one could consider short deck as being somewhat analogous to trick-or-treating. You knock on the door, hopeful. You don't know. Someone going to give me a bag of pennies. Some of those lame candy corns. I actually got grapes once. Or are they going to have the full-size candy bars?
Oh, yeah, full size. Not the fun size.
You don't know. Famously in lab experiments, by the way, not that I support such things as an animal lover, but the happiest mice, Randy, sometimes they press the little pedal, they get cheese, sometimes they get nothing, sometimes they get electrocuted. Those are the happiest mice. You get cheese all the time, you don't love it. You get nothing, that sucks. Permazap, not really a fan of that either. But variety is the spice of life. As Watson sticking his spice into this dune. ST Wong, the late arrival.
Oh. Practically 2 all-ins in front of him. And RVK has only got 133K. Ace-jack suited. It plays okay. Short stacks are desperate.
Look at how well he's performing against these guys, though, to have the dominant ace, unbeknownst as we can see.
So he's playing about a 17 ante stack. Wouldn't mind a gamble here, and obviously dominating the ace-9, ace-7. Has to expect Watson to be light, and then ST reading Watson's pot as light and maybe getting a little bit lighter. And even if you're up against ace-queen, ace-king, kings-queen, it's not the end of the world. Equities run close in this game. And he pitches it. He's going to be very sad when this one shows out.
Oh my gosh. Not one, but two smaller suited aces. You see RVK a little bit breathless. He's actually rooting for one of these guys to beat ace-jack when it's all said and done.
I know it.
Is Watson going to do it differently this time? I mean, you know,
Third
we're
time.
awaiting the procedures. He's been
He got a 7
through the grinder. But yeah. You know, if he were to stand up now, having outflopped the ace-9, that would be a peculiar way to go about things. He's camped. 292K pot. Uh-oh.
Got shot.
Yeah, the 8 or the 9 now spell the end of the road for Mike Watson. Are such things lurking? No.
He survived.
That he did. Note the ace-jack makes the nuts, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I'm steaming if I'm RVK.
Oopsie.
I would have walked away. Don't sweat this board.
He's not letting on.
So after all that, Watson, he's got more chips than what he started off with.
Finally, man's been patient. And if you're getting impatient, trying to spin up a bankroll big enough to maybe come out and just buy in directly to a Triton event, we've got good news. The folks over at WPT Global are providing opportunities to earn passport dollars that can be used to buy into future Triton events. But first and foremost, you got to download the app and sign up. Use the promo code Jeju for 100% deposit match up to $1,500 as WPT Global, the online home of the World Poker Tour. He's Jack of Hearts now. Qualifier for Artem to pot.
You know, with the pot limit pre-flop format,
Yeah, he's just limped it.
It wouldn't surprise me that Undergun probably should go for a lot more limps. Just
As a
because-
trap?
It's
Or
just that
as a way to prevent getting repotted and then
more
being in
like
the blender.
it's preventing big single raise pots out of position, right? The button has a lot of incentives to call, you know, and I could see, and you allow yourself to go for limp re-raises as well. That's just, I think that's an adjustment. I could be wrong.
Remember when Mike Watson, not that long ago, Randy, was on his feet in back-to-back spots, had to chop on one occasion, now sits 292 back and has flopped trips and is taking down this pot? What a distant memory that feels like.
Yeah, he started on the bottom. Now we're here.
All right, Drake.
I didn't know who sang that song.
Really? But you knew the lyric.
Knew the lyrics.
Story checks out, by the way. That's kind of a classic Randy there.
ST is in. Isolation from Watson.
$62,000 protected by Watson. ST leading. Not doing any backflips here, but optimistic. 164K pot. He might be a dog pre.
I think he is.
Pair of sixes versus a gut shot, and he remains a dog in spite of turning ace high into a pair. Given Watson has the prospects of an 8, 9, or 10 as it stands, and there is the 10. ST's turn to begin the D-Mic process. Ace or a 6, however, would reverse it. Instead, it's an 8 as Watson ends up with a straight, and he has turned things around. 458 in front of him now, Randy.
He's won a lot of all-ins in a row.
That he has. Meanwhile, back at the other feature, King 8-6 board came courtesy of a Haxton limp. Danny Tang made it 80. Bads dug in on the button. Haxton stuck around. And you see Danny, the pre-flop raiser, has himself this heart draw. King 8-6. Lun Lun didn't show much affinity for such things. Heads up and in position. Danny, however, in a multi-way affair, takes us in a different direction as he bets 155,000.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I can ask, but
Haxton
I pointed and she told me. I cannot?
with a pair of 8s.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
There's a lot of chips in his pot. It's hyperinflated from Danny Tang's 80K raise pre, called in 2 spots. It's a nice C-bet with the flush draw, blocking the best king. Ace king you would have heard from pre. Pretty much a mandatory bet from Danny Tang.
All in.
Wow. Haxton with the 9-8 semi-bluff.
Taking it to the streets is Ike.
Wow. I'm not
This
sure.
is wild. I mean, Danny knows flush draws are hard to hit, and he has to imagine that he's behind whatever it is that Ike is willing to make this move with.
I'm pretty sure Danny doesn't expect Haxton to make a move with a hand like this. So he feels like the queen and 10 aren't really outs, because often he is up against like a king. Maybe some
615.
sets.
615. So it's like 4 something more. 240 there. And I have a bunch of backdoors as well. But if you have those hands, I'm very fucked.
Yeah, if Haxton has like an ace-X of hearts, Danny's in terrible shape as well. But he's invested so much into this pot. 80 pre-flop, 155 on the flop. 80K overlay from Makita.
280 something. So 400 something here. 400 something here plus how much here?
615.
615. 615, so like 1 million something in chips. And I had to call 400 something.
Danny going through the numbers.
The equation says fold, but man, if he knew Haxton had 9-8 suited, he would have called.
That's the wilderness that Ike just dragged us into there. And, of course,
It's way more fun with set mining. Way more fun with set mining.
Attention please, in the 30K short deck we have just confirmed your prize pool. We have a total of 56 entries, including 27 re-entries, generating a total prize pool of $1,680,000. We're going to pay 9 spots, with the 9th play finisher receiving $49,000, and the winner of event 18 will take home $492,000. Best of luck, everyone. The prize pool will be shortly on your screens.
Come back and we've got it all in. RVK.
Chips are just flying, and so are
Double
two of the players that were remaining in this field, in Howard Chuang and RVK. And guess who? Ding Biao claiming the pelts there with his Jack 10 that turned into Trip Jacks. He was up against Ace King for RVK and King Queen for Renee. Oh, for Howard, rather. It was 64 from Howard, Ding Biao flat, RVK jam, call, and then on the flop, Howard just decided to get the rest in with his gut shot. Ding Biao, top pair and the open ender made the call. Now we flip over. Xining Dan takes us to 72,000 with the antes now at 8K, 16 on the button.
Maybe only 1 8, maybe not 2 8s.
Oh, it's weird to shove that into 1 8.
Good things could happen. Find another 8. Probably a set of 8s.
Huh?
Probably a set
You
of
like that
8s.
Haxton humor, huh?
Yeah. I like Danny's look. He's talking to Haxton about that hand.
Oh.
Bye-bye.
Oh, nice. But our calculator's gone.
Soon it will be 10K at least.
That'll be easier. Go be a calculator somewhere else.
Okay.
Thanks for your contribution. 8?
I had at least 1 8.
I'm gonna see it in like 10 minutes.
It's true. Probably. You might not.
It will. It's such a big pot.
I don't know.
I'll tell you
All
what.
of the biggest pots I played,
I'll tell you
fine,
what.
add 9 8 of spades.
Huh?
Add 9 8 of spades.
Really?
Yeah. What did you have?
You swear?
I swear.
What the fuck?
What are you doing?
Toji.
Toji.
Oh, man.
Boy, Ike's going to live in Danny's head rent-free
So shit right now.
as he takes Danny's chips and heads elsewhere in the room. Winfred Yu, by the way, the late arrival to this feature.
Yeah, why?
Volantino.
Hot.
72,000.
So King Queen putting pressure on after Bats and Winfred both limped in front of Don's button. Neither party looks like they're going to be durable enough
For the
to
queen?
get involved.
I had a queen in my hand, yeah.
I mean, like, you didn't fold king, queen, right? So it would be too much.
And Winfred both fold. So nice activation there.
Why is he jamming? Is that a thing? Solver? 8-9 spades?
GTO
At least
lemon.
do with 8-9 diamonds, right?
All right, over to this table. Haxton going to do some damage, hopefully, over here. Queen Jack. Gut shot against Ding Biao.
This was a raise to 56,000 by Ding. Far and away the boss stack here. Sitting 1.8 million coming into this one. With a pair of kings.
There's a big range advantage for Ding Biao. He was the pre-flop raiser against the button. So he's uncapped. He can have ace king, whereas and aces and kings, whereas Haxton cannot. But Haxton does have very clean draw to the straight with position. Super deep stacks, which is good for Haxton to chase. Of course, more equity because they're playing short deck versus long deck.
So the 75K does get called. Another 150 into the middle. Pot up to 278. Haxton finds a queen, but not the 10 he sought. Ding's hand ain't great, by the way, Randy.
Nope, not good by any means. Can he barrel again? I mean, if he's barreling again, he's basically just saying, look, I've got all the big hands. You can't. Range advantage. Gives up. But Ding still has the best hand. Haxton, I'm not sure if he can rely on Queen Jack winning at Showdown. But in terms of value, the only value Haxton is supposed to have in this spot is like Jack 10 and 6s to bet the turn. Like even like a hand like King Queen is usually not looking to build the pot. Wow, what a run out.
Runner, runner, queen, queen. After the turn goes check, check. Understandably, Ding Biao had to have some questions about what it is Haxton would be willing to defend pre and then call the 75 on the ace-king 6 board with. It rates to be doing better than kings with a 7 kicker. And as we can see now, kings and queens with the aces, all Ding is left with. I mean, it would be tough to think that some sort of ragged ace would check out as played. Nevertheless, you see Ding taking his swing. 225, Randy.
Ding is trying to shake out ace and king X. You know, like king, jack, king 10, ace, whatever. It just was a bit of a guessing game for Ding Biao where he ranges Haxton. Like, is it queen, jack, queen 10, or is it the rest? He gets called by Haxton.
Trip jacks just a little bit too strong. Story didn't really check out. Of course, Ike wasn't looking to inflate anything. Nice. For Ike.
Haxton did work on Danny Tang. Comes over here.
400.
Call at least 600, I think.
Next time all in.
Next time all in. All in, I would at least make sad faces before I call.
Next time all in aces. Queen Jack.
Queen Jack. Very honest poker. What can I do?
This is the chattiest I've seen Ding Biao in short deck, basically.
I mean, you know, the game just lends itself. Artem, pocket jacks, limping. King 9 suited now for Ding.
Is it for me? I ordered shrimp spring roll.
Check. You might like this pot limit short deck.
Ding's flat allows Watson's pocket sixes to take a free swing from the button. Queen, queen 9 board. Biao's connection is for 2 pair. Kobalinski's jacks checking and are best.
Everyone has 2 pair at the moment. Check through. Decent turn card for the 2 jacks. Picks up a gut shot. Still the best hand, of course. Guess we just check this through one more time. Watson would be repping a very thin range if he was to bet.
Oh my goodness.
6 ball.
Perfection on the river for Watson as he threads the needle into a boat. And the northbound trajectory doesn't show any signs of letting up for him after 2 streets of full checking and a 3-way pot. Artem wondering, maybe are jacks going to be a winner at showdown? Obviously the 6 does straighten some things out like the ace-7. Maybe there's a 10 jack lurking, 10-7 also, but
10 jack seems unlikely given the action. I don't mind him betting against the 9x. Fold 2 a raise. This bet actually might get Ding Biao into a little bit of trouble given how cheap it is. Ding is sandwiched between Watson, which not great. Bet and a call now. It's a small bet, so Watson can value raise the 6s despite there being a flush out there, which he loses to. If he was up against a big bet, he might just call because he'd be scared of the flush, but here, I'd like to see a raise. Try to get paid off against Jack 10s and Queen X.
So 16 bet and called, and then Watson, of course, activating for 75,000.
It's probably a bit confusing for the jacks. It's not unreasonable. Watson just has the goods to somehow speak up now with the flop and turn check throughs.
I mean, it could be maybe that Watson had one of those diamond draws that, like we saw Lun Lun with, didn't want to bet, just given the improbability of making the flush. Plenty that King 9 does not beat. And so Watson, yet again, the visual of him dragging a pot.
And tried to complete the small blind. I lost
That which we observe.
Yeah, it's funny. Thank you.
Jason Kuhn has arrived.
This is a OG short deck table. Watson, Haxton, Kuhn, Ivy. They've been playing a long time in this game.
Did you take
Oh, wait. Uh-oh, right?
It's not counting like miscounting the size of the pot and just betting the wrong amount.
Yeah, that just happens.
I mean, how could anyone know how much is in the pot?
We got over there.
Jack 10 offsuit, presenting itself to Jason.
Call.
Getting his lay of the land before announcing call. Haxton with King Queen direct left.
1.2?
Yeah.
Verifying how deep Jason is. Kuhn's 7th biggest stack in the room right now with 18 runners remaining. Only 9 of them are going to make the money here.
I think we stay.
Maybe we move.
I hope we move.
Pretty sweet. Are we moving?
Three players after the Haxton flat and the Artem check back. Look up at this Jack 8-7 board. Top pair for Jason, now kicked by Artem.
Just king queen for Haxton. Artem can get some value if this king jack. His kicker is very relevant.
And you know, when you're on the button, there's just a lot of respect that needs to be shown to your range on boards such as this, which could contain the 2 pairs, the straights.
Yes. So that means that Kuhn and Haxton can't blindly check raise because they're up against a relatively strong range on the button.
One player remains, and it is Jason, who called the 28,000. Gut shot fails to come through. The ace on the turn. 9-6 is there.
9-6 is there, and that would be more so in Artem's range.
100%.
I mean, I would say it's impossible it's in Jason Kuhn's range.
Artem does check back. So Kuhn now will chop at showdown if he's permitted to get there after the arrival of this board pairing 7.
I think the jack has enough showdown. It can try to take it down against 9 and 10x, which exists in
Jack
Artem's range.
10.
Chop it up, boys.
Yeah, full knuckle down there.
Looks like a chopperooski.
Chopperooski.
Chopperooski confirmed.
2 pair, ace kicker. Yeah, nice river. Pal.
Relatively
No worries,
uneventful one
everybody.
beyond Artem's
Everybody's brains are breaking.
28K call. On the flop, after Jason took his swing into the field and whittled Haxton out of there. Haxton still prevailing over on the red table, just a couple of blinds ahead, or antes rather, of Ding Biao. Kuhn in third at that red table. Ivy, Watson, Kovalinski. The remainder of the crew who are going to concede. Danny Tang, you saw chip leading over at the other featured table, and doing so not just there, but in the overall field. As you look quickly at the Triton Poker Plus app, Randy, Danny 1.645 in front of him. Stephen Chidwick second, and Paul Pua in third. That is the state of affairs, as 50% of the remaining 18-player field is going to have to find an exit before we break the money bubble. Only 9 players will get paid in this one. Ultimately, the champ will take down 492,000 min cash of 49K. So, short deck gears now getting greased. We're getting a little bit more accustomed to, you know, some of these things. But how are you feeling early on here about this hybrid wrinkle where things are pot limit? It doesn't appear to be too restrictive.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen, you know, like the change in play from the players in terms of the pre-flop and post-flop no limit. But in terms of most impressive of that frame for me was Isaac Haxton. He was playing different than what I expected from short deck, and he really took advantage here.
Ike, 5th right now in chips, as both Randy and I are going to step aside. We're going to yield the remainder of the evening to Henry Kilbane and Kevin Rabichow, who are coming your way in just about 10 minutes to wrap things up this evening on day 1 of Short Deck. 30K action comes your way after this.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Change whether he limps or not.
Well, he does. And RVK says, let's run it. Dominated, doesn't realize it. Both he and the opener have themselves second pair on an ace-high board where Nick just comes out swinging. Again, even though it's 3 ways, that button serves as a big blind, and so the range is there. We expect not to be hitting this upper crust. So the barrel really is more trying to clear out Makita, which he successfully does. And now the one remaining king in the deck rolling off here. Note that Nick has got himself the best hand with this jack kicker.
Yeah, this king jack is very disguised to have bet the flop and still betting on the king. Obviously one of the best cards for Rene was to turn king, but we can see it's quite poor. And I'm not surprised he's opting to raise, just because he probably expects the king X not to bet the flop too often. Could just ask for it all here with the king jack being out of position.
I mean, ace king doesn't check out. Aces doesn't check out. Pocket sevens, maybe with some frequency, maybe king 7, but when we have a king in our hand, even if it is pocket sevens, we know that we're going to have a decent bit of equity. That said, Nick does elect to simply call, leaving 99, 95, let's call it, effective to be played for, and that 6 is a great card for him because it means the jack continues to play.
True. It might be hard to get more value from Rene's point of view with king 9. Unless he feels like an ace queen is lurking in Nick's range. Although a hand like ace queen ace jack, when they get called on the flop, they might be scared of the king. So you gotta ask, what worse hand will pay off? He thinks there's something, and
Wow.
those chips are gone. Right.
Well, not quite yet, Randy. It's not a snap call, as Nick has got his concerns here. Now, also from Rene's perspective, though,
Hope you don't have like pocket sevens, man. Call.
he's thinking, would you have led with a king in a 3-way pot? And indeed, he did, and RVK has hung himself here.
Sorry. Oh yeah, pocket sevens.
And lammers remaining. Now, unclear whether or not they've already had to re-enter. As maybe they're not on their first lammer, but rather their 4th or even their 7th. RVK Finding the spot for his 4K. Forced in there. Oh, and
privacy?
Yeah. Nick wagging a finger at the new arrival's cutoff limp.
It's a pretty cool play because you probably expect Shinhwa to want to open jam off of, what, his 20 antes or so.
I was thinking the same thing. What he probably didn't expect is that Shinhwa would be willing to call this extra 30,000 with something like Queen 9 off suit, which, as you can see in relation to his fresh 100, is quite a bit.
I'm 6.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit surprising.
I changed it.
For Nicholas, wouldn't expect a better 9 to be limp calling off of that stack, but here we are. Much more gamble at this stage of a tournament.
So the side pot larger than the main.
Yeah, it's 4,000.
RVK getting just shy of 11 to 1 in that main pot. The 10 Jack Queen board, giving both players the same open ender. Who are active on the side. You can see Queen 9 doing a lot better than Jack 9. They both do make the bottom end of the straight where RVK made kings and jacks. They check it. Worried about an ace, and
you might get the same hand to fold.
Looking for value.
That's sick.
Would he ever really check, though, with the ace in position on the turn? Shinhwa decides he wouldn't.
That's a great call.
Yeah, they're going to carve it up, but RVK, it's going to be Lammer time for him.
Sorry. King.
Waiting to be unlocked.
But I don't like split pot games. I like someone just taking it every hand, you know?
I hear you. You want blood.
Yeah. Like blood for Nicholas Ng right now.
Yeah.
5 seconds. 50,000.
Haxton, 5xing the limp.
This coming along, expecting Nicholas to not limp jam for him to flat the button.
Yeah, but
here's a limp jam.
ironically enough, Shinhwa's willingness to make the call over here might be motivated.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 18, the 30K short deck. And I believe, Kevin, your first introduction to short deck here in Jeju?
First day, but Ali gave me the rundown a few hours ago.
What did you learn?
The deuces are gone.
Okay.
The threes are gone. The
Fours
fours are
as
gone.
well, yeah.
Fives are gone.
Okay.
And so is my understanding of how to play the game.
Did you know that a flopped straight versus a flopped set is actually favorite to win the hand in short deck?
Well, now
with 2 cards to come.
Now I'm even more lost because I was told sets are not good in this game.
You would think, but yeah, this is the things we have. These are the kind of things we have to work out on the fly in short deck. And these players left in the field, they're doing it in real time with hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. It is the 5-time champ, Danny Tang, chip leading, and with 9 places paid, he is in great shape to go on and pick up another cash. Looking for that 6th title, fresh off that PLO final table today. Looking at the 2 tables we have, Boss Paul over on table 3, someone we haven't seen too much of this series. Greenwood, who just came runner-up in that PLO. Martirosyan, who is in here purely because he's chasing Player of the Year leaderboard points. And then on table 2, a star-studded affair. Kuhn, Haxton, Watson, Ding, Ivy, all with very healthy stacks. So even if you are a PLO fan or a No Limit Hold'em fan, I would suggest, stick around and join us for some short deck fun. I think, Kevin, your job is literally going to be, and he's all in.
Oh, is that what you've decided? Okay.
There's going to be a lot of all-ins.
I can do that.
I reckon you can manage that. There's going to be a lot of all-ins live from the landing casino here on Jeju Island. Blue table, Greenwood is head honcho with 79 antes. Over on the red table, Haxton with 70. 9 places paid, so you could argue we're heading into perhaps a cagey frame.
Yeah, when I was last here, Henry, the lammers were still on the table. Chips were flying in every pot. We've got a bit of a tournament at this point, no? We're no longer at the cash game stages.
Exactly. Exactly that, yeah. Pot limit pre-flop. That was a big old sigh from Greenwood. It's been a long day for him. Well, ace, queen, jack. Michael flops the joint.
What was that about a set being an equity favorite against a flop straight?
Yeah, there you go. Case in point. That's even with 2 aces blocked as outs. Zhang flopping the straight. Poor with bottom set. Not really a hand that you'd normally be thrilled to build a pot with, but given that this was limped, I think Pua comfortably removing aces, even queens, unless Arthur Martirosyan was up front trapping. Gets rid of 1 ace. Gets rid of 2 aces. Now back on Zhang with the goods.
Five seconds.
180.
Raise to 180,000.
Comes with the check raise to 180. Just shy of 3x. You see the reaction from Boss immediately, kind of up in his chair, checking out how much Zhang's playing with. When it is someone of Michael Zhang's caliber, you can't fault Paul for putting more money in the middle here. Knows that Zhang's capable of taking a hand like maybe a queen 10.
Yeah, and kind of modest raise size for the game as well, right? Equity's running so close. If Paul Pua had a 2-pair hand here, even, putting him in kind of a tough spot.
5 seconds.
All in.
Raise to all in.
Split.
Well, they say all in.
Ooh. That's not an AR hand.
Wasting no time.
Yeah, I know. Once you cook snap call is, I mean, king 10, most likely. Would prefer you have ace queen.
Yeah, no ace queen. I don't have ace queen.
Yeah.
Sizable pot, million in the middle. More than average. As Zhang holds to the turn. Paul picks up outs, ace, queen, jack 9 needed.
Oh.
And he finds it. The 9-9 run out. Full house for Pua.
All right, thank you.
Michael Zhang eliminated first hand since we returned from break.
Running good.
And you know, for the other pros in the field, that is a very welcome sight. Zhang, widely regarded by the professionals as one of the best short deck players of our generation. Heard Danny Tang and Foxen speaking very highly of him early on the PLO final table. Tang went as far to say that for a prolonged period of time that Zhang was the best player, best Chinese player for like a long time.
Wow.
Yeah. In No Limit Hold'em and short deck. Don't think he's playing as much No Limit now.
Yeah, no, I remember running into him from time to time in the No Limit High Rollers maybe 5 years ago, but hasn't really been making the trips lately. Moved on to better things, perhaps.
Yeah. Poker. It's always going to be here. Some people just take a step back and then they return with a bang. I'm sure we'll be seeing Michael Zhang tomorrow in that 50K.
No, it's 20, right? Oh no.
It's anti-clockwise.
Very fast. Oh, 3.
5 seconds. Call.
Setting the trap up front is Pua.
As one would expect. Allows Greenwood to sneak in with the King Jack. Arthur gets a free look at a flop. He's actually flopped an open-ender. Although note that Paul is blocking the lower end quite heavily. But that is a ball texture that Arthur is supposed to attack. Because he has all of the 2 pairs, all of the straights, all of the sets. Whereas Pua is never meant to have like 6s here, or 9-6, or 8-6, or 10-7. So certainly a range advantage for Martirosyan.
Yeah, and aces now, not like we were trapping pre-flop to get this board and start firing. Our hand is good. But I would think with the threat of a lot of chips going into this pot, just proceed cautiously, catch some bluffs. And that is an interesting card.
Yeah, Arthur turning the straight. I want to see what he did on blank turns, you know, put like a jack out there, a king out there. He's turned the straight. Paul has turned top set. He's going to need to boat up once more.
And for Martirosyan, I mean, you know it's never 10-7. It's extremely rarely a 7 at all. So kind of just free reign to bet huge and try to put stacks in when a card like this comes off.
Yeah, that's 75% pot. Paul getting north of 2-1 on a call. He needs 33% equity. We can see he's actually got 36. So in terms of the price he's being laid, it's a good one. Sizable pot brewing, especially for Arthur, who's got just 3-7-3 back. What?
Wow.
What is this run out?
Well, if we see showdown, there will be no winners. I would think the advantage of who has more 10s still goes to Martirosyan.
Interesting.
In a spot like this.
Okay.
Now, I'm not completely sure of what Pua's turn calling range looks like, but if Martirosyan were to be bluffing... Oh. And we do not see showdown. And that does not feel good to get shown. The set turned into the bluff. Folds out the chop.
他妈的，
我翻片
3个 S 给
That's
他
a sick
发废了。
bluff.
我要
That
跟
is a sick
的话，
bluff.
你应该会大了吧？啊，
Mini race。
我翻片7、8。
I mean, it makes sense, of course. 10-9, maybe 10-8.
亏死了，哎呀！
Pocket
你送一
tens.
点给我先，3万给我。
Maybe all hands
给
that
我
can
15个差不多了，就够大了。
check call twice,
发到
but
这样的牌，
发的面还，我转牌很大。
I mean, pretty brave to bluff into. Why not Martz? You know, why can't Martzerosian just have any 10 and be running it? River's the straight.
Pua getting there against Zhang, and then dunking on Martyrosian. Chip leader with 17 left.
Odds.
100,000.
Wang says, okay, it's time. Time to try and spin this down to just 7 antes.
Yeah, can't blame him on the button. 20K out there already.
260 back, right?
Forrest might run this.
262.
Now that he's got rid of the big stack.
Yeah.
Pua. Does he just want to run the ace-10 suited?
5 seconds.
Or do we even just call to see what develops? Nope. Run it.
All in, all in, all in, all
I'm a
in.
bit of a short deck specialist myself, Kevin.
Go on.
I mean, I see ace-10. I know the pot is coming from Daniel.
没冲突。
很好了已经。
哇，长
I
顺
know
啊。
my man. Daniel Voris.
Straight, long straight 啊，6 cut straight。
Final table bubbled. Sorry.
全红色的。
Bubbled the 100K PLO main event. Pretty rough series for him so far, only finding 2 cashes.
他2个勾了这个牌。
感觉发6、7、8。
个勾。
还有一个勾。
Not looking good there. King high flop is all Artur.
这个9没用了，勾有用。
Daniel drawing to an ace or a queen.
9没用吗？
就
Wang Ye drawing to a
有用。
jack or a 9.
哇。
Oh,
我跟你说发2
hello.
个勾了。
哎呀，操！你今天帮拿冠军哦，真的。现在
It's not
能
over
入
yet,
股
Wang.
吗？
Queen would send both of them packing.
啊！发死去了。
2个哦，加油加油！
好了，去打先机了。
362.
Short deck.
No.
You know, as soon as he started counting up how much he had put in his stack, I was really worried that the river was going to be bad news. Martzerosian chasing after that Player of the Year leaderboard. Got a healthy stack in this one.
Voris taking a sizable hit there.
Sit up and 3.
He's now down to just 42 antes.
So 10K everyone please. 10 20. 2 and 20 20.
So as expected,
We just have to wait for flyo.
blood in the waters immediately
I play 4.
since returning from break. Down to 15 with 9 players making it into the money. Now, given that it is pot limit pre-flop, it's going to take a bit of time. But you just never know with this game. I mean, I personally think short deck is wilder than PLO. Wow, what a flop. Top 2 for Greenwood, straight flush draw for Artur, and top pair nut flush draw for Paul.
These guys are playing quite deep.
Bet 40,000.
These are late position limps as well. Had Greenwood been under the gun, then Shaw perhaps would be less inclined to stab in Paul's shoes. Just giving Greenwood less traps. Same for Artur. Once Greenwood's limped in front of him, wouldn't expect him to over limp
175.
with top of range.
75,000.
So Greenwood comes with the check raise. Wow, that's a tight fold.
Yeah, just out. In this case, was drawing to the worst of it.
He had more equity than Paul.
Yeah, in that
inside straight draw just really
multi-way
helps.
setup. Yeah, the 10 clean.
Paul unaware that his diamonds were absolutely smothered. Does pick up outs in the form of a 7 now.
Know something. I know something.
Greenwood was only really concerned about pocket 8s on the flop. Now Jack 10 has to start to feel like a very real threat.
Wonder if Paul just knuckles this one back. Takes a free one.
Yeah, always the chance that he was getting bluffed into and is now slowed down, some kind of 10-9, 9x diamonds. Could think the ace is good.
It's tough to think of hands that we now beat that would check raise bluff flop. Like
now that the jack's peeled off.
Sure, yeah. Like king, jack of diamonds? Question mark?
Yeah.
This is one of the things I love about doing commentary for these is
5 seconds.
this is just like a coaching session for me.
80.
Bet 80,000.
Well, in Greenwood, Coach Greenwood, if you will, says ace queen's good enough for value. Let's put a little bit out there and try to get paid by worst 2 pair.
Like that.
Well, back on over here. The money's found its way into the middle. Ace in the window.
Feels like this.
Is that Sir Watts has vaulted into the lead.
Jack. It's a good one to call for.
Hard way.
Wow.
That is not a good turn.
Like looking for the one outer as the queen of spades would not do the trick.
Is the pot right?
397, I believe I have. 5 seconds.
Who are thinking of turning this into a bluff? Try and get some 2-pair type holding to fold?
5 seconds.
Would be a pretty interesting play.
Donation.
Looks like he's thinking just call though. Pot odd's too good. Yeah.
Just see what you have.
Ace Queen 的还敢打合底
啊？
合底还敢打？
That's a very interesting call to kind of see.
捏两对。
I guess the price being laid just
看他什么牌了。
too much of an incentive for poor.
加特就不敢动了。
拨花。
Just it feels impossible for Greenwood to have like 9-7 there or 9-6, right? Because he's limped in early. But hey, who are we to judge? Some of the best short deck players in the world showing up here in Jeju. And we want to see some of you showing up on Club WPT Gold. You can scan that QR code. Join for free now. Online poker is back in America, baby. WPT Gold has opened its doors to all eligible players in the US, packed with non-stop action from ring games, MTTs, massive guarantees. Get involved and good luck to all of you. What's the chat saying? I'm curious to see.
Didn't see anything on that particular hand.
Yo, we got someone in the chat just sending out an open invite to Heads Up. Love to see it. I mean, why not throw down the gauntlet in the Triton Poker YouTube chat? Brain of Fire saying if someone wants to play €10 Heads Up, let me know.
That's pretty sweet.
Good luck, man. Go crush them.
You think I have time to play?
I mean, if you want to lose €10, then sure, be my guest. This guy's open sitting a lobby of 3,000 people. There's 3,000 viewers right now. I don't know. I'm personally not looking to throw down with someone that's willing to call out 3,000 people.
I fold.
Give us a juicy heads up. Give me some insane story. Like, guy sits you and doesn't leave for 17 hours and you just like cannot quit kind of thing. You got any of those?
I have a good one from the first year that I moved to Canada.
Okay.
I was living in Toronto, playing on a site that I don't think exists anymore, probably.
Sure, we don't need to name names.
Don't need to, yeah, but let's call it a Euro site from 15 years ago.
Wait, how old are you? I'm sorry, go on, do continue.
And this was 2011. Yeah, it's 14 years ago. And there was a guy who showed up at the highest stakes on that site, which was 510. Heads up, no limit. And he played every day. And over time, me and a couple of friends of mine who had encountered this guy realized that he never folded to any bet size before the river. Just never. Didn't matter what his hand was. Didn't matter what you did. If any money went in the pot before the river, it was getting called. Guaranteed.
Okay.
Like thousands of hands.
How?
This guy would just turn up to the river, like 5 deuce off, out of position. Board is ace, queen, 6, 7. He's
Sure.
just there.
I mean, explain that to me.
I just did. That's just what. That's what he was doing. I mean, this guy. I don't know how they allowed him to keep putting so much money on the site at the rate that he was losing. But yeah, once your opponent figures out that that's your plan, it's gonna be like it's not gonna be a fun game for you.
Yeah.
Anymore. Just fire in 1,000, get to the river with 0% equity.
That's
try it again, and just try it again every hand until the account's empty. That was a special one.
Maybe the account never empties. Maybe that's the trick.
Maybe he owned the site.
Maybe in his world, he's living Groundhog Day over and over again, like in that movie where he just wakes up and his balance is refreshed to like 10 million and he has to lose all 10 million in order to escape the Groundhog Day repetition. Like that's how, and that's why he just kept cooling down with.
That's a good.
You seen that movie?
It's a good explanation. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe that was like how he got out of that nightmare situation, just had to somehow empty the balance.
I hope he did get out, because he spent a lot trying to get out.
I've heard stories like this from back in the day.
This was not common.
This was
not even close.
A little bit before my time. I was 16 in 2011. We had 90k go in the middle from Greenwood, Ding, and Paul on the flop. What's Paul that bet? If he can find a turn bet here, be very impressed. Again, needs to be somewhat mindful of Greenwood's dealer button, although this was raised pre. So you can remove all of the offsuit combos of 7-8. Greenwood gets there after speculative call pre-flop. Ding's got 2 pair.
Did seem like Ding Biao kind of went through his possibility there to do something other than checking, but 3 to a flush, 4-liner. Seems like it would be pretty irresponsible to put chips in the pot without at least giving Greenwood a chance to bluff. Not a lot of ways for him to have a bluff candidate, though.
Have to turn some kind of like 10x with a heart into a bluff, but I agree, not many of those. I mean, like even
called the flop in position, so I mean, he's got a straight, he has to bet. But the challenge with these spots, when you do have it, is try to figure out, well, how can I bluff here just to make sure that my opponents are interested in paying me off. Like, does he have offsuit 9s pre-flop? Queen 9, King 9?
With 1 heart? I don't think so.
Feels dicey.
Yeah, I would say almost never. It was raised pre-flop.
Yeah.
To 60,000.
Then once you've got the suited hands, the backdoor heart's complete. The 9 and the 6 are the same suit as the front door flush draw. So you can't have like a weak pair and a flush draw either. So to bluff here, Jack 10 of clubs. Ding Biao has the Jack of clubs in hand. Wow, he does call. Feels like we could have gotten away from that one. Ding Biao's not happy about it.
That was quite the hand funeral from Ding. Some signs of frustration.
哎呀，我4路打就好。
你打你
去了
了。
你中2队啊？8、9啊？
我2队，你打我也不要了。
我 A 圈嘛。
Wow, he's really not happy about that one.
It felt like, you know, of course could be a misread, but felt like frustration at himself for the way he played the hand. Once he sees the cards tabled, it's just like, oh, of course I'm beat.
I don't know, man.
You love to choose the translation where it's just, they're at war right now.
I think
Greenwood's the enemy.
Based on the heads-up match yesterday, where with Ding's limited exposure to the English language and a lot of the exchanges that were made included F-bombs in the direction of Sergio, you know, I think Ding wears his heart on his sleeve, you know, and he's not afraid to voice that, especially if it's a hand like 9-7. You could argue, like, why are you even in the hand, bro? You know, this is short deck. Like, I could see him getting a bit annoyed.
Yeah.
By some of the European pros, the Western pros.
Well, these Western pros are locked up with 3 strong hands all in a row. Ike playing quite deep with Jason.
Yeah, note the 3-bet size from Jason was deliberately designed to get rid of people from behind.
Ike says pot.
Wow.
Ace-king suited.
What a spot.
Just immediately in there. It's a no-brainer.
Ike starting the hand 6th in chips. Jason starting the hand 4th in chips. If Jason holds here, this is assuming he goes with it. Oh, hey, he has gone with it. Sorry, hang on. That was quick. Now Ike needs to figure out what to do with 5-8-3 back, ace-queen offsuit.
Yeah, when Ike goes pot, there may be a clear plan against one player, but both are now in. And quickly so. I think Ike knows exactly how rough a shape he's in right now. Now most of this pot's against Jason. Ivy's only in for 300, so there's already an additional 300 on the side just with Jason's hand. That's head-to-head equity. Numbers will be different in that pot.
Jason's going to be free-rolling this all-in against Ivy if Ike folds, courtesy of that 4-bet to 580.
Yeah.
Ivy would love to see a fold here as well. This pot to get heads up for a chance to potentially triple up.
I am interested by the initial choice to go full pot. I don't know the game well enough to know if there's another option to leave more behind in this kind of situation, because it reads unusual to me, given that now that it's back to us, it's such a nasty spot. But I trust Ike to know what he's doing here. These are perhaps just the situations we find ourselves in and have to deal with.
Who would have thought 2025 you'd see these three names, Paxton, Kuhn and Ivy, still trading blows with one another on the biggest stage in the world. Some insane ICM counts needed to be done here on the fly as well, as we are down to 14 players, just 5 off the money.
Yeah, this is more than simple pot odds. Ike's the one whose stack is at risk.
How many time banks is that? Old.
Fantastic development for Phil Ivey. Chance to triple up here. Little fist bump exchange between the two friends. Well, that's all JK.
You think?
Ah, the guys were putting Ike on kings, apparently. Spade ball. Ivy drawing live. A spade or a jack to stay in this one. Doesn't find it.
Yeah, that's not
Kuhn
That's not you.
improves
Hey, I did not win on that
to
run.
the nuts. Oh, sorry, nut full house, sorry. Keep forgetting that flushes.
Are you
full
5 time
houses.
banks?
Yes, 6 total. One you gave me
Wow.
straight away, and then you used 5 more, so now you owe me 5.
Ike burned through.
Okay.
6 time banks there.
Probably win
GG's, Ivy.
I said you'll probably win the tournament now.
As a reward for playing so bad?
Oh, you're still in the tournament.
I am still.
Silver lining is he gets an early night. Back tomorrow for the 50K. So, Jason Kuhn, chip leader, with 13 players left. Greenwood in second, Chidwick in third, Pulpura in fourth, and Danny Tang in fifth. So we've got ourselves some storylines emerging here.
$56,000.
Feel like it's been a while since I've seen Stevie
How much is
like
it?
three-handed for a title. Came second in the 30K in Montenegro. I wasn't there for that one.
Cool.
Took down a short deck here in Jeju this time last year.
No, 56K.
It's been a while.
Big flop for Paul Pua. Putting a little bit of pressure on the shorter stack of Martirosian here before the flop, and way out in front on this flop. Martirosian, not the type to walk away from a dicey spot. Does make the call. Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. Artur boating up. Losing to jacks through aces, and of course we can see Paul here with quad tens. I wonder if Paul ever checks this back, just giving Artur, some king queens, king jacks, all of those types of straight draws on the flop that would fold to any bet on the turn. So difficult for Artur to have a 9 here.
Yeah, against the limp call.
75,000.
Hard to expect our opponent to have full house of any kind, really. Maybe the weakest pairs once in a while. We targeting like 2 8s here. And of course, a couple of these suited 9s exist.
There is that weird dynamic as well from earlier on where that's such a bad card for Artur.
Yeah.
Where Pua kind of just showed the aces that he ran as a bluff, where he bluff jammed river with a straight on board. Really sick run out for Artur. This might just be GG's.
Yeah, I mean, we're repping so thin once we do put in this river bet.
I feel like the way the hand played out as well is gonna bait Artur into making this call. Pua ISO'd pre-flop. And he knows he's good enough to triple this off with like a king-queen offsuit or something, just repping those big overpairs.
Yeah, nothing stopping, the big stack on the button facing limp from just running something with trash, right? Why not take king 8 offsuit and run a savage bluff when you have the chip lead 4 off the money? But nice fold by Martirosian. Finds his way out of it.
I must say, my respect for Artur. It was already up there. But since Monte Carlo, where we've seen him jumping in the PLOs.
No lying on TV.
Can still temporarily lie.
No.
For 30 minutes.
Well, it could be on the other one too. But I lie only for 1 minute. I will tell the truth.
Willing to step in the arena in formats that he's perhaps not as well versed in. Really do respect it. Especially when the competition you're up against is the elite, the PLO elite, the short deck elite.
和奥马哈差不多了，这个和奥马哈差不多了。
对，那些很接近的，64、55、65开，556啊，45开很多。
I also forget sometimes how young Artur is. For how long he's been playing the super high roller scene. 27 years old.
28 now, I think, but yeah.
Wow. I did Google it, but...
He's still 27?
That's what it says, yeah. July 1997.
That's
the man's
crazy.
got a Wikipedia page. He's
That's
big time.
insane. Do you have a Wikipedia page?
No. Come on, do you?
No. Why would I? I would take it down. Oh no.
No, that can't be true.
Oh, surely not. We just got waved at by producer James Dempsey. Apparently he's got a Wikipedia page.
Well, that sounds like an invitation for us to...
What does it say?
Find a few
Lover
tidbits.
of beers and skiing. Lover of, what's the football team you support? Brian. There we go. That better be James's Wikipedia page. Skis, beers, and Brighton Albion.
I'll find something in here. About the man known as Flushy. Or Dr. Demps. Dr. Demps?
Can we not?
I'll save it for later.
You just know that nickname came from the most degenerate of places as well. Dr. Dems. Sounds like he was the man responsible for bringing the buckets round the morning after the lads had been out, making sure everyone's drinking plenty of water, staying hydrated. Dr. Demps was born.
That paints a nice image. A caretaker, if you will. Just like he takes care of us here. Making sure everything runs smooth on this stream.
You can stay, Kevin.
I thought about running with that for a while, but I'm just gonna...
It's alright, we already like you. Your seat is safe.
I don't like bottling.
Oh, I'm sorry, there is one sentence at the bottom of this Wikipedia page. Dempsey's other activities include playing recreational golf and semi-professional bocce. Citation needed. This is unconfirmed by the Wikipedia editors.
We can probably track them down, you know.
He probably wrote it himself. Let's be honest.
Who was it, James? Come on, spill the beans. Was it Mormon? He's claiming he doesn't know. Doesn't know, okay. Alright. To be honest, Kevin and I are starting to sound a bit salty.
I really do want a Wikipedia page. It's
Yeah,
true.
I'm a bit jealous.
I might just go write one tonight.
How about I make your one and you make my one?
Oh, that's a better idea. Yeah, much less embarrassing.
Like 260 plus the ante or something. On you.
Jose the Goat saying up the Seagulls. Eric asking, is it someone who hasn't won a title that you'd really want to see win one? Great question, Eric. In this field specifically, let me have a look.
Wow.
It does feel like everyone in this field
Ike hasn't. I would say
is
Ike.
titled up. Ike doesn't have one.
Ike is number 3 in Triton history for total cashes. 49. He is without a title.
That's actually an insane stat.
He's been here since the start, mate. Pretty much the start. Macau 2017.
I mean, like if I don't have, you know, life stuff that I have to do, yeah.
Does he have like
I even
11 seconds?
That's what I'm just
How do
counting
you
now.
have...
Yeah, I think he put it at the beginning.
But
But then
like
if you
28?
interfere with the, hold them, then shut deck, take a few days break.
Wow.
Right, yeah, I see what you mean. But
And
The
then
gap
Southern player might not, want to play the 20K.
between
25K,
Ike and Jason Kuhn in titles is so large that if Ike won his next 7 tournaments, if all of his next 7 cashes were wins, he'd be equal with Jason in cashes but have 3 fewer titles. That's
pretty
ridiculous.
absurd. So Ike has 6 runner-up finishes.
You did that quick.
Yeah,
Well
come
done.
second 6 times. So his heads-up record at Triton is 0 for 6. Has 10 podiums, so 6 seconds and 4 thirds. I wonder if... I wonder if he just doesn't have a mantelpiece at his family home, and he's like, well, let's make a deal heads up.
He's just making deals so that the other guy always gets the trophy. Maybe Ike's actually made a ridiculous amount of money in heads-up deals by not winning titles.
I could see it.
Well, we're rooting for Ike in the booth, it seems.
Yeah, I would say out of this field, people that haven't won a title, there are only a few. There's only 3 actually, I believe. Lun Lun, Ike Haxton, and Artem Kubelinski.
How much do you have behind? 200.
Well, for Artem Kobylinski, difficult to have a title when you've never played a Triton tournament before.
That's right.
I'm looking at someone who's playing their first ever in this short deck. 30K.
240.
Clearly a short deck specialist. Here we go. The pot from Artur, the trap from Paul.
45, 55. No, not even. I don't think. I don't know. Forgot.
It's a short deck flip, is it?
Maybe I'm slightly ahead.
Kind of like ace queen versus jacks. If it is indeed 55-45.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh,
Spade.
indeed.
King of spade.
Almost.
Now jack no good. It feels
Lady
like
needed.
Queens is the underdog always, you know. I don't know why. It's always come. How much?
I had king, queen, king of spades.
King queen? Wow.
Artur gets the double. Back up to middle of the pack. So Jason's #1 in cashes and #1 in titles. That's pretty absurd. And #2 in earnings.
I continued to look at a few other names to see if that, gap between cashes and titles was way out of whack. And it seems like Jason's just ridiculous in the titles department. To state the obvious, but Stephen Chidwick, #2 on the cash list, 54 cashes, only 2 titles.
Yeah, that is crazy. So Makita, who is 3rd on the all-time cash list at Triton, 27.2 million. Jason has 29.4 million, so $2 million difference, but has 15 more cashes and 5 more titles. That's pretty insane. How about this for a record? Bring Kenny, who's #1 on earnings, 48 million. In terms of his conversion rate, this is crazy. He has 19 cashes, so that means his average cash is like $2.5 million.
Yep.
And he's got 5 titles. So his
one in 4 cashes.
Yeah, his cash to title ratio is 1 in 4. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
We have events where
well, Jason's not far off. 1 in 5.5.
Oh, you're right, actually.
Not far off.
You are right.
And done it over a bigger sample. And maybe this is part of why. When you get dealt #1, Sometimes a bit of favorable card distribution. Although I know it's
600,000.
no guarantees until the board's been dealt.
I love this old school way of Jason's approach. I raise the pot. Nobody says that anymore, man. People just say pot. Or they just put chips in.
Making it very clear.
That's that old school ESPN. I raise the pot dealer. Jason to extend his lead here. Top of the chip counts. 13 left. Never easy. So what's with 4 outs twice? Would you believe? Make that 8. 8 outs once. K9 needed.
There it is.
Never easy
Nope, that
indeed.
ace jack of spades. That's your hand.
It's my hand, yeah.
Just felt like it was coming as well, man. The way Jason's been running this trip.
I was sure you were going to win with the 9 to needle me for folding king jack.
How much is it, Carl?
451.
451. All right, man. Let's pay it.
Jason's still in great shape in this tournament. Stephen Chidwick, now the chip leader. Greenwood closely behind in second. Jason in third.
Folds.
So what's up to 7th? Courtesy of that suck out. Open ender for Sir Watts. Jason with the under pair won't be continuing if Sir Watts bets at this.
Yeah, would assume on the high card board. Advantage limper.
I just realized as well, if we lose one more player, we're down to final 2 tables. So that was pretty disastrous for the other short stacks that Sir Watts doubled up. Oh my word.
Yeah, Watson doesn't bet the flop. Checks through and bottom set. And he might be tempted to start bluffing now.
I guess the non-diamond king would be the card that cost Jason the most.
Big bet now. Jason not representing some marginal hand. Just claiming to have turned set, straight, maybe 2 pair.
Jason correctly recognizing that short deck really is a game of equity denial. Just not giving Sir Watts the right price to make a call, and yet here we are on the river.
Yeah, I think Watts believed does check back on that straightening 3 flush card. Seemed like Sir Watts believed he was still ahead of some bluffs on the turn.
He'd have to be.
The odd Jack 8, Jack 7 kind of bluff. To make that call, he's not just thinking, oh, I've got the price when I'm drawing against a set or 2 pair. I think he's also weighing in that Jason might bluff with, yeah, something like 10-7, Jack 8, hands that he's ahead of. Another one goes in the direction of Michael Watson.
Running good against Jason. Now he's got the AJ once more.
5 seconds.
Andrew McMillan saying Jason Kuhn doing an admirable job of keeping his cool. Yeah, you can feel it from here in the booth. We've all been there. Maybe Kevin hasn't. I feel like you're very calm and collected. Do you steam in poker? I assume it's something you put a lot of work into, obviously, over the years, but
I do think I handle it pretty level. But I mean, I still feel it, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, like it just, I just have kind of that natural regulated state where it doesn't show much, but obviously stuff like that is frustrating.
You never
you
asked.
hate losing 2-3 in a row, you know?
Yeah. You never said to someone, I'll wait for you in the parking lot, buddy? No?
No. By the way, interesting to me, small raise there in position, gets it through against the limp of the ace-jack. Really? Wait for you in the parking lot? That's where you went?
Well, I mean, never been there, no? You haven't been playing cash in Vegas enough then, buddy.
Barely.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. Especially me, like I'm such an easy person to get annoyed at. You know, especially back when I was like playing a lot, like when I was like 25. So this is like 5 years ago. You imagine you're a super successful CEO, middle-aged man in America, like say, I don't know, 50 years old, CEO of a company, and you've got this ginger, lanky British kid that's just like being a bit of a, you know.
You're starting some stuff.
Yeah.
Getting under his skin a little, maybe.
Exactly, yeah. It's easy to picture.
Well, we haven't played poker together, Henry. I don't know how much of an instigator you are when you're...
Very much so. I'm like Kyan Mockery.
Okay. That's a clear example for me.
Yeah. Good fun. Always dipping my toes over the line of, you know, what one can get away with in terms of table talk.
Okay.
Wow, what a beautiful river for Sir Watts.
So Watts maybe navigating here around the ICM pressure of being covered by Jason. Checks back the jacks pre and on the flop. Calls a minimum bet on the turn.
70,000.
Jason now blasting. Pure bluff. Flush completed. But Watts has Quite a good full house.
Yeah, Jason shouldn't have much 7x.
You got it.
So what's does make the call.
Just a call and
yeah, flushes beat full houses.
Yep.
Quads on board, losing to queens as well. Maybe it feels like that is a type of hand that Jason could limp in with and would obviously trap flop after flopping a full house. Trying to think of some of the best tilters from the TV days.
like the people who got tilted or the
Both.
instigators.
Jamie Gold.
Woo. Big time instigator.
Oh man.
Jamie Gold, yeah.
Absolute masterclass of how to get under people's skin. Who else? Will Kassouf.
Yep.
Master instigator.
More recently played with Martin Cabral, handful of times.
I love playing with Martin.
Master instigator.
Absolutely love playing with. I'd love to see him at a Triton series as well. He's so fun to commentate on. I've honestly one of the funnest guys.
Got an interesting one brewing between a couple of short stacks. Haxton open for pot in the hijack. Kobalinski calls on the button. One pot size bet behind.
Good luck, chaps. One would have to assume. Ike just wants to push equity here, surely. Gets some folds some of the time. From like ace, 8.
All in.
All in.
Wow, I'm surprised that this money hasn't gone in yet. When Ike can just have hands like ace king, ace 10, jack 10. I think people are going to be surprised.
Wow. Never been a bigger favorite.
You bet before. Two flop. I'm going to start with the set and go from there.
Yeah.
Ike rooting for a 10.
Or that.
He's going to have to do it backwards.
King 10 or an 8 needed. Ike Axton does not find it.
Do I win?
You do not win, my friend.
Barely cover.
No,
You cover.
you cover me.
Yeah. Oh, I cover a lot. 2. 56.
That's how you can tell that Ike had a lot of chips not long ago. That he's down to just stacks of blues. Smallest denomination chips.
Let's see. Wow, you are spot on, you know.
Well, we saw he was in that big ace queen, ace king, jacks confrontation. Must have lost a little bit more after that as well.
Yeah, no, he had 1.5 million. Then lost queens against, so what's his ace jack. Then had that ace queen squeeze that didn't go his way for another half of his stack, and now here he is down to dust. 13 left. And close to an NE2 spot. What's he got left? 6 antes. Yep. We'll take it. King Jack. I wonder if he comes with min here to allow someone to ISO. No, just in it goes. No nonsense.
does seem like, while I can't imagine there's many times that this actually just gets through everybody, there's incentive for the short stack to just charge as much as possible, generate as many folds as possible.
Well, he got 2 folds. He's been looked up by Jason Kuhn. Just waiting for the graphics to catch up. Jason's got an ace. Ike is a favorite somehow. This is
the power of King Jack.
That's it's pretty mad seeing the equities in short deck.
Fair.
Paint needed. Paint needed. And there it is.
Very.
You got 83,000. All right.
Yep.
83.
Looks like 83 to me.
Ike's back in it. Man, imagine doubling up and you go from shortest stack to shortest stack. And if you double up again, you're still shortest stack. It's a tough spot to be in.
Long way to climb for Ike to get into the money here. Well, the next shortest stack in the tournament is Devoris. Currently with middle set. He's facing aggression.
110. Pass, pass.
Wow, Pooh has lost a lot back. He was up to, I want to say 2.8 at one point. Lunlun just won a monster pot against Chidwick. So the short stacks are staying alive. Evening things out here.
I do feel like the ante numbers being so large kind of oversells how many chips are in play in a format like this. But when
so I gotta win this hand, so be careful.
you've got 6 antes going in the pot every single hand.
You know, there's no other way.
Yeah, that's
that average stack of 100 antes is not as much as it feels like it should be.
What do you think that is compared? Are we talking like 30 big blind average?
That's what I was trying to convert earlier. So it does depend how many players are at the table. When they're four-handed, less antes go in, fewer antes go in. So because they are posting individually. So right now, four-handed, there's 72. Sorry, not even 60K going in. Four-handed, 72K going in, five-handed. So that's kind of like playing, I don't know, big blind 25K or thereabouts. If we compared it to big blind ante. So that average stack of 1.3 would be like 50 big blinds. Go up to six-handed, and now there's 7 antes going in every hand, so it's that 84K in dead money.
Oh no.
14万
Right into it.
差不多了，我为了。
开牌呀，等干啥呢？
啊，还好。
是老等我开
我
始才开。
这种就是感觉 A 会出来的。
你没有 A 就是你们没有 A 应该。
68，
这个牌可以来吧，40多万。
哎，
肯定不能 call 他了。
All in brought to you by BetACR. Forrest way out in front, but needs to fade that ace pre-flop, and now add a couple of queens to the equation. Forrest one card away from bouncing back up to 1.1 million. I do remember now that short deck bubbles are excruciating. As he does hold.
好嘛
，AK 我就赢了。
I mean, you say that, but we flew through those PLO bubbles.
I was about to say,
over the last few days.
Yeah, today's PLO final table went from 6-handed to champion in such a short amount of time. So eventually we were going to get got by the poker gods and variants, because we could very easily have been down to 9 by now. Short deck la.
These antes go up pretty quick as well.
35 minutes.
Yeah.
And the jumps, in addition to that, 15, 30, 20, 40.
Oh, right, yeah. That should be one trip.
Next couple of levels coming up.
Thank you.
Well, if you're looking to up your game so that you're not concerned about the levels going up, head on over to the #1 learning app for poker players. I am, of course, talking about GTO Wizard. See elite players such as Aspen Jorstad using GTO Wizard to improve their games and sharpen their skills. You can beat the best and crush the rest, and you can also win yourself a 1-year GTO Wizard Elite subscription. Head on over to GTO Wizard's socials. Get involved in those giveaways. Free to enter. Honestly, massive shout out to GTO Wiz, yeah.
You have...
Pretty
like
insane
700.
what they've built in such a short period of time.
$56.57.
Hot?
Yeah. 120,000.
Big hand here for Martirosian. 40 antes. Facing a raise.
Hot.
Just run it.
Can you put that just forward before you run the clock so I see how much he has left? I just want to see.
57 total.
All in?
All in. All in and call. All in and call.
See, this baffles me, this does.
Which part? The ace jack going in?
Yeah. The ace jack going in. The thing is like,
I think it's just how much equity we have
Yeah.
against like queens and kings, especially. Like if whenever Archer shows us queens and kings, we're just like 40 whatever, 44% or something. 42%.
isn't it the same when, oh my word. Short deck. Isn't
Yeah,
it the
even
same
against
when he
this
has ace king?
think it was slightly worse against Ace King, but you know, you're not in terrible shape.
Chop outs in the form of a 10 or a 6. King to win it. Arthur doing his best to stay alive by standing up. Picks up 30% in equity. Doesn't find help this time round. Unlucky Arthur. Is that just to get in the ace jack? Must be.
Well, I would have folded to you. Out then.
What was it?
I
40,
trust divorce on that one.
Yeah. 43 antes.
He didn't look happy about it. But the money goes in. Yeah, I was piecing together like how many blinds that is.
Probably like 11 blinds or something.
In there, no, certainly more than that. But they were 5-handed, so. $120K out. No, sorry, $90K out there. Kind of like playing the 20-40-40 level if we were playing a standard ante format. So that 600K would be like 15 big blinds. And we've already raised, we face a jam.
All in.
Hijack v button. It's like
it's kind of like button versus big blind, right?
Yeah, sure.
A little tighter maybe because you're out of position.
Sure.
Maybe it's like cut off big blind or something. But
wow, hang on, because Ike has just gone for it here. He's limped under the gun, and he's basically saying that he's limped in a monster hand. Right, ace king, ace queen. Little does he know that Artem is there. Then ace queen. Sorry, I do apologize. Ike raised it up to 120,000.
Fold. I fold.
yeah, Ike here presumably just trying to clear out hands like Jason's, king queen, king jack, all that kind of stuff that missed, but runs into it here and still has 30%.
Battle of the pretty hand.
Short deck.
The back queen 10 of spades.
Artem, newcomer to the Triton series. Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, still has to dodge the same outs to get us down to 11. And dodge he does. The Ukrainian Artem Kobliensky up to 1.1 million. Ike eliminated on the soft bubble. So those that were rooting for an Ike first time Triton trophy will be bitterly disappointed to see their man go. He'll have to come in the 50K or the 20K. And then there were 11.
Well, I think all of us who were rooting for Ike now have to become Team Artem now that he's collected his stack. And what's wrong with rooting for a first-time champion in their first ever event?
I agree. Yeah, always a fan of rooting for newcomers. One would have to assume Artem sees himself as a bit of a short deck specialist, and it's impossible to say. It's someone that I've never come across before. I'm sure the whispers of this mystery man will slowly circulate around the room, as they always do, as we welcome you back to the break desk. So now, with that elimination, just 2 off the money, min cash of $49,000, a top prize of $492,000, and some decent storylines developing here. I mean, Jason's in, and not only is he in, he actually has a legit stack. Currently third in chips with 2 million. Greenwood came second earlier today in that PLO. He's currently chip leading. Chidwick, who's someone who I feel like we haven't had the opportunity to really call the action on other than the PLO earlier on today. He's got a very healthy stack coming in second. So, yeah, stay with us. 5-minute break. Kevin and I are going to step away, and when we return, we'll go through the final 11 players as we work our way down to the money here in this 30K short deck.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Well, very warm welcome back to Jeju for continuing coverage of the 30K short deck anti-only event number 18.
Is that all?
18 events, really? I mean, that's pretty insane given, well, the stakes that we're playing. You can lose a lot of money when you're playing these kind of buy-ins over this period of time. And while I wait for the tables to get populated to see who's drawn on table 2 and who's drawn on table 1, I was kind of looking through the app and taking a look at like Jason's record this series, taking a look at Paul's record this series. Jason, for example, look at this. A cash in the 15K for 86,000. Then bricked, what's that? 10 tournaments, 11 tournaments in a row.
Yep.
Min cash in the 100K. And you have a trip like that. You're down 7 figures. You're coming into this, and I have to ask you, Kevin, because you are a tournament pro, and you go on these stretches. Like, how does one just continue to show up and not let variance like that get the better of you? Like, how do you continue to compete?
I mean, if I'm being honest, I don't know that you don't let variance get the better of you, let's say. I mean, we've seen a number of great players, Jason Kuhn included, being frustrated, showing frustration from a run like that. It's only human, but it's really dragged out across such a long period of time that it's hard to not feel it right now. You have good routines, you show up with, you know, a certain preparation method, and maybe you can convince yourself that all is going as planned, and the things you can't control are the things you can't control, but it also just helps to have so much experience. I mean, Jason's been doing it for 20 years, let's say. You start online, you see some stuff when you play that many tournaments, and you know, maybe you come here and you remind yourself, oh, I'm lucky to play this game, and
that's true.
I'm lucky to play for these stakes, and let's just try and get it done.
Yeah, that's very true. I do hear a lot of these players. I've heard Danny Tang say that many times as we do look to throw it down to the main stage for the final two tables. I've heard Danny Tang have conversations like that where he's just like, you know, the fact that I get to just be here and show up and play these stakes, you know, super blessed. And yeah, I guess when you reach this level, if you haven't already learned how to take dry spells on the chin and yeah, develop a bit of an iron chin, you're going to be in for a rude awakening. As it says...
Oh, Stevie's multi-tabling this one.
Yeah, he is. I thought so. I was a bit weird.
Just 11 left. I believe Chidwick is at the red table.
No, he's at both. He is out of this world. Bit of a...
For those of you following along on the Triton Poker Plus app, as you should be, you can have both tables up
Check.
on your tablet, iPhone, Android device, what have you. And I can see Chidwick seated
The policy they top off when two
to the right of
tables-
Jason Kuhn at the red table.
Yeah, so red table you've got Chidwick in second, Kuhn in third. Blue table you've got Greenwood in first, Dvoris in fourth. Dvoris has got a nice-ish kind of seat, kind of opposite side of the table to Greenwood. Chidwick has Kuhn on his direct left, so a bit of a worse seat draw for him.
Pretty fair distribution as well for the shorter stacks, one at each table. Ding Biao the shortest with 24 antes. Winford Yu on the red table with 50 antes.
Wow, Ding completed this up front. That is... feels
It's a spicy
ambitious.
one.
Yeah, the sixes. 4 players behind to act. I guess he is the shortest stack, and we know Ding wanted to gamble, try and spin up a stack.
Nice little bluff there from Boss. 50K takes it down with the 2 10s. Five-handed at this table. 90K in the middle to start. I feel like you can see Watson really adapting to the tournament stage over the last little while. He's been treating this 1 to 1.5 million chip stack as a lot to protect, or at least that's what I'm gathering from the like cautious passive play that we've generally seen from him over the last hour or so.
No, it does make sense. I mean, one double up and he's chip leader, and if he feels like people are likely to make, you know, 80 anti-mistakes against him, then it really does make sense.
Huge hand here.
I know there's always a bit of survivorship bias in this game, but so what's really has been around for just forever at the highest stakes. He turns the nuts. Brewer does not want to river a full house here. This is +1 against cutoff, so I think Brewer probably feels like he can remove ace-king quite comfortably from Sir Watts' hand. 9-8 does get there, but would 9-8 go chasing gut shots? On the Queen Jack 6, unlikely. Same could be said for a hand like King 9, unless it was perhaps specifically King 9 of spades.
Yeah, understandable value bet from the 2 pair with all that in mind. Still just calling. As you suggested, a board pair can be so disastrous. Avoids it. And the 4-liner probably saves us a good deal here.
Yeah, it has to.
Watson, if he gets checked to, I would assume is going to try to target one of those straights, given the setup we've seen to this point. So big bet incoming is what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, unfortunate river for Watson in terms of being able to extract value from Paul.
You know, I mentioned it earlier, and it sometimes feel like these decisions, you know, we can see that Watson has the goods. Such an easy spot to just play your hand the way you want to play it, but thinking through how can I bluff in these moments can be really helpful to your game. Thinking through what size makes sense for this exact situation. This was carefully chosen.
Where do the bluffs come from? Like Queen 9, Queen of Hearts?
Is that even limp in the cutoff in this situation?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know anymore.
I think you got to do some pretty creative stuff to bluff for overbet in that spot. Even a hand is good. Like, I'm questioning whether a hand's better than the Jack 10 that was just folded. Would even arrive here and say, here's 1.5 times the pot.
I have to agree with you.
Maybe we think we can fold out a set with like a 2-pair hand. I don't even know if a straight always calls. I don't know this game that well. Feels like you call a straight. I mean, come on, it's hard to make a flush.
Good to see Lun Lun in the mix. In the short deck streets. Just shy of 3 million in Triton earnings, 18 cashes to his name. Cash the main event here. Picked up a cash in the 50k 7 max and the 15k as well. Just looking back through Lunlund's Triton track record. does look like in the short deck streets seems to be where a lot of his cashes have come from.
Straight on the turn here for Loon. He continues to check.
Danny thinking of doing something here. Story checks out. Lunlun could have played this to perfection, you know, because Chidwick may be suspicious of this stab from Danny.
Yeah, and Chidwick's open-ended, in position, can represent the bottom part of the board. He does just get away, and probably would have just been 60K into the ether if we assume that Lunlun is setting the trap here, intending to raise. No, the trap continues. Chidwick, by the way, would have rivered the worst straight.
I was just thinking that.
Avoids a disaster. See what Danny thinks of this spot. He has the 10 of hearts. So if there was any hope of showing down good against a miss flush draw, feels pretty much impossible. King Jack of hearts. Only way for that to happen. Does just check.
Danny just reading this man for jacks. Better than that. Perfect straight. Danny was drawing very thin. Why did Lunlun just read Danny for ace-10?
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he was guessing Danny's hand or suggesting that's what he was representing. I just nailed Danny's exact hand.
Unfortunately, I don't speak Mandarin, but I did understand the ace-10 part. Whether or not he nailed the hand reading, we'll never know. Kings now for the short deck pro. That's what I'm going with. I want to start spreading the rumors myself. Oh boy. This late limp from Artem.
These small raises are really interesting to me. If there's anything I'm going to go research at the end of play.
Well, I think it's a graphics mistake.
No, he put...
If you look, they have 3 times 5k in front of them, and Jason's then made it 75k.
Well, they pull the 15 from all players ahead of time, so the call of 30 only has 15 in front. The raise to 75 is actually, I guess, a raise to 90 total.
Exactly, yeah. So it's not that small. It's like 5.
It's like a 3x.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 5 antes in total.
I mean, even still feels just kind of like, in a game of close equities, kind of an affordable raise. So I'm surprised it's the default and not just, you know, pot every time. Ace Queen gonna peel this limp raise. 40% against the kings.
Seven, 3, 5 in the middle. Not allowed to tell the players, unfortunately, as it is no limit post flop.
Sure feels like Jason knows where he's at. But is there not a chance that we're just crushed by ace king or aces? Trying to just half the pot when we do make our straight. And Jason gets away from it.
Jacks?
No, I better than Jack. 佢轉頭對人黏打翻佢喎。我天蛇啊！
我講你有咩80啊？我諗
煙8啊！
我諗住你孖9。
I love these barters in the post-mortem. Like, a question gets answered by a question. You had kings? What do you have? Jacks? You know, it's like, who's going to give away the information first?
Yep. All just for one frame of advantage till they can figure out what they had.
Wow, Pua, who got stubborn with the Queen 7 from the cutoff, didn't want to give Greenwood a walk, completed, flopped bottom 2.
I wonder if you can fold anything in that spot. It's like a crazy pot odd spot when it folds to you in the cutoff.
Yeah.
Probably just complete dark.
5-handed, so it's what, 5 antes plus the additional ante at the button. So you're getting 6 to 1 on a call.
I mean, I know you're out of position, but it's like way better than blind versus blind. And you already play almost anything in blind versus blind. Actually, it's about the same. Anyway, we've got a different situation now. Greenwood does get away.
Still 13 minutes left on the clock. It's been a swingy frame. You know, from 13 to get here to 11, very easily could have been down to final 9, final 8. Some people that are lucky to be alive include the likes of Sir Watts, Artem. Daniel Dvoris got really lucky in that big pot against Martirosyan. Greenwood leading the field. I'm gonna have to ask some people tomorrow, Kevin, what the no limit hold'em equivalent is. Like 100 antes is what, 25 bigs?
My quick math that I was doing recently suggested maybe plays about 40 big blinds.
100 antes.
Yeah. Based just on like the dead money that goes in pre, it would convert to about 40 big blinds in a big blind ante format.
That sounds like a lot. So you're saying the average stack right now is 40 bigs?
Yeah. But I mean, we're also playing a game where equities run close and it's no limit post flop. So the money can just kind of fly in pretty quick.
That's very, very true. Yeah, 40 big blinds does sound about right. 2 off the money as well, so there's a lot more to calculate for these guys. ICM pressure. Greenwood's turning straight.
40.
Greenwood, by the way.
Go on.
We were talking before this frame about players having a tough series, such as Jason. Greenwood quietly putting together, maybe not quietly, depending on who you ask, quite a good series here in Jeju.
Do tell.
3 final tables. 6th in the 30K no limit for 350K. 5th in the 100K no limit main for 1.7 million. And 2nd last night. Today?
Today.
Today.
I know. The days
2nd
are all
today.
merged together.
In the PLO bounty for 380,000. It's cashed for like 2.5 million here in Jeju. And he's currently chip leading this 30K short deck with 11 left.
2.5 million. Trying to, without airing out anyone's dirty laundry, but the number that was given to me is like 1.8 buy-ins on average here at Triton. So you're looking at, if you're playing a full schedule, $600K, $700K, 775, 800,000. So you're looking at doing like 1.4 million in buy-ins, 1.5 million in buy-ins.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Wow. Jesus.
So if you assume he's had an average
of
series in terms of entries.
Yeah.
Currently up about 1 million. I mean, that's quite a good return. Plus 75% or thereabout. Plus 66%. And that's with 0 titles this series.
Has won. Came in a short deck. 20K. Beat London heads up. That was a while back. I want to say, was it Vietnam? It was Vietnam, yeah. It was the last event in Vietnam. 20K short deck.
I think you win. I did that. Yeah, what's that?
Does seem that Greenwood's been playing short deck for quite a while. Has a cash all the way back in 2019 in Montenegro. Back when the buy-ins were in Hong Kong dollars. Second place for 8.6 million HKDs.
What is the exchange rate? You know? It's like...
I think it's like 8 to 1 for US dollar. Like just under 8 to 1. So that'd be like 1 million and a splash. 1.3 million or something.
Thank you. This you could take away, I think.
Let me have a look.
Pot raise from Greenwood. Jack 9 suited +1.
HKD to USD. How much did he? How much did you say? 8 million.
8.6 million HKD for that second place finish.
HKD.
And here's Watson again. Big pre-flop hand with ace-jack suited, but just flatting in position to Greenwood.
You were right, by the way.
Did I nail the conversion?
Yeah, bang on, just over 1 million.
Nice. I did spend 3 days in Hong Kong before coming here to Jeju, so.
Oh, that makes sense.
I had some recent
You had it solved.
exposure to the conversion rate, yeah. And I believe it's pegged, so like it doesn't fluctuate against the US dollar.
The equities should be close to pegged in this hand, as Sir Watts has got a lock, 89%. Greenwood opened from +1, just trying to play the role of table captain, and it is interesting to see the play styles kind of shift now as we've worked our way down to 11, 2 off the money.
Yeah, a stack like Watson's is under so much pressure in these situations. He's just below average. That stack is worth a lot, but if we fail to make the money, it's all for nothing. Greenwood now. It's got a little gut shot, but otherwise no interaction.
280.
And he's just going to start putting pressure on potentially the full stack of Watson. Of course, ace-jack suited must be quite high up in range. Greenwood blocking 8-9 suited if that ever arrives here.
I don't think it does from the hijack. 2 players behind. This was raised up pre-flop. Nearly full pot. I mean, the request was 9 antes. It's...
Oh, it was a full pot raise.
Yeah.
You're right, yeah.
It's leaving me curious, to say the least. Are we targeting 10s, jacks?
Yeah.
We have
That
we have a
comes to
jack in our
mind.
hand.
Even queens. Probably just calling pre-flop.
I feel like having the jack of clubs isn't great. Like,
maybe some floats, you're thinking? Like a king jack of clubs kind of hand?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I'm just being a bit results oriented, but feels a bit spicy here. See if it's one he wants to follow through on. Just seems unnecessary.
Well, if we think that Watson doesn't have a lot of offsuit aces in this pre-flop spot, there's just a couple of combos of ace-jack suited, ace-queen suited, ace-10 suited. Now, Greenwood doesn't block any of those, so that's a, you know, let's call it points against trying to run a bluff here. But if the overall range is heavily weighted towards pocket pairs, And Greenwood does give it up on the end.
Ding's just fallen asleep at the table. It's been a grind for him. Cash games, Hold'em, tournaments, PLO tournaments. Second in that PLO main now. Showing up for the short deck as well. What a grinder. As he patiently waits.
Yeah, Watson trying to figure out how much his hand is worth right now. He's pulled ahead of 8-9 suited, which Greenwood could have. Don't know how many weaker aces would take this line.
这两个人打了7分钟吧。妈的，有牌没牌都想，着急死我了。又长盲了。
So what?
时间要平衡，有牌没牌。
He's really played defense to perfection.
再出一招。
Pre-flop.
特地用这个嘞。
Navigating this really complex ICM dynamic well. Moved up to third in chips now. And it's pretty tight at the top, Kevin. Chidwick with 138 antes, Greenwood with 134. So what's with 131?
Yeah, winning that pot off Greenwood specifically. Really valuable.
Oh. 一个10 120秒，加满那个25秒，他是枪口啊，他不其他的牌能爆就 redraw 嘛 ，redraw 就没有大盲。
There we go.
赶紧嘛，哎呀。
Ding's finally got a hand he's happy to pot.
Kind of interesting spot for Dvoris if he thinks he rates quite well against the range of Ding Biao. He's dealing with 2 limps from the 2 stacks who cover him at this table. From early position as well. No guarantees that this ace-jack is good against either of those players.
I have to call, right?
Does just pass.
Oh my.
Wow, and Palpua behind.
Wait.
Okay. You take this one in, they folded. Never mind, not much left.
I think maybe there might have been a flash of the cards or something, everyone kind of resigning themselves to the fact that this is going to be an all-in and call. Just 39K behind.
你赢了，我没对，我也没对。一圈，我哎呀，哇 ，free roll no free roll。哎呀，没法，哎，this 那个拿回了。
Is Ding Biao upset that he's surviving this all-in right now?
It kind of seems that way. He asked Dvoris to call pre-flop. He's like, just call, come on.
It's jack.
He's jack offsuit.
Call.
Hey, yeah. Hey, jack 10.
I think I would.
Watson would have had the winner.
Yeah,
8-7 of diamonds.
Because they both limped, so I would have been.
You can't go.
Fucked.
It does seem like
You
Ding would rather be elsewhere right now.
Yeah.
But you don't know you.
Just
still got a stack?
just the kind of spot where you want to double or be out, not to still be in this spot, you know.
Listen, there's $492,000 up top on this one. Now I know we are towards the back end of the series and the stakes perhaps aren't quite as high, but $500,000 for first, dude. I mean, come on.
But it's pretty hard, Henry, to stay in the game when there's currently 1.1K antes, 1,100 antes in play.
Okay.
Ding Biao has 6 of them. Does that put his frustration into perspective for you?
It does. It does. That is not just an uphill battle. It's a mountain that he's got to climb. And if there's cash games running, he wants to be over there. We're going to step aside just quickly, a quick 10-minute break. But the storyline's emerging here. Chidwick, chip leader, Jason Kuhn still in and on the hunt for title number 11. Let's not forget Danny Tang also in, looking for his 6th title at the Triton series. We're just 2 off the money, so don't go too far, because when we return, the bubble will be bursting. We'll see you very shortly.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Where with Ding's limited exposure to the English language and a lot of the exchanges that were made included F-bombs in the direction of Sergio, you know, I think Ding wears his heart on his sleeve, you know, and he's not afraid to voice that, especially if it's a hand like 9-7. You could argue, like, why are you even in the hand, bro? You know, this is short deck. I could see him getting a bit annoyed.
Yeah.
By some of the European pros, the Western pros.
Well, these Western pros are locked up with 3 strong hands all in a row. Ike playing quite deep with Jason.
Yeah, note the 3-bet size from Jason was deliberately designed to get rid of people from behind.
Ike says pot.
Wow.
Ace-king suited.
What a spot.
Just immediately in there. It's a no-brainer.
Ike starting the hand 6th in chips. Jason starting the hand 4th in chips. If Jason holds here, this is assuming he goes with it. Oh, hey, he has gone with it. Sorry, hang on. That was quick. Now Ike needs to figure out what to do with 5-8-3 back, ace-queen offsuit.
Yeah, when Ike goes pot, there may be a clear plan against one player, but both are now in. And quickly so. I think Ike knows exactly how rough a shape he's in right now. Now most of this pot's against Jason. Ivy's only in for 300, so there's already an additional 300 on the side just with Jason's hand. That's head-to-head equity. Numbers will be different in that pot.
Jason's going to be free rolling this all in against Ivy if Ike folds, courtesy of that 4-bet to 580.
Yeah.
Ivy would love to see a fold here as well. This pot to get heads up for a chance to potentially triple up.
I am interested by the initial choice to go full pot. I don't know the game well enough to know if there's another option to leave more behind in this kind of situation, because it reads unusual to me, given that now that it's back to us, it's such a nasty spot. But I trust Ike to know what he's doing here. These are perhaps just the situations we find ourselves in and have to deal with.
Who would have thought 2025 you'd see these three names, Paxton, Kuhn and Ivy, still trading blows with one another on the biggest stage in the world. Some insane ICM counts needed to be done here on the fly as well, as we are down to 14 players, just 5 off the money.
Yeah, this is more than simple pot odds. Ike's the one whose stack is at risk.
How many time banks is that? Old.
Fantastic development for Phil Ivey. Chance to triple up here. Little fist bump exchange between the two friends. Well, that's all JK.
You think?
Ah, the guys were putting Ike on kings, apparently. Spade ball. Ivy drawing live. A spade or a jack to stay in this one. Doesn't find it.
Yeah, that's not
Kuhn
That's not you.
improves
Hey, I did not win on that
to the nuts. Oh, sorry, nut full house, sorry. Keep forgetting that flushes.
Hey, you
big
you
full
5 time
houses.
banks?
Yes, 6 total. One you give me
Wow.
straight away, and then
So Makita, who is third on the all-time cash list at Triton, 27.2 million. Jason has 29.4 million, so $2 million difference, but has 15 more cashes and 5 more titles. That's pretty insane. How about this for a record? Bring Kenny, who's #1 on earnings, 48 million. In terms of his conversion rate, this is crazy. He has 19 cashes, so that means his average cash is like $2.5 million.
Yep.
And he's got 5 titles. So his
one in 4 caches.
Yeah, his cash to title ratio is 1 in 4. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
We have events where like...
Well, Jason's not far off. 1 in 5.5.
Oh, you're right, actually.
Not far off.
You are right.
And done it over a bigger sample. And maybe this is part of why. When you get dealt number 1, sometimes a bit of favorable card distribution. Although I know it's no guarantees until the board's been dealt.
I love this old school way of Jason's approach. I raise the pot. Nobody says that anymore, man. People just say pot. Or they just put chips in.
Making it very clear.
That's that old school ESPN. I raise the pot dealer. Jason to extend his lead here. Top of the chip counts. 13 left. Never easy. So what's with 4 outs twice? Would you believe? Make that 8. 8 outs once. K9 needed.
There it is.
Never easy
That
indeed.
ace jack of spades. That's your hit. It's my hand, yeah.
Just felt like it was coming as well, man. From the TV days.
Like the people who got tilted or the
Both.
instigators?
Jamie Gold.
Woo. Big time instigator.
Oh, man.
Jamie Gold, yeah.
Absolute masterclass of how to get under people's skin. Who else? Will Kasuf.
Yep.
Master instigator.
More recently played with Martin Cabral a handful of times.
I love playing with Martin.
Master instigator.
Absolutely love playing with. I'd love to see him at a Triton series as well. He's so fun to commentate on. I've honestly one of the funnest guys.
Got an interesting one brewing between a couple of short stacks. Haxton open for pot in the hijack. Kobalinski calls on the button. 1 pot size bet behind.
Good luck, chaps. One would have to assume. Ike just wants to push equity here, surely. Gets some folds some of the time. From like ace, 8.
All in.
Wow, I'm surprised that this money hasn't gone in yet. When Ike can just have hands like ace king, ace 10, jack 10. I think people are going to be surprised.
Wow. Never been a bigger favorite.
You bet before. 2 flop. I'm going to start with the set and go from there.
Ike rooting for a 10.
Or that.
He's going to have to do it backwards.
King 10 or an 8 needed. Ike Axton does not find it.
Do I win?
You do not win, my friend.
Barely covered.
No, you cover me.
Yeah, well, yeah.
honestly, massive shout out to GTO Wiz. Yeah.
You have.
Pretty insane. We're back for continuing coverage of the 30K short deck ante-only here. Event number 18 from Jeju. And again, I'm looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app. The storylines emerging here. Jason looking for title number 11. Danny Tang looking to leave Ivy, Makita, Wai Kin Yong in the dust on his hunt for title number 6. We have people like Lun Lun looking for his first title. Artem looking for his. But currently, all eyes on the chip leader, Sam Greenwood, who is the chip leader, Kevin, but only just note Stephen Chidwick on his tail. And now, given that the ante level has increased, and you have the likes of Biao Ding on just 11 antes and Winfred Yu on 42, one would expect those runaway chip leaders to lean on the middling stacks in this next frame.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, congestion at the top of the leaderboard is what I'm seeing. Everyone from 1st to 7th is above average, which is very unusual with 11 left to have the top 7 all above average. 83 to 107 antes going from Devoris up to Greenwood. So, I mean, you say the chip leader's leaning on the middle stacks, but it feels to me like everyone up there kind of needs to avoid each other to some extent. And that usually means passive, small pots whenever possible. Wait for the short stacks to make a move.
Yeah, I have to agree. That average stack is kind of skewed at the moment when you have someone like Ding on 11. It's, what, probably closer to like 90 ante average. And all of these guys can do a lot of damage to each other. Mint cash of $49,000. Obviously, all eyes are going to be on that top prize of $492,000. A trip saver for some. Others don't care about the money. People like Ding, Winfred, they've got the cash games to go to if things don't go their way here. Let's not forget Boss Paul Pua, currently sat in 4th, also a fan of the cash games, but I tell you what, he wants title number 2. Let's throw it down to the main stage. For the last time this evening, 11 left, 9 paid. A few ways this could play out. Play a couple of levels, get our way into the money, depending on how fast-paced the action is. Oh, wow. I mean, we have to apologize. The app hadn't updated for the upcoming blind level. And you see the antes there. No, I do apologize.
Actually, yeah, I think that's just
strange.
Miscalculated.
That
on
is miscalculated.
The leaderboard there.
It is.
Maybe pot
yeah, the leaderboard shows the big bet, which I'm kind of a fan of, to be honest with you, because
it's easier to track.
Yeah,
like could take a while,
to think from other games.
In order to enter the pot, you have to complete the button ante. So
yeah, maybe
I like
like when these get introduced.
When does it get introduced? What's the rule? I don't know.
Been very impressed with Sir Watts so far today. He's navigated these waters very well.
And he's got some behind, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 180.
Devoris again has some calculus to do. Under the gun limp from Watson could be quite strong.
Huh? What?
Excuse me. Can you put the cards in the box for a second, please?
Oh, okay. So the antes that are in pre-flop don't count towards the pot.
180 plus 160.
340. 340.
No.
No, they do.
340.
Raise minimum.
No. The raise pot is a 180, so Watts has limped 40k. So 3 times 40 would be 120. Plus the 40 on the button.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's
yeah. Yeah. So the ante is just...
Can you fold? If you want.
Ante that doesn't count towards the pot.
It's a free country.
Greenwood, dude.
Same head.
Oh, I mean, he's not wrong. It is a free country. Deng could fold.
Definitely not allowed to say that what I had.
6, 7, 8.
Did you hear
Watson
that?
folded the 2
Oh,
9 says, I had a hand that I'm definitely not allowed to say
I love
what
that.
I had.
I absolutely love that. What a legend. Some chop outs, perhaps?
I love that Ding Biao's just waiting for the pain on Devoris's face when he gets. No.
Okay, does not get there this time.
Actually?
Oh, Ding's
It's
in
like
it
all
for the
he's
pain.
all he's
Oh,
here
yeah.
for.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he even knows how much he was going to win if he won that pot. He just wanted to see Devoris's face drop.
Winfred shortest 41 ND.
Legend.
Winfred's very tight, take a long time.
Well, we know where he's off to. I'm surprised he's still sat at the table, to be honest with you.
He's got to play food back there. Important things have arrived. They might let him stay a while.
So I can do this one. Okay.
I'm not saying he's going to bubble. But my prediction is that any of the next fight was all right.
Yeah, I mean.
So 2 tables of 5. Stone bubble.
我哋打少一鋪嘛，M for M 嘛。
Making sure I didn't double ante somehow.
Man. Cash here today for Dvoris, which is looking very likely.
Very friendly.
He would cross the 20 million in Triton earnings mark. He's currently ranked 8th on that list. 43 cashes. 2 titles. Danny being brought over to this table. Rebalance. It is indeed. It's currently 9th in chips with 60 antes.
Which position does he take?
Danny?
Yeah. Cut off, I believe.
Probably same position as I did.
Oh, I see.
You played the last hand under the gun, right?
No.
Oh, you're +1?
Yes.
Oh, that makes sense. You get moved to +1 to... Yeah, that is.
10 players remaining, 1 away from the money. We are starting hands for hand pots. Red time banks not in place anymore.
Red time bank not in play.
I know I said it the other day, but I'm going to say it again. Danny looks fantastic. He's been on the health grind, really prioritizing gym, nutrition, sleep. He's lost a lot of weight. He's looking good.
Did I take it back? Oh, okay.
Hand for hand, no need to store. Play for 1 price only, no storing.
Play for 1, huh?
1 price only.
Winner take all?
Winner take all, no need to store.
Now I know I'm going back in time here, Henry.
Go on. How far back?
Well, I'm still
Roman Empire, or
I was confused by the anti-display
Was there stalling on
thing.
this table before?
No.
Pot raise discussion. And I want to make sure we get it right. I'm pretty sure it's just the display that's confusing us about the pot raise, not including the antes in the middle. I don't think it's like a limit on the raise. Because those... Yeah, so if they... So just to summarize, when there's a raise to the pot, graphics will show raise to 140, or at least in the current layout, that's what it's showing. That's actually a total raise of 160 because 20's been pulled in already. And that's 120 over the call, which is a full pot raise, including all the antes and everything. So it displayed a little weird, looks small, but it's just a standard pot raise.
You've confused me even more now. So
I'm sure you're not the only one.
With 5 players, 4 of them put in 20.
Yep.
Button puts in 40.
Yep. So there's 120
Sure.
posted.
Hear me out.